You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Mrs. Pratt?
Oh, hello there, Ida. How are you?
Can't complain. And yourself?
I was just making some lemonade. Come on in.
I shouldn't stay. My son's coming to dinner. I have to put a casserole in the oven.
Just for a moment, then. I'll get you a nice tall glass in the kitchen.
Well, if you don't mind.
You can be my taster. You absolutely must tell the truth, though. If it's too sour, I'll add more sugar.
It looks lovely. Where'd you get the lemons?
From Mr. Takamori's backyard. He brought me a whole bag of them.
How thoughtful.
Oh, he's an absolute jewel. I swear, that man can grow anything.
He's certainly done wonders for the trees on this street. It's delicious.
I always say there's nothing like fresh lemonade.
I see Arthur's doing your lawn now.
Yes, he's such a fine young man.
Isn't he?
Always so polite.
Do you think he'll take over his uncle's nursery?
Oh, I seriously doubt it. With college and all, he has his sights set on something higher.
May, I was wondering. Couldn't Arthur do Mr. Fenton's lawn, too?
Mr. Fenton? Well, I believe he'd rather do it himself. You know that man.
Yes, but his place has been a fright lately.
Oh, such a shame. He used to keep that yard so neat. I hear his wife moved out.
The boy doesn't charge much, and Mr. Fenton's lot's going to seed. It lowers property values, you know.
Well, then, why don't you ask him?
Oh, I couldn't. He'd think I was being a busybody.
Arthur, I mean. He can stop by after he finishes here. It wouldn't hurt.
I suppose. If he needs the job.
I expect he does. That family's worked so hard. Can't have been easy after the war.
You don't think...
What?
Mr. Fenton was in the service, wasn't he?
The Marine Corps.
I hope he doesn't have a problem, then, with the Japanese.
Oh, that boy's as American as you and I, born and bred.
I know, but there is a feeling with some people.
Not in this neighborhood. I'm sure Mr. Fenton has put all that behind him.
I should hope so.
I was just about to bring Arthur some lemonade. You can mention it now.
If you think it's all right.
Of course it is. What went on back then was a terrible, terrible thing. But believe me, the war is over. In our town, it ended a long time ago.
A trip back in time to an era that's now ancient history. The period, the early 1960s, 20-odd years since Pearl Harbor. The war ended long ago, but for some, so much bitterness and loss are not easily forgotten. Such is the case with our two antagonists whom you are about to meet. Mr. Walter Fenton, veteran of World War II and an officer in the United States Marine Corps, and young Mr. Arthur Takamori, first-generation son of Japanese immigrants who has no memory at all of those years. Despite their best intentions, this unlikely pair will soon square off for a battle with the ghosts of the past in the darkest, most haunted reaches of the Twilight Zone.
And now, the Twilight Zone and our story, The Encounter, starring Stacy Keach and Byron Mann.
Get a load of this stuff. Where'd it all come from? Psh, what a mess. Not a nuke at all. Shoes, clothes. Hey, There's the old radio. Plug it in, see if it works. Well, well. A whole lot of junk and nothing but. Say, what's in the trunk? Well, will you look at that? The sword. Oh, yeah. I remember this. How could I forget? Wish to heaven I could. Yeah.
Mr. Fenton? Anybody home?
Up here, in the attic.
Sorry to bother you. I can come back later.
That's okay. Front door's open.
All right. Mr. Fenton?
It's me.
Sorry if I disturbed you.
What do you want?
Well, Mrs. Bowles down the street sent me over.
Oh, she did, huh?
Said you wanted somebody to take care of the yard.
My yard? How would she know?
Oh. Well, if it was a mistake, I apologize.
No, hold on. Matter of fact, she's right. Might as well come in.
Are you sure?
Yep.
Well, if you say so.
Lots of cobwebs. Haven't been up here for a while.
Oh, that's okay.
Haven't I seen you around?
Maybe. I cut the grass with some of the people on the block. My uncle runs the nursery at the corner.
Oh, yeah.
So, what do you think?
About what?
The lawn.
Yeah, I could use a hand, I guess.
If it's just the front, I can take care of it twice a month. Charge you the same as Mrs. Bowles and Mrs. Platt.
Sounds fair enough.
Anything more would have to be extra.
Like?
You know, the backyard or the lot. Is that yours too?
Yeah, don't worry about that. At least not right away. I ought to warn you, though.
Yes?
It won't be steady work.
Sir?
Don't get the idea it's a regular job or anything.
Oh, that's all right. I've got plenty of other jobs.
Good, because I'm going to sell this termite dump as soon as I find someone fool enough to buy it.
I understand, Mr. Fenton.
Got it listed already. A little fixer-upper, a handyman's dream with a semi-vacant lot attached. Sounds pretty good, huh?
I can only come on the weekends. I go to school the rest of the time.
Sold.
I'll be back at the end of the day then, if that's all right.
Good enough.
Well, nice meeting you.
Wait a minute.
Yes?
What's your hurry?
I better get back to Mrs. Platt's.
Sit down. We'll have a beer on it.
No thanks, just the same.
I'm serious. Plenty on ice downstairs. Besides, we have something else to talk about.
We do?
Pull up a box and take a load off.
Well, I haven't started Mrs. Bowles' lawn yet, and it's getting pretty late.
Nuts to Mrs. Bowles. Knock off for 10 minutes. You need extra money, right?
Sure. Same as everybody.
I got an idea.
What's that?
There's a way you can make some more cash on the side. Could add up.
How?
All you have to do is give me a hand. Do some sorting, get some cardboard boxes.
I'm pretty busy already.
Hear me out at least.
Well, 10 minutes then.
Let me make room for you.
I can stand.
No trouble. I need some help with this junk up here. Anything you see, you can have. Most of it, anyway. Resell it, whatever you want. I just have to get rid of it before I show the house. What do you say?
I'm not very good at garage sales.
I don't care about that. Never know what you might find. Yeah, I got a lot of clothes, gadgets, old magazines, books my wife like to read.
I don't know.
What's your name, boy?
Arthur.
Arthur?
Arthur Takamori. Anything wrong with that?
No, it just sounds funny.
Why?
Well, you have to admit you don't look like an Arthur.
I'm an American citizen.
Yeah, sure you are.
I was born in this country.
Who said you weren't? Did I say that?
Not in so many words.
Then take that chip off your shoulder.
I gotta go.
What about that beer?
No thanks. I'm not thirsty.
Come on, I didn't mean anything. You're awful sensitive.
Am I? Maybe I am.
There, see?
My given name is Ito. I changed it because nobody ever spells it right.
So, a rose is a rose. You know what I mean?
Not really.
Watch your head there, Arthur. The ceiling's pretty low. What a junk pile, huh?
I've seen worse.
I bet you have. The attic's been this way for 20 years. I don't go up here much. The wife used to yell about it. But I was so stubborn. Now she's gone to stay with her sister. Or so she says. Wouldn't be surprised if she never comes back.
Sorry.
Don't be. We all get what we deserve. Don't you think?
I couldn't say.
Well, I could. You ever know something before you know it?
How do you mean?
In your gut, in your bones, the way a dog knows an earthquake's coming, the way the birds get quiet right before a storm. It doesn't matter what anybody says. It's a fact. It's closing in on you, and there's nothing you can do about it.
We always have a choice.
Doesn't mean a thing. I know it and she knows it. She's got my number, all right. A guy who's never going to amount to a hill of beans, and he's drowning in junk.
I'm sure these things meant a lot to you, or you wouldn't have saved them.
What else could I do? It's all I got. I couldn't just let it go. Even stuff from the war. You see that mannequin in the corner?
Was that your uniform?
Sure was. Get a load of it. Used to be pretty spiffy.
I'll bet.
Don't mind the dust. Yeah, I put this on and people would step out of the way. Even when I got home. My dress cap, brass buttons, like they thought I was a movie star. My girl was proud to go out with me to the movies, to get an ice cream, and just to walk around. I was a war hero. But after a while, that didn't cut it anymore.
You ought to pack it away. Put it in mothballs.
What for? I'll never wear it again. Hard to imagine. This monkey suit used to fit me to a T. With all the buttons and everything.
It probably still would.
Now you're being polite. I turned into a tub of rancid lard, I know that. But I was pretty tough once.
Were you?
I went all through Saipan and Okinawa.
Oh.
Checked the fruit salad.
The what?
That's what they call the ribbons and medals. I got a whole box of them from this and that campaign. All put away. I don't know what for. Never wear them again as long as I live.
I don't know much about the war.
No?
It's before my time.
Yeah. You ever see one of these?
Yeah, in the movies.
Genuine samurai sword. Not a fake like you see nowadays. I took it from a Jap who was trying to cut off my noggin.
A what?
Excuse me, a Japanese officer. You see the blade? Got something engraved on it.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you think you could translate it for me?
Could I?
Well, I can't read it. Always wonder what it means.
Sorry to disappoint you.
Why?
I don't know the language.
You don't?
Only English.
Oh, come on, boy.
My mother used to speak Japanese around the house when I was little, but I never learned.
That a fact.
You said you wanted help with this junk?
Oh, yeah. But first, let me get those beers.
None for me.
Well, I need one. My throat's full of dust.
I can't stay.
Be back in a jiffy. Oh, better put that sword away. The blade's still razor sharp.
You!
You!
It can't be. I don't know how or why, but I'm gonna kill this man. I'm gonna kill him. I can feel it. I'm gonna kill him with this sword.
Here you go. A whole six-pack, nice and cold.
And maybe I will have one.
Go ahead, you're entitled. I even brought an opener.
Thank you.
Always tastes better in glass, don't you think?
Yeah, I guess so.
You partial to beer, Ito? American beer, I mean.
The name's Arthur.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. It's just, when I look at you, I don't think Arthur. You understand?
You don't look like much of a soldier either.
Oh, huh. You got me there, boy. You sure do.
And while you're at it, Mr. Fenton, I don't like to be called boy. Europeans always call the natives boy and moan about the white man's burden.
Hey, now, simmer down.
The fact is, I'm a full-grown man, I work for a living, and the name I answer to is Arthur, or Artie, to my friends. And once in a while, believe it or not, to Mr. Takamuri.
Man, are you wound up? Do this every time a guy offers you a beer?
Sorry, nothing personal.
No, it sure isn't.
I just wanted to set the record straight, so we understand each other. I get tired of being treated like I'm different.
Let's forget it. The war's over.
Yes, it is.
And in case you don't know it, there isn't a serviceman who saw combat in the Pacific and doesn't respect the Japanese army. They fought like tigers.
Well, that's what soldiers do. Fight when there's a war.
It was a rare thing to take them alive. They just wouldn't give up.
Is that supposed to be a backhanded compliment?
I guess it is. Well, here's to bravery. Banzai.
Okay. I get it.
Say, where did I put that pig sticker?
What?
The sword.
I put it back in the holder, like you said. Then I set it on those National Geographics.
Well, it's not there now.
Well, maybe it slipped down.
Not that I can see. Funny if it got lost. I've been trying to lose it for years. I never could, though.
Why would you want to do that?
Oh, this thing gives me the willies. I should have left it instead of taking it as a souvenir, you know what I mean?
Maybe you should have.
I tried to sell it, hawk it, give it away, even throw it out in the trash. Each time it comes back.
I suppose you're going to tell me it's haunted.
No, I don't believe in that jazz. But when people refuse it, even as a gift, and when the man on the garbage truck leave it, well, you give up after a while. Say, why don't you take it?
I don't think so.
Why not?
What would I do with it?
Well, you could frame it, put it on the wall, sell it, or you could always give it back to me. Point first, if that's what you'd like to do.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, I'm just kidding. Anyway, I don't blame you for not wanting it. It's a pretty ugly thing.
Not really.
Sure it is if you think about it, especially with what's engraved on the blade.
I thought you couldn't read it.
I can't, but I like to imagine. I always thought it said something real poetic, like, "This sword will avenge me." What do you think?
I wouldn't know.
Oh, come off it, Arthur.
Look, Mr. Fenton, I'm kind of in a hurry. I work hard and...
So what's so special about working for a living? You said that twice. Don't you think I work for a living?
I didn't say...
I worked since I was a kid, and I had jobs a lot tougher than cutting grass. I used to drive a cat. You know what a cat is, Arthur? It's no sports car, let me tell you. It's a big earth mover. You ever move the earth, Arthur? No, of course not. You manicure it.
I've got to get going.
What's the rush? Drink your beer. Just tell me where you hid the sword.
Where I?
You buried it in here somewhere, didn't you, when I was gone?
You're crazy.
To get it out of the way.
For what reason?
Oh, I don't know. It could be dangerous in the wrong hands.
Whose? Mine or yours?
I left the sword with you next to this stack of magazines. I remember distinctly. Tell me something, Arthur. You don't seem very relaxed. Are you, by any chance, afraid of me?
Why should I be?
Oh, I can think of a few reasons.
Such as?
Well, my background, for one.
What's so special about that?
Because I was a soldier.
So were a lot of people. Really, there's no point talking about it now, is there?
I was in a fighting outfit. You know what that means? It's not like the recruiting posters, let me tell you. Pictures of a nice, clean-cut kid helping little old ladies cross the street, starting fires by rubbing two Boy Scouts together. A soldier like that wouldn't last one night on the beach or in a foxhole. A real soldier's a highly trained machine, made for one purpose, combat. Split-second reactions in place of emotions. He's on a high wire, always on his toes. His nerve ends are dead, and he's as cold and hard as this helmet, like this one right here. Saw me through plenty. Yeah, it still fits. It always will. Like it's a part of me, the part that survived. He doesn't feel anything. Funny thing is, he doesn't even hate anymore. He can kill without hating. He'd better. It takes time to hate, see? They don't talk about that at home. But he's really something to fear. In fact, nothing is more terrible to meet on a dark night than a trained U.S. soldier with an M1, a Thompson, a grenade, a trench knife with brass knucks, or his bare hands.
Yank! Come out and die!
Some dirty little son of heaven was out there in the jungle just asking for it, so I thought I'd oblige. I started circling wide to get behind him.
Yes. Yes, it was night. A very dark night.
It was a simple exercise, basic training. All it took was someone with more luck than brains.
Yank! Yank! Over here! Come out and die, Yank!
I kept moving. Then I saw something. It was the machine gun nest. They had a great position up high behind the trees, so I stayed low and headed around the side. But before I got there... You!
No more, Yank. Now you die.
Go on. Do it. Do it, you dirty little... No, wait. Stop. Stop!
What?
Put the sword down. It was only a story.
Story, yes.
Don't get carried away. I was only telling you how it was.
I'm sorry.
Man, for a minute there. For a minute there.
I don't know what got into me.
Where'd you find it?
What?
The sword.
It must have slipped down behind the trunk. All of a sudden, I saw it and...
You handled it like you were gonna prune a tree. Good thing you hesitated. That officer I was telling you about, he would have gotten me for sure.
Yes. I know.
What do you mean by that?
Something tells me you didn't get that sword the way you said you did.
No?
No. You shot him after he surrendered.
What?
The Japanese officer? He dropped the sword and surrendered. You killed him in cold blood.
All right, so what if I did? So what?
I don't know. That's your problem. I don't feel well. What am I doing here? I've got to get out of here.
Yeah, maybe you should.
The door's stuck.
You must be awful weak. Pull.
It won't move. Did you lock it?
How could I? There's no lock on the inside. Here, let me try.
I'll pull with you.
I guess you're not supposed to leave just yet.
What do you mean?
If I knew, I'd tell you, but I don't. I don't understand any of this, but I'd say we're locked in here together, just the two of us, for better or worse, till death do us part. Still stuck.
I'll try the window.
Just our luck that won't open either.
You're right.
I don't know what's making it do this. It hasn't happened before. Never mind, there must be some tools up here. I can take the hinges off.
Yeah, you do that.
Forget the window. It's too high up to climb out. Of course, we could break the glass and yell for help, but that'll be a last resort. See if you can find a screwdriver.
I wouldn't know where to look.
What are you doing with that sword now?
Don't worry. I'm only looking at it.
Thinking about becoming a samurai?
Couldn't I?
If you ever come at me with that thing again, I'll chop you up like hamburger.
I don't like that kind of talk, Mr. Fenton.
Oh, you don't, huh?
No, I've got a short fuse, so don't strike matches.
A short fuse, huh? From what, kid? Too much sake in your oatmeal?
I was born in Honolulu, near Pearl Harbor.
No kidding. Were you one of the pilots?
I was 4 years old. My parents lived in Hawaii all their lives. My father worked for the Navy as a civilian contractor.
Yeah? Doing what? Sabotaging the planes?
He helped build the docks at Pearl. He was foreman of a construction gang.
Almost a genuine war hero.
He was. a war hero. He was on the docks when they came that Sunday morning. He was there when the first wave of bombers flew over. Standing there, watching men that looked like him, destroying what he built with his own hands. The plane circled overhead. I stood on the hillside where we lived and looked up at the sky and saw them. And my mother held my hand and tried to make me run inside the house, but I stood and watched the airplanes. While down below at the harbor, my father tried to warn the sailors, tried to tell the men on the ships what was happening, but the bombers came anyway, and I could hear the boom, boom, boom as the bombs exploded. And I could see the smoke, and my mother was crying. My father was yelling to warn the sailors, yelling for them to fire back, and the Navy gave him a medal, posthumously. He was a hero, a great hero.
That's some story.
My mother and I were shipped to California 1 year later. We were placed in a relocation center.
Yeah, I heard about those.
Do you know what a relocation center is, Mr. Fenton? It's a fancy name for a concentration camp. That's where I grew up. In a stinking concentration camp, especially reserved for American citizens who happen to have slanted eyes and yellow skin. That's what the son of a hero got, Mr. Fenton. Sometimes I think they should have dropped more bombs.
Easy, kid.
I'm such a liar.
What? We all are sometimes. Don't be so hard on yourself.
It didn't happen that way.
Oh, come on.
He was a traitor. He signaled the planes. He showed them where to drop the bombs. Do you hear what I'm saying? My old man was a traitor.
Here, you need this.
I gotta get out.
Sure you do. The whole thing's stupid, isn't it? You come up here to make a few bucks and I ask you to have a beer because, well, if you want to know, I was kind of lonesome. You see, the wife got a little teed off at me before she left, but she'll be back. Wait and see. I guess maybe she's right. I do drink too much. You married, Arthur? No, I guess not. You know, you guys are way ahead of us as far as women are concerned. You really know how to treat them. It's an ever-loving fact. I saw it with my own eyes over there. And, Sonny, that's one part of Japan culture we could use. We give our women too much freedom, see? I mean, too much status. And what do they do with it? They kick us when we're down. That's what they do with it. Look, Arthur, you're a pretty nice Joe. I could tell that right away. That's why I asked you to stay for a couple of beers so I could admit to you, man to man, that it's been rough lately. The truth is I didn't retire. They canned me from the job. That's right, they put somebody else on the cat. Can you imagine that? Just because of a few lousy drinks? Why, Arthur, I've been driving that thing around since the war, slicing crummy lots for crummy houses out of the crummy hills. It wasn't the booze. That was just an excuse. It's the cheap labor they're getting nowadays. We let them in from everywhere. Mexico, Puerto Rico, foreigners. We make Hawaii a state, and what do we get? A lot of
what? Say it.
Oh, no offense to you, Arthur. You're different, 100% American. Born here and everything, not like your old man. I'm talking about those others who'll be trying to snatch your job, too. One fine morning, you'll show up and find some gook at work in your flowers, clipping your hedges, mowing your lawns, taking the bread right out of your mouth, and it won't matter if you're sober or not. They'll work a lot cheaper, so you've had it, buddy boy. Ooh, but I'm getting off the subject. The wife, like I say, she went to her sister's. Said we were all washed up. Can you beat that? That's gratitude for you. But never mind. She'll be back. She knows which side her bread's buttered on, and if she doesn't come back, who needs her? A man can make it alone. Arthur? Women are a dime a dozen. Anyone who's ever been to the Orient knows that. You're awful quiet, Arthur. Still holding on to that sword, huh? What's the matter, Arthur? Or do you want me to call you Ito now?
I have nothing to say.
Listen, don't take it so hard. I mean, just because your old man was a sneaky little double-dealing traitor doesn't mean you are. I mean, what the hell? You don't have to go and change your name and all and forget you know how to speak Japanese. There are plenty of sneaks and double-crossers on both sides.
Like you.
Hold it right there, buddy.
You were no better. You were a murderer. You killed a defenseless man.
Now take it easy. What happened on Okinawa? Well, you can't blame me. You know we had orders not to take any prisoners. That's right. No prisoners, they said. Seems the little monkeys were coming in with their hands behind their heads and grenades in their loincloths. And they'd pitch them at you without the slightest hesitation the first chance they got. The kamikaze philosophy. So, no prisoners. That was the order, straight from topside.
You had your philosophy, too.
You can't hold a man responsible for obeying orders, can you? You get shot in wartime for having a mind of your own. Follow orders if you want to stay alive. Oh, yeah, I know, those Nazi generals in Nuremberg. You're going to bring that up. Well, let's face it, they had a point. They were ordered to do what they did, and they had to obey.
The oldest defense in the world.
So, who's guilty of what? Think about it. Where does it begin and where does it end? In the Pacific, we were told you people were some species of ape, not even human, so we shouldn't worry about burning you out of caves. Today, all of a sudden, you're fine people, highly cultured, and it was all propaganda about your lousy transistor radios.
Is that all we represent to you?
Come on, Arthur, put down the sword and let's have another beer.
Stay where you are.
I don't like to drink alone. And to tell you the truth, I'm a little shaky today. Last night, I put away a fifth of scotch.
Can't hold your liquor, huh?
Arthur, don't you get it? The wife up and left me. I'm all alone now. And yesterday, when I called about getting my job back, the foreman hung up on me. I'm not a bad guy, Arthur. Why is all this happening to me? All right, don't answer. Kill me if that's what you're here for. Go ahead, I dare you.
What's that? Your judo pose?
I told you I'm a trained soldier. Okay, Ito, come on. I'm waiting for you.
You're ridiculous.
Oh, so that's it. You're trying to scare me. So all right, I'm scared, but not of dying, of living. I can't make it anymore, Ito. Or Arthur, or whatever your name is. There's nothing left, nothing. I got a box full of decorations for killing highly cultured people. And I've been pushed and pulled this way and that till I hate everyone in the world who's not the same as me. Look, I'll prove it. Come and get your beer, you dirty little chap.
Why, you?
Just bring it. I'm ready for you.
Ah!
Oh, you like that, huh? Judo, nothing. Stupid old American beating. Stand up and take it. Oh, you can't, huh? Well, here, I'll finish the job for you with a razor-sharp samurai sword.
You don't have the guts.
No? No?
No. Let go of it! Pick up the sword. Pick it up. Where is it? You gonna keep holding on to it? Roll over. Let's see what... Fenton? Fenton? What happened? What have you done? What have I done?
How do you know? It really is sharp.
Mr. Fenton. I'll call an ambulance.
It's too late. It went clean through me.
What do you want me to do?
Pull it out. Pull it out. Oh, that's better. I didn't want to kill anybody. I was just trying to make a point.
my God. Oh, my dear God.
Arthur?
Mrs. Pratt?
Mr. Fenton, is Arthur in there with you? Mr. Fenton?
Two men in an attic, locked in a mortal embrace. Their common bond and their common enemy, guilt. A disease all too common among men, both in and out of the Twilight Zone.
The Encounter, starring Stacy Keach and Byron Mann, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Montgomery Pittman. Heard in the cast were Linda Ryder and Alyssa Fraden. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling Estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design and custom Foley effects for The Twilight Zone by Cerny American creatives Bob Benson, Craig Lee, Michael Slaybach, and Matt Sorrow. To learn more about The Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
Sergeant,
Yes, soldier?
can I ask you something?
Go ahead, son. If it's whiskey you want, well, I don't have none. Not for days now. It's long gone.
No, that's not it, sir.
Oh, I thought maybe you wanted something for the pain. Your arm. You'd best change that bandage.
I don't have anything, Sergeant, except my uniform, and there ain't much of that left.
Here, take my kerchief.
Oh, no, I can't.
Sure you can. Come on now. Get that sling off. Make yourself a new dressing. You need it in the heat.
Thank you kindly, sir.
Go ahead and sit. If you like.
Oh, no, I don't want to do that. I gotta keep moving.
Why? There's no hurry. Not anymore.
Well, if you can walk on that crutch, I figure I can as much on these 2 feet. Besides, I got a long way to go.
How far, soldier?
Alabama. I made it to be 600 miles. My folks will be waiting. Stop now, I might not get there at all.
Now, you'll get there all right. We all will, one way or the other. Because we have to. No place else to go.
Yes, sir. Going home. That's what I wanted to ask. You know the date today?
I'm sorry, son. I lost track. I don't know, still April or thereabouts.
Hey, Willie. That you?
You know that boy?
Sure I do. Sounds like Willie from Birmingham. We was together at Appomattox.
You go on ahead. I gotta take it slow for a while.
Much obliged. See, it's night, sir, when we make camp.
Luck to you, son. God be with you.
This is the year of our Lord, 1865. And these are Confederate soldiers not long after General Robert E. Lee handed over his sword to General Grant. Lee's troops have been released from duty, and for most that means traveling on foot, carrying with them the last vestiges of dignity in defeat. They walk these roads by the thousands, by the tens of thousands, with one goal in mind: to get home. They survived a war that cost more than 1 million lives, and those left are the walking wounded, bandaged, dirty, bearded, and exhausted, moving past burned-out homes in a burned-out land that now relinquishes a burned-out cause. But in a moment, the dusty road that began at Fort Sumter, South Carolina, and ended at Appomattox, littered with the residue of broken battles and shattered dreams, will terminate in a strange province that knows neither north nor south, a place we call the Twilight Zone.
And now, back to the Twilight Zone with The Passers-By, starring Morgan Brittany, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Miss?
Yes?
I was wondering,
Come closer to the porch so I can see you.
mind if I take some of your water, miss? The canteen's run dry.
Please. The well's just there. Have all you like.
Thank you kindly. Oh, you don't know how good that tastes.
I see by your uniform. Sergeant, isn't it?
Well, I was. Don't know that it matters much now. Beautiful house you have here.
It was. We used to call it our mansion.
Beautiful tree, too. The oak here, strong. The kind that lasts.
Yes, it survived. It was here before the house was built, and now it's the only one left.
War claims a lot of victims. Different kinds. Men, animals, God's own beauty. You mind if I sit here a spell?
Not at all. It's nice to talk to someone. I feel as if I haven't had a conversation in years.
What if I strum my guitar a bit?
You have a guitar?
Carried it all through the war. Would it bother you?
Oh, it would be lovely. My husband used to play a guitar.
Did he?
Oh, he played so well.
He's where, ma'am?
He was killed at Yellow Tavern with General Stewart.
I'm sorry.
You have a wife back home?
No kin at all. It was just my father, but he died the first year of the war.
I'm sorry.
Ah, it's all right. It's been a while now.
I mean the crutch. I didn't see it. You've lost your leg.
No matter, ma'am. Didn't exactly lose it anyway. I know just where they buried it. Outside of Chickamauga.
It must be hard walking for you. Do you have a long way to go?
Why, I guess I do. I kind of lost track.
Have you been on the road long?
Reckon I have. Since the beginning of time. Leastways, that's the way it seems. I don't quite remember when I wasn't moving down a road someplace.
Like all those men passing by day and night.
Oh, I got plenty of company. But it's different now. There isn't anything in the world sadder than a defeated army crawling home.
And how different it was when they marched off. Brand new gray and gold braid and 1,000 flags. With trumpets and drums. Nothing but trumpets and drums. I thought it sounded so wonderful.
I remember.
Gonna lick the Yanks in a month. That's what they said. In a month. How wrong they were. And we stood by in our summer dresses and cheered them on and threw flowers and felt so grand. Just a few tears. Not many. Because we were so sure they'd all be coming back just as they left. And how wrong we were. Oh my.
Anything wrong?
I'm feeling a little dizzy.
Ma'am, please sit down. I don't think you're well.
It's the fever. But I'm on the mend now. It just left me weak, that's all. Just a little weak. And still they come. Morning and night, night and morning. The young ones and the old ones. And oh, how tired they look. How worn. Are there hundreds of them or thousands of them?
More than that.
And wouldn't you think there were so many, my Judd?
Ma'am?
Sergeant, do me a favor. Play your guitar real loud. I mean real loud. Drown me out. I'm so sick to death of hearing my own crying and the sound of footsteps on the road. Please play it loud so I can hear music. Please, Sergeant.
My pleasure.
Charlie? Charlie Constable, is that you? Charlie, it's Lavinia. Charlie, we thought you'd been killed. That's what everyone said. They said you'd been shot in the head at Gettysburg.
Afternoon, ma'am.
Sorry to disturb you, ma'am.
Good day to you.
It's Charlie I want to talk to. Can't you hear me? Couldn't you stop a minute, Charlie? Couldn't you stop a minute and talk? I'm so glad you're all right. I'm so glad you got back.
I'm almost there, Lavinia. Almost there. I don't think I'll need all this weight. You can store my blanket roll for me, but I gotta keep moving. I'm almost there now, you see. I'll be there by nightfall.
Oh, Charlie. Your wife will be so glad to see you. So very, very glad.
Goodbye, Lavinia.
Will you give Susan my best, Charlie? Tell her when you get settled to please come over. Would you do that for me? No, I'll expect she'll want to keep you to herself for some time. I know if it were Judd come home to me, I'd hold him close. So close, Charlie. And I'd not let him leave again.
I'm sure, Lavinia.
Charlie, wait. You might need some of your bedroll. The Yanks took most of the blankets. Susan might have use for yours. Well, I'll keep it for you then. Do you hear me? I'll keep it here for you. That was Charlie Constable.
Was it?
They said he'd been killed at Gettysburg, shot through the head, that's what they said. Oh, but thank God they made a mistake. Thank God he's all right and come home again.
What's the matter, ma'am? Why are you looking at your hands like that?
There's blood.
Where?
Why, Charlie's cap. It's tied to its bedroll and there's blood on it. There's blood on Charlie's cap.
Ma'am?
Yes?
It's Sergeant Baxter, ma'am.
Well, I know that. Who else would it be? You finished so soon?
I got a feeling for wood, carving it or chopping it. I got enough cut there so you can at least start the winter.
Well, I thank you sincerely. You don't know how much that helps me.
No, I thank you. I'm obliged for the dinner.
Such as it was.
It beats salt pork and hardtack, which is what I've been used to for as long as I can remember.
I was hoping you'd play your guitar one more time. Would you?
Made this myself.
You didn't. You know how to make musical instruments.
After a fashion, not as good as the ones I made at home. I had more time then. You have to pick the right tree, a good solid one with character. You cut a branch and strip off the bark and take the wood in layers, but carefully, just right. Then you soak it and bend it into the shape you want. Well, there's plenty to it, believe me. And then after it's dry, it has to be planed and glued and whittled till it's perfect. And then comes the tuning. You know, they say a good guitar takes on the voice of the man who made it. If he has a voice to start with. Seems some men don't. No matter what they play, it just comes out flat and dead.
I'll bet all your guitars sound beautiful, just like this one.
My old man used to say that I'd wind up nothing but a bum troubadour.
Did he?
My old man. But he was a proud one when I marched off. Proud as an old rooster, because his son was going off to war to become a man. And I come back, half a man.
That song of yours.
Black is the color?
Judd, my husband, he used to sing that. Oh, I wish you could have met him.
I wish so too.
A very gentle man. A very nice and decent man. And I can remember nights he'd sit out on this porch and play and sing. Even the crickets would keep quiet. And the bullfrogs down at the pond. It was just as if they'd stopped their noise so they could hear the music. And then the Yankees came. Like blue locusts who had to eat away the trees and the land and everything on it. I owe them for much. For our house, our lawn, our trees, for everything that was. Including my husband's life. I owe them for very much.
Ma'am? Why don't you leave here? This place is no good for you.
This place is all I have. Just an empty shell of an old house and a burned-out field. But it belongs to me, and it's all I've got.
You need something else, something different. Being here alone and sick and staring out toward that road, that ain't gonna cure anything. Fever, sadness, heartache. It won't cure nothing at all.
What do you suppose happened to him?
Your husband?
The Yankee who killed my husband. Do you suppose he's marching home now? Back to his own kin? Do you suppose he's laughing and singing and telling all his neighborhood about the rebels he killed? All the bullets and the heads he shot them through?
I don't reckon that at all. You shouldn't either, ma'am. There's been a lifetime of suffering on both sides.
I got a gun inside the house. An old shotgun. And I keep thinking about how someday, some moment, a Yankee will ride by, and I'll take out that gun, and I'll aim it at him. I'll aim it steady. But first, I'll tell him. I'll tell him that he can consider this the last shot of the Civil War. A bullet in exchange for the one my husband took.
You let that kind of poison sit on your mind, you'll die from it, I swear.
Who's coming?
Can't see yet.
It's him.
What do you mean?
The Yankee.
Well, hold on now.
It's a hot night.
Hot indeed, Lieutenant.
Couldn't see if anyone still lives here.
They do. You traveling a long way?
Oh, just up the road. But I've been on it a long time. You too, Sergeant?
Long time.
I've got a half-full canteen, but my horse is running dry.
Well, there's water in the well. I don't think they'd mind.
Much appreciated.
I know you, don't I?
That's possible.
I mean, I've seen you before. I seem to remember.
Go on. What is it you remember?
You'd best heed the sergeant's answer, because it's the last thing you'll ever hear.
No, ma'am. Put the gun down. You don't understand.
The last thing you'll hear on this earth. This I promise you.
Ma'am, don't shoot him. The lieutenant here tried to save my life.
Stand aside.
Hear me out first. I was lying on the side of the road. A mini ball had landed amongst us and took off my leg, and I laid there bleeding. And then he come by, a patrol of Yanks, and he propped me up, and he tried to stop the bleeding. I remember looking straight at him and saying, I said to him, "Danged if you ain't the most changeable breed in the world. First you do your best to kill me, then you call off the war long enough to try and save me." You remember that, Lieutenant?
I thought to myself then that if General Lee had many more of your kind, We'd take a lot of lumps before we could lick you.
Well, we sure give you some.
That you did.
Lieutenant, this is Lavinia Godwin.
You've thanked him, Sergeant. Now be so good as to step out of the way so I can thank him for a few other services.
Ma'am, the lieutenant here, he stood out on the open road and tended to me while both sides were shooting up a storm over his head. And yet he stayed there, and he tried to save my life.
I've got this shotgun leveled straight at his head, and my hand is steady. I've waited a long time. I aim to blow his head right off his shoulders.
This your pleasure, ma'am?
And duty. A little bit of both, perhaps.
Well, then you'd best get on with it.
Ma'am, I can't let you do that. I just can't.
You can't stop me with that guitar. I've got the gun.
Then I'll stop you with my hands.
You'd better stand down, Sergeant. I've got my finger on the trigger. And this is for you, Yankee.
You could thank God for the darkness. That kept you from committing murder. Hasn't there been enough of that already?
I didn't miss him. I couldn't have. I couldn't have missed him!
No, ma'am. You couldn't have. But it doesn't make any difference. Not anymore.
I remember now. I do remember. They got you that day. They got you in the back while you were kneeling over me. You took a bullet in the back and you fell right over.
Yes, I think that's how it happened.
I thought you were dead. I remember thinking you were dead. What's going on here? What's going on here?
You'll understand. It'll come to you sooner or later.
What will?
I've got to be moving up the road again. Don't want to ride, do you, Sergeant? She's not the staunchest steed on earth, but she'll carry two.
Thank you, but one's enough.
As you like.
Safe journey, Lieutenant.
And to you. I wish you the best, ma'am. I do wish you the best. And this too shall pass. This too shall pass. Wait and see.
I'm sorry I hit you, Sergeant. And your guitar, your beautiful guitar, I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have done that.
Please, forget it. It's over.
Those things he said. What do you suppose he meant?
I have an idea, but I think we'll know for sure soon enough.
Look. On the ground.
What?
It's wet. When he climbed on his horse, he was dripping blood. Sergeant! Sergeant Baxter!
Ma'am?
Would you come in the house, please?
Can I help you?
Do you hear that, Sergeant?
Hear what, ma'am?
That's just it. There's no one on the road anymore. They're all gone.
They stopped coming during the night. It's been quiet ever since. Real quiet.
Why are you carrying your bedroll? And your cap? Are you leaving?
Yes, ma'am. I'm leaving. It's time for me.
But where will you go? You told me yourself there's no one waiting for you at home.
To wherever that road leads.
I can tell you where that road leads. Past 50 miles of places like this. Past houses that were burned out and abandoned after the Bluecoats got finished with them. Burned out yards and crop fields.
Some by Union soldiers, some by us. So there'd be no use.
Past a few hundred tired, sick people like me.
No worse off than I am.
Well, that's what I'm telling you. If you're looking for a change of scenery, Sergeant, you won't find it out there. Along that road.
Mrs. Godwin, I was up most of the night. I was up and I was thinking about lots of different things, thinking it through.
What did you decide?
That lieutenant who came by, and the shotgun, and the blood on the ground. When he rode off, it seemed like a mystery.
Yes, it does.
And that young friend of yours, Constable.
Charlie Constable.
Yeah, with the bloody cap. And then before dawn, it came to me.
What did?
It's kind of hard to explain.
Please try.
It has to do with that road out there, and the men who are walking on it.
What about them?
Last night, after you'd gone to bed, I stood by the gate and I watched as they went by. There was Union soldiers, too. Yankees, many of them. Some helping our boys, some of our boys helping them. But all of them moving down the road, just as if...
Just as if what?
Just as if that road led someplace where they all had to go. You hear me? Had to. So wherever it leads, Mrs. Godwin, that's where I have to go, too.
But why?
What I discovered last night. You wouldn't believe. I don't understand all of it myself. I understand enough to know that there's a billy club tapping on my good leg, telling me to move on. So I'll take my leave now, ma'am. And I wish you well. I certainly wish you well.
Wait while I make you breakfast.
No need for that. I'm not hungry anymore.
Some tea, then. Something to drink. I'll heat water on the stove with the wood you cut.
You have some for yourself, ma'am.
I've got something stronger put away. There's a bottle. I know where it is.
Not with all the walking I have to do.
A hot bath, then, before you go. Surely you'd like to get cleaned up.
Thank you, but I'm all right.
Sergeant! Why don't you stay on? I need someone around here who can help. I'm just one sick woman alone, and I need someone to help me.
I don't think that's a good idea.
I'd give you half the place. You could take a wife if you like and live here, and half of it would be yours.
There's nothing here that could ever belong to me, ma'am. Nothing at all.
Why not? If I say it does.
And you know something else? There's nothing here for you either. Nothing but a lot of memories, and there's a prescribed period for mourning. Are you going to wear black for the rest of your days?
My memory's a lot longer than yours, Sergeant. My hatreds don't die because somebody signed a slip of paper and turned in their sword.
I don't think we need to compete when it comes to memories, Mrs. Godwin.
I don't mean that.
But as to hatreds, I'll concede that you carry yours for a lot longer than me, so you just stay on here and bide your time between some mourning and some hating. I've got to take a walk up that road. And while I'm doing it, I'm going to forget about all the yesterdays, and I'm going to start thinking about all the tomorrows instead.
What do you think is up that road, Sergeant? A future? A new South, perhaps? Another Confederacy born out of the ashes? What do you think you'll find?
I don't know. But I think every man has to find his own end of the road. It's whatever he wants for himself. And every woman, too.
What's that?
Sounds like my guitar. But it can't be. It's broken.
There's a soldier in the yard.
He doesn't mean you any harm.
It's a Confederate soldier. Why, it's Judd. My Judd, he's finally come home after all. Oh, Judd, it is you.
Lavinia? Hello, my dear.
Oh, Judd, hold me. Tell me it's really true.
And how fares my darling wife?
Oh, I've been ill, Judd, very ill.
Oh, no.
But I'll be well again. I'll be well again because you've come home. Because you're alive and by some miracle you've come home to me.
It was home, Lavinia. Look around you. It isn't any longer.
It's all the hope we've got, Judd.
How do you do, Mr. Godwin?
Sergeant?
I stopped for some water.
The old well. It's still good?
I'll be moving on now.
The sergeant. He's been telling me there's a pot of gold at the end of that road.
Has he?
And I told him, Judd, and now I have to tell you, I understand.
Understand what?
There's nothing at the end of that road except more road. And more places like this. But we can rebuild it all. We can paint it and plow up the fields. We can buy seed and we can...
Lavinia.
Judd, what is it?
Sergeant?
Yes, sir?
Do you know?
I think I do, yes.
It's easier that way.
I'm not sure, but I think I do. Goodbye, Mrs. Godwin.
Goodbye, Sergeant.
I'll no doubt be seeing you farther on.
What does he mean?
It's time now, Lavinia.
Time?
We've got to go.
Judd, there's no place to go.
This is just a stop along the route, Lavinia.
A stop? This is home.
Home is somewhere else.
And you're saying we have to leave?
Yes, Lavinia. We have to leave.
Oh, you brought your guitar. I'm glad.
This isn't mine. It's that sergeant's.
But...
See? You remember this guitar, Lavinia. It was all broken, wasn't it? And now it's all in one piece again.
Why, yes, it was. How did you know?
It was broken, but now it's been put together. And it can be played again, and music can come from it. It's sort of like a human being, Lavinia. A bullet comes along, or a cannonball, or a fever, and it breaks our bodies and throws them aside, and they're no use to us anymore. But then something else comes.
What are you saying?
With that comes a second chance.
Judd, are we?
Yes, dearest. My death came at Yellow Tavern with a bullet. Yours came here with the fever.
No. Then you mean all those men?
All those men are heading to the end of the road, to whatever it is that each of them yearns for.
Yearns?
To a place or moment that is their heart's desire, theirs and theirs alone. Are you ready?
I'm alive, Judd. I have to be. I can feel it. I'm alive. And I don't want to leave here. I'm not ready. I don't want to leave here because if I do, that means I'll have given up.
There's nothing to give up anymore, Lavinia. There's nothing at all.
Yes, there is. There's the house and the field and the crops we planted that we'll plant again. And the trees and the leaves that rustle when there's a breeze all night long. And the livestock to replace. And sometime one day, the child will have, you and me. And he'll grow strong and healthy, and he'll help you tend the fields, and then he'll move on to a life of his own. His life and his children, our grandchildren, and we'll grow old together on the piece of land that's our own. And in that way, life goes on. Oh, there's so much life still left, so much living still in me, I can't give it up. Don't you feel it? If you don't, I have enough for both of us. It's all I ever wanted, to be here with you.
I'll see you later on, then, when you've made your peace. I'll wait for you, just as you waited for me.
Oh, Judd, please don't leave me.
I'm not leaving you, my darling. I told you, I'll meet you at the end of the road, unless...
Then you'll come back? You will. You'll find out what I already know. There isn't anything at the end of the road. There isn't anything at all you can't see right here. You'll come back, Judd. I know you will.
That's as it may be, but I'll be waiting for you.
Judd, please come back. Please come back to me.
Go after him, my dear.
Who are you?
Just a fellow traveler.
You must be tired. And hot in that black suit and that tall hat.
Odd, isn't it? Passing strange how it doesn't seem to bother me now.
I have some water if you like.
That would be a most extraordinary kindness.
Over here, there's a well. The water's cool and sweet. Here, drink your fill.
The sweetest I've ever tasted.
I know you, don't I, sir?
Do you?
I'm sure I do. I've seen you, but not in these parts. In town? No, I don't think so.
Don't worry yourself. Not on my account.
But your face and that beard.
May I tell you something, my dear?
Please.
Go after him. You must.
Oh, but he'll be back. I know he will. My Judd will be back.
Wait no longer. There's no reason. He's going someplace that you'll like, I promise you. Someplace where you'll find peace.
But how do you know? How?
It's something we learn about death. Something we all come to understand. You see, my dear lady, this road, it isn't the end. It's the beginning. There's peace up there, serenity and freedom for all, from anguish. It's whatever you want most, what you have always sought but could not name.
You sound so sure.
I am. Go to him, my dear. Go to your loving husband. Go there with him. I can see him on the road, can't you? Standing in the sun with his arms outstretched, waiting to receive you.
Your face. I know that face. I've seen it in the newspapers. But you were shot, sir. I read it. You were shot by an assassin at Ford's Theater, Washington. But that's so far from here. How?
So far that I can hardly remember. It all falls away, like seeds in the earth.
And so now, Mr. President, you're one of the...
Yes, my dear. I guess you might say that I am the final casualty of the Civil War. And now I'm the last man on this road, the very last. I think it only fitting that I be the last of the passers-by.
Judd? Is that you?
Lavinia.
It is. I see you. Wait, Judd, I'm coming. I'm coming now.
Lavinia Godwin, the mistress of a burned-out home, the image of woman in the aftermath of war, all women in all wars, suffering the final wound and the deepest, and now, at last, ready to be healed. Incident on a dirt road during the month of April 1865. And as we've already pointed out, it's a road that won't be found on any map, but it's only one of many that lead into and out of the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
The Passers-By, starring Morgan Brittany with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Doug James, Jeff Lupetin, Turk Muller, Roderick Peoples, Norm Woodell, Carl Amari, Roger Wolski, Paul Patch, Don Longo, and Lynn Foley. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Oh, shh, I'm trying to sleep. I said I'm sleeping.
What? Oh, what time is it? Wilma. Ow. Wilma.
Oh, leave me alone.
What does the clock say? Huh? 9:17. It can't be. Oh, didn't you set the alarm? Wilma! I've got to be at the bank. Do you know how late I am? Oh, great. Just great. I don't even take my clothes off. No more parties. Never again.
Oh, be quiet about it.
Sure, go on. Get your beauty sleep. You feel lousy. Never mind how I feel. So I'm late for work. So what? No skin off your nose, right? Oh, yeah. I shouldn't have looked in the mirror. You know, I didn't want to go to that stupid party in the first place. It wasn't my idea. I wanted to stay home and read, but no, can't do that. Can't hurt old Petey's feelings, can we? Wouldn't be nice. So I go to work an hour late today, and you sack out till noon. That's fair, yeah, makes sense to me. Oh, my aching feet. Could have at least taken my shoes off, but that would have been too much to ask before you passed out. Oh, boy. Rearranging my stuff again, huh? Okay, I give up. Where'd you put it? Wilma! Wilma, where's my razor? Would you please tell me that much?
Oh.
Hey, wake up!
Leave me alone!
Snap out of it. I'm late, I said. Come on!
Get away from me!
Never mind the dramatics. Just tell me what you've done with my razor, and I'll clean up and get out of here. Then you can go back to sleep for as long... Don't do that! What's the matter with you?
No!
I'm not even touching you. Are you sick or something? Wilma, I asked you...
Who are you?
What kind of a question is that?
How did you get in here?
Well, as I dimly recall, I staggered in about 2 a.m. with you at my side. After that...
What are you doing in my bedroom?
Oh, you mean this isn't the YMCA? I suppose I could have slept on the couch if you wanted me to. Am I forgetting something? Did we have an argument? Because if we did, I'm afraid
Get out of this house!
Come on, honey, knock it off. I'm late enough as it is. Just tell me where you put the razor so I can shave, change my shirt.
Out! Out!
I'm in no mood for jokes.
If you don't, I'll scream again, louder.
Wilma!
How do you know my name?
It's on our marriage license, remember?
Mister, I don't know what you think you're doing, but I've never seen you before in my life.
Cameo of a man who has just lost his most valuable possession. He doesn't know it yet, but he's about to find out. In fact, he doesn't even know there's been a loss. Because, like most people, David Gurney has never given much thought to the matter of identity. But he's going to think about it from now on, because that is exactly what he's lost. And his search for it will take him through unknown territory in one of the darkest corners of the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Person or Persons Unknown, starring John Schneider with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Did you hear me? Get out!
Because you've never seen me before. Now you don't even know your own husband. Oh, you're beautiful. What a time to go psycho on me.
Now, look, whoever you are, I don't want any trouble. But if you don't get out of here, I am going to call the police.
Easy, Wilma. Take a pill or something.
Stay away from me!
Go ahead, call the police. Call the fire department. Call the paramedics. Tell them to bring an oxygen mask because there's a man here who's dying of a hangover. Oh, my head.
I'm not bluffing. If you're not off that bed and out of this room by the time I count to 5, I'll make the call. I swear. 1, 2...
Cut it out, will you? I've got a splitting headache.
3, 4, 5.
This isn't funny anymore.
Give me the police. Hello, police? I'd like to report a guy who...
Give me that. Have you gone crazy?
What are you gonna do? Kill me? I'll scream until the neighbors come.
All of a sudden, I'm a stranger? I suppose I didn't buy this king-size brass bed and the lamp and the carpet and the wallpaper to go with it. If I didn't, who did? Santa Claus?
Oh, you're insane!
Boy, this is what I call a delayed reaction. 2 martinis at midnight and she gets drunk the next morning. Go back to bed, sleep it off.
You cannot tell me what to do.
You got it. I won't waste my breath.
Now, what are you doing?
Changing my clothes. What are your panties doing in my drawer?
Your drawer?
Where did you put my socks?
If you don't keep your filthy hands out of my things...
Filthy? Yeah, well, if I had time to take a shower... What in the name of...
Those are my dresses!
So I see. What did you do with my clothes?
Oh, the Lord is my shepherd.
All right, I'll wear what I had on last night, but if anyone says something at the bank, I'll tell them whose fault it is. My darling, brain-damaged wife with her defective sense of humor.
Daily bread and forgive our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass.
I'm going to work now. When I get back, you'd better have things straight again, understand? Do I make myself clear?
The kingdom, and the power, and the glory, now
Goodbye.
and forever. God help me.
Oh, great. No gas, which means I get to work even later. Mr. Miller's gonna love that. Come on.
Here's your change. Thank you, sir.
Fill it up on number 3.
Cash or charge?
Put it on the card. Here.
You have ID?
Yes, I have ID. Every kind you want. Here, look, I'm in a hurry. Would you run the card while I pump the gas? Morning, Jim.
Morning, sir. Welcome to Federalist Savings and Loan.
Boy, treat the customer like a king. New uniform?
What's that, sir?
Looking mighty spiffy. Hat's on crooked, though.
It is?
Keep up the good work. Don't let any bank robbers in.
If you'll fill out a transaction slip.
Who do I see about a loan?
Morning, Julie. Fred.
Bring back this loan application and I'll begin the procedure.
Well, how long's it gonna take?
Oh, no, not long. We can usually give you a decision in 72 hours.
What in the...
Well, see, I sort of need the money right away.
I'll do my best, Mr. Klein.
May I help you?
George?
I am Mr. Hurtubise, Assistant Vice President.
Of course you are. Who's that?
Sir?
At the desk by the window.
Why, that's Mr. Cooper, our Vice President.
Well, would you mind telling me what Mr. Cooper is doing at my desk?
Beg pardon?
What is he, some trainee of all the...
If you'll wait your turn, sir, Mr. Cooper's busy.
Yeah, sure he is. What is this, George? April Fool's Day?
I don't see why I have to fill this out. I already gave you all the information.
I'm sorry, Mr. Klein, but without verifying your collateral, I'm afraid there's nothing we can do.
You know how long I've had an account here? And you giving me the runaround? Well, maybe I'll just take my business somewhere else. What do you think of that?
Well, thank you for stopping by, Mr. Klein. If you'd care to reconsider...
Thank you for nothing.
Nice.
I beg your pardon?
You just lost a customer. I could have processed his application in 24 hours.
And you are...
Who the devil are you?
How's that?
I said, who the devil are you, and why are you sitting at my desk?
Your desk?
Yes, my desk. I've had about enough of this today. Get out of that chair.
I'll do nothing of the kind.
Friend, you'll get out of that chair or I'll throw you out.
Yes, I need security over here.
Move.
No need to get upset, friend.
Oh, you don't think so? After the morning I've been through? Here, take this junk with you. Your pictures, your phony nameplate. I said take it!
Trouble, Mr. Cooper.
Would you show this man to the door?
Knock it off, pal. You're the one who's leaving.
Better come with me.
Back off, Jim. This joke's gone far enough.
He says it's his desk.
Come on, sir. Let's settle this outside.
There's nothing to be settled. I want my nameplate back and my pictures. What the hell did he do with them?
Now, sir. Outside, I have to insist.
Go ahead, insist. I'm not budging.
Yes, you are.
You're putting your hands on me? This is too much, Jim. I like you. You're a good security guard. But if you don't let go of my arm, you're out of a job.
Outside.
I said let go of my arm. There! Now you are fired.
Put your hands up.
Put your gun away and get back to work. What's the matter with you people? Has everyone gone crazy?
Up over your head.
I advise you to do as he says. Mr. Cooper, call the police.
I already have.
Well done.
What?
Now walk 3 paces in front of me. All the way to the door. Don't make me use this.
George, what's going on? Tell me, please.
Outside with him.
Let's go.
Sorry, everyone. Minor disturbance. Don't be alarmed.
This the man?
That's him.
Hands behind your back.
Oh, for God's sake.
Hold still, fella.
Ah, get in the car, nice and easy.
Wilma, is that you?
That the same guy?
Yes.
What's your name?
Why don't you ask her?
We did. She doesn't know.
Doesn't know? After 11 years of marriage, she doesn't know.
He's a complete stranger to me, officer. I can't tell you how frightened I was.
Let's go.
Wait, Mrs. Gurney, let me introduce myself. I'm David Gurney, your husband. Well, what's everybody staring at me for? That's who I am. Tell him, Jim. I've worked with this man for 4 years. Tell him.
Never saw him before. He just walked in and started a ruckus.
Slide in the back seat. Come on.
Wait, you don't believe I'm David Gurney? I can prove it. Look in my wallet. Go ahead. Take it out of my back pocket. Then we'll see.
No wallet?
Sure there is. Check the other pocket.
Nope. Nothing.
But I had it. Oh, hold on. The gas station. I must have left it on the counter. Everything. Driver's license, credit cards.
Watch your head.
You can't do this. Somebody tell them. My name is David Gurney. David Gurney.
On your feet.
Where's the doctor?
Right here, my boy. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Thank God. You don't know what it's like sitting here listening to those lunatics.
Well, I think I do. If you'd like to come with me?
Let's move it.
I see you people have finally come to your senses. Now you can sign the papers and I can go home.
You're not going anywhere.
Not just yet.
What is this, a jail?
No. I thought you understood that. It's not part of the penal system.
What would you call it then?
An isolation wing at the state hospital. I thought that was explained when you were brought here.
Then if it's not a jail, I'm leaving.
Very probable, eventually. But for now, there's a 72-hour hold. I thought we'd talk a bit first, Mr.
Gurney. David Andrew Gurney.
So you've said. Well, let's go down the hall, shall we? We'll be more comfortable in my office.
You heard him.
You don't have to manhandle me.
It's all right. He's not dangerous.
If you say so.
Please, follow me.
Got a regular loony bin in here.
Oh, let's say a few people who are confused. I think of it as a kind of hotel for the weary mind.
Yeah, only they can't check out.
Actually, most of them will be released. A few are violent, but you're not like those, are you?
Well, I should hope not.
Come in, Mr. I suppose I must call you Mr. X for now.
I told the officers who I am. I've told everyone.
Please have a seat.
Where's the couch?
I'm afraid you've seen too many movies. Of course, if the chair is not comfortable.
It'll do. I just want to get this over with and go home.
And where is that?
I've been through this before.
You still insist that you live in Miss Berenson's condominium and that you are her husband. Yet she's unmarried. We've checked. How do you account for that?
I don't care what she says. I know who I am.
No need to get upset.
Everybody's telling me I'm not who I think I am. But what do you expect me to do? Relax?
It must be a challenge to your belief system. But if I'm to help you, then you've got to come to terms with the facts.
And what are the facts?
Couldn't say just yet. The police are running your fingerprints, and then we'll have something to work with. But for now, this person you think you are, we know that he doesn't exist, except in your mind.
Oh, we know that, do we?
It seems that you've invented him, whether out of whole cloth or people you've known.
You're lying.
And why would I do that?
I don't know, but you are. You've got to be. A man can't live for 40 years and all of a sudden...
Is that how old you are, 40?
Yes. And then, just because he loses his driver's license...
We're checking the place where you say you left it. But it wasn't just that. Everyone at the bank agrees that...
You put a lot of stock in everyone else's opinions. How about mine?
Well, we must begin somewhere. Consensus matters, doesn't it? Surely you can see...
I see that they're all lying. That's what I see.
How can you be sure they're not telling the truth? At least as they see it.
That's what I'm doing.
So you believe they live in a different world, a world with different rules, a different history.
I don't have any idea, but I know what I know.
Ah, there's the conflict, you see. We have to resolve it somehow before you can move on. What chaos we'd have if each of us believed in a separate reality.
What about my reality? Doesn't that count for anything?
Epistemology rears its head. You're obviously an educated man. Perhaps if you'd provide a list of the schools you've attended, we can contact them. Unless you believe their files have all been corrupted somehow.
All right, let's go over it again. I live at 2457 Lime Rock Avenue, Los Angeles, California.
But we've established that Miss Berenson lives there.
Her name is not Berenson, it's Gurney, and she's married to me.
In fact, she is not married to anyone.
Oh, that's a fact, is it?
Her name is on the lease. She has ID, car registration.
Let me see it.
Well, that can be arranged. But for the time being, I'm afraid the burden of proof is on you.
Oh, that's reasonable. How can I prove anything while I'm in here? Could you prove who you are? Could anyone?
But I'm surrounded by a staff who know me. The people in those rooms down the hall, their voices in the wilderness. Eventually, they're going to have to come around, acknowledge the commonly agreed upon reality, or they'll be sent somewhere for long-term treatment. You don't want that, do you?
What choice do I have?
There's always a choice. It's up to you. There's a man here who says his name is Winston Churchill. I've shown him pictures of the real Churchill, but he's sticking to his story. So he won't be going home anytime soon. The same with his neighbor, Florence Nightingale, and her buddy, Jack the Ripper. He thought he was Jesus of Nazareth yesterday. Maybe he'll come around. I hope so, because the sanitariums are full of Jesus Christs. It's a real strain on the budget. So please, don't make it hard on yourself. The choice is yours.
Pretty cut and dried. Either I prove who I am, or I give up my identity in order to get out of here.
You don't have an identity at the moment. That's the issue in a nutshell.
Let me use the phone.
All right.
It's about time.
I'll turn on the speakerphone so we can both hear. Agreed?
Agreed.
Front desk.
This is Dr. Koslenko. Let me have an outside line, please.
Yes, doctor.
What number?
838-2171. My friend Pete. I've known him forever.
Hello?
Hello, Pete.
Yeah? Who's this?
It's Dave. Look, you don't know how glad I am to hear your voice. Listen.
Dave who?
Pete, for God's sake, Dave Gurney. Wilma and I were at your place last night. Don't kid around.
I think you have the wrong number, fella.
But we went to school together. He's my best friend.
Care to try someone else?
Let's just cut through all this. Call 272-3478. Ask for Mrs. Gurney.
Very well.
Yes? Who is it?
I'd like to speak to Mrs. Gurney, please.
This is Mrs. Gurney.
Really?
Hello, Mom.
Hello?
Oh, I'm so glad I got you.
Hello? Who is this? Who's on the line?
It's David. Mom, don't you recognize my voice? David, your son.
You see here, whoever you are, I don't have a son. And I don't like practical jokes.
Mom, stop it. Don't do this to me. Don't, please.
That's enough. Ma'am, please excuse the call. It was a mistake.
Well, you see that it doesn't happen again, or I'll report you.
I don't understand.
You're sure your name is David Andrew Gurney?
Yes.
And you have a telephone?
Of course I do.
Unlisted?
No.
Then it's likely you'd be in the telephone directory, isn't it? In fact, there's no doubt.
What do you... Yes. Where's the phone book?
Right here. You'll notice it's the current edition for your area. Go ahead, open it.
Gurney, Bertram J, 26837 Broadview, no. Elizabeth Y, 6578 Logan Street, Van Nuys.
Well?
It's not here.
I believe that's called evidence. Now, are you ready to consider an alternative?
But if I'm not David Gurney, then who am I?
That's what we're going to find out. Now the real work begins.
In other words, I'm crazy, just like the guy who thinks he's Jack the Ripper? That's what you're telling me?
Well, let's say temporarily disoriented. It's not uncommon when one is under stress. I know it must be difficult to accept, but looking at it logically, could there be any other explanation? Sometime last night, you suffered a break, became confused, entered Miss Berenson's apartment.
No, for some reason that's what you want me to believe, but it isn't true. Because in spite of everything, I know who I am. If I don't know that, I don't know anything.
Oh, I was afraid of that. You know, I've been through this a great many times. Too many. And it's what I was trained to do, and I'm very good at it. Always ends up the same way. With the patient either returning to a normal, productive life or entering into a lifetime of treatment.
Why? Because they won't break?
Hear me out. We're not playing around in here. I can give you a prescription for drugs, set up a schedule of visits, but it's maintenance, that's all. The bottom line is it's up to you. If you behave that way, you become that sort of animal.
My name is David Gurney. I live at 2457 Lime Rock Avenue.
Look out the window. You see all those people on the grounds walking back and forth? Some of them look normal enough, some of them look like zombies. But all of them are here for the long haul. It's such a waste of time, money, human lives. Don't do this. You're an intelligent, educated man. The system is what it is. You can't beat it. Take my advice. Learn to play ball right now, before it's too late. Or else...
Not this way.
What other way is there?
I have to know. Do you understand? Either I am crazy or somebody's gone to a lot of trouble to blot me out.
Use your brain. Why would anyone want to blot you out?
How should I know?
What, the CIA? This is not a spy novel.
Whoever or whatever it is, they can rig all the phone books in the world and they can pay off everybody who ever knew me, but there's one thing they can't do. They can't get inside my mind, and they can't think of everything.
What do you mean?
Something even Wilma doesn't know about. I just realized there's still one way to prove who I am.
Well, I'll be happy to take it under consideration.
Sure you will. Stand back. I'm going to make sure I get there first. Get away from the window.
No,
out of my way!
All right, everybody, line up. Rec period's over. Back inside.
We better stop him. He's getting away.
Oh, he's already outside.
Get the keys to the gate.
I don't have them.
Man, oh man, look at him run. Sure is in a hurry. I couldn't have done that.
Must not have taken his meds today.
Call the cops.
This is Braywood General. We have a patient over the wall. Put out an APB.
Hey, buddy, get out of the way.
Give me a lift.
Yeah, sure.
I have to get out of here.
Yeah? Well, call a cab.
I don't have any money. Did you help me?
Sorry, buddy.
Get out. I need it. Get out.
Hey, what are you doing?
Then slide over. I'm in a hurry.
Hey, look, man. I don't want any trouble, okay?
Just keep your mouth shut. I won't hurt you.
Hey, who's after you? The cops? Huh? What'd you do?
Nothing. That's just it. Nothing.
And what are they chasing you for?
Because I don't believe their lies.
Oh, I get it. You're on the run, right? Is that it?
Something like that.
It's okay, man. I'll play ball. Just stay calm, okay? Turn right there. There's an alley.
Oh, thanks, kid.
Look, where do you want to go?
Downtown L.A. You know how to get there from here?
Sure, but don't take the freeway. Go the back streets. I'll show you.
I hope this is the right address.
So, can I go now?
Now, go on. I can handle it from here.
Can I help you?
Oh, I sure hope so. This is the place where people pick up photos, right?
Sure is.
Good. I thought I got it right.
You have a receipt?
What?
The receipt for the photo. Did someone take your picture?
That's right.
And he told you to come here?
It was in Griffith Park with my wife. We were walking past the merry-go-round. It was last Sunday. A man came by with one of those big cameras.
Dave, that man just took our picture.
Beautiful shot, too.
What are you doing?
Here you go, folks.
I didn't say you could do that.
Oh, there's no obligation. Take this ticket to Photos R Us. Address is right on it. If you like the picture, it won't cost you an arm and a leg. 8x10s, wallet size, 3x5.
He gave you a ticket.
Yeah, but I don't have it with me.
Then I can't help you. We have hundreds of proof prints.
That's what I need. Proof. Hold on. I can almost see the number in my mind. 670. Yeah. That's it. 6708777. I remember because of the 4 sevens.
Maybe your wife's got the ticket.
No, she's forgotten about it. I was going to surprise her.
Sunday. Sunday, that would be the 14th. I'll check the files.
You found it?
This must be the one.
Hey, let me have it.
Wait, was that 4 7s at the end or 3?
There's only one way to find out. Yes!
Is that it?
Yes! Yes, that's it! Oh, you don't know how important this is to me.
You okay, mister?
Oh, I am now.
That'll be $4.75 for the enlargement if you want extra prints. Hey, mister, you have to pay first.
You.
Hello, Mr. X.
What are you doing here?
I might ask you the same question. We've been following you since the hospital. I wanted to see where you'd go.
What is this?
All right, hands behind your back.
Wait!
Have any knives or weapons in your pocket?
I said hold on!
It's all right, officers. I'll take responsibility.
The guy owes me money.
Oh?
$4.75 to be exact, plus sales tax. And do you know what for?
I'm sure you're going to tell me.
Proof that I'm not crazy.
Really? And what kind of proof might that be?
I told you they couldn't think of everything. Well, I was right.
I suppose you found a signature or some such?
That wouldn't be enough, would it? I could have signed it at any time.
Correct.
Or if it's something else, I could have printed it up or bought it like a fake driver's license.
I doubt that you've had time.
What about a photograph, Doctor? A picture of me hand in hand with the woman who says she never laid eyes on me before this morning. Is there some way to explain that?
What do you have there?
Go on, open the envelope, take it out and look at it, and then tell me what you think. Well?
And what am I supposed to see?
Me, with Wilma at Griffith Park last weekend. That should establish something.
I don't understand.
What's to understand? You need glasses?
This is a photo of you in front of a carousel, alone.
Let me see that. No, it was different a minute ago. A picture of two people, two. You saw her. Tell him I showed you the picture.
You didn't show me nothing, mister. Just looked at it yourself, then you tried to run off without paying.
But I tell you, she was there. We were there, together.
Come along now. We'll go back and talk this over.
No, we were there together. 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 We were...
Dave?
Together, I tell you.
Dave, honey, wake up.
What? Oh, where am I?
In bed, you were dreaming.
Oh, Wilma, it seems so real.
That's why they call them nightmares. You want me to get you something?
No, that's all right. What time is it?
4 in the morning. Go back to sleep. You have to be at work in a few hours.
Whew, I must have had the nightmare, the granddaddy of them all.
That'll teach you to mix scotch and martinis.
Well, no, that'll teach me.
Sorry I didn't put you in your pajamas, but I was a little out of it myself. Forgive me?
Oh, sure I do. Don't blame yourself.
You're in a rare mood.
You don't know how happy I am just to be here.
I love you, too. Oh, you better check the alarm. I'm not sure if I set it.
I can't see.
Now turn on the lamp.
Oh, it was the worst dream I've ever had. I couldn't prove who I was, and you weren't yourself either. You were someone else, or you thought that I was. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't convince you. It was so...
Well, you're okay now, aren't you? Set the alarm and turn the light off. It's hurting my eyes. Dave? Dave, honey, is something the matter? Why are you looking at me like that?
Who are you?
What do you mean? It's me. Who did you think I was? Dave? Dave, darling,
You get out of this bed. Go on. Get away from me. Whoever you are, I swear, I've never seen you before in my life.
Dave? Dave, don't act like this. You're scaring me. You're so pale. Are you sick? Dave? Dave? Dave!
A case of mistaken identity or a nightmare turned inside out? A simple loss of memory or the end of the world for someone named David Andrew Gurney? At least he thinks that's his name. He doesn't know much of anything anymore, and he may never find what he's seeking because the truth is he's lost his way. But you can be sure he'll continue looking for it night after night in the Twilight Zone.
We'll return to the Twilight Zone in just a moment.
You are about to enter another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land of imagination. Next stop, the Twilight Zone. Hi, this is Stacy Keach. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our Twilight Zone website at twilightzoneradio.com. At twilightzoneradio.com, you'll find the latest information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas, including behind-the-scenes photographs, plus the newest product releases, trivia contests, ways to contact us, other Twilight Zone-related info and merchandise, plus links to other fascinating websites. So make your next stop twilightzoneradio.com.
Visit twilightzoneradio.com to purchase these Twilight Zone radio dramas on cassette and CD, or call toll-free 1-866-989-ZONE. That's 1-866-989-9663.
Person or Persons Unknown, starring John Schneider, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Charles Beaumont. Heard in the cast were Meg Falcon, Tom McElroy, Roger Mueller, Richard Hensel, Roderick Peoples, Kurt Nabig, Carl Amari, Fernette Lebo, Doug James, Ann Whitney, and Jen Patterson. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling Estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design and custom Foley effects for The Twilight Zone by Cerny American Creatives Bob Benson, Craig Lee, Michael Slaybach, and Matt Sorrow. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking. The Mind and the Matter, starring Hal Sparks, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Rich Komanek, Lisa Joyce, Jeff Lupetin, Doug James, Vince Amari, Meg Falcon, Roderick Peoples, C.J. Amari, Roger Wolski, Karen Olson, Carl Amari, and Lynn Foley. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Jason Mallow for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You're traveling through another dimension, a dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
My name is Archibald Beechcraft, and to coin a phrase, welcome to my world. And a wonderful world it is. You might even call it paradise. To tell you the truth, I don't remember exactly how I got here, but I assure you I have no intentions of leaving. No intentions whatsoever. Why should I? Everything I need is here. The sand, the sea, the sky, as blue as a robin's egg, gently swaying palms, and absolutely nothing on the horizon. Nothing. And no one. Do you understand? Not a soul in sight as far as the eye can see. Only the occasional bottle that washes up on the beach. Like this one. They're all the same, with a note inside, some poor soul scribbling a message for help. Whoever reads this, I am stranded on a desert island. Please send a rescue ship at once. Stranded? A rescue ship? The fool! Doesn't he know he's finally found peace? He's escaped from the crowds, the rat race, from civilization. Obviously an imbecile. Who would want to go back to that world? Cars, subways, buses, and people. Everywhere you look, yammering away, pushing and shoving till you can't breathe, can't think. No thanks. I've had my fill of people. If you don't mind, I'll live out my days like this. Alone. Quite blissfully alone. Except, of course, for Chi-Chi, the perfect companion. Never a word of disagreement. In fact, never a word of any kind, because, you see, he's a chimpanzee. And a very intelligent one. If I'm hungry, he brings me a banana. When I'm thirsty, he climbs a tree and picks a ripe coconut. Have you ever tasted fresh coconut milk? Oh, you must. It's really quite refreshing. Hold on, Chi-Chi. What's this? A footprint? Well, that means we're not alone after all. But how can that be? This is my world. Wait a minute. Whoever made this footprint, do you suppose his name might be Friday? If so, he'll speak an entirely different language. No communication whatsoever, and plenty of room for both of us. He'll have his half of the island, and I'll have mine. Unless, of course, Friday's a female. You think it's possible? Why, I don't see why not. A lovely native girl in a sarong with big brown eyes like a Walter Keane painting, and a tray of finger sandwiches, poi, that sort of thing. Maybe some Mai Tais. Who can't speak, of course. No, why should she? She'll live in her grass hut and I'll live in mine, and we'll visit from time to time. An ideal arrangement. I'll give her a lei, a flower lei, whenever the spirit moves me. And when the spirit doesn't move me... Now where's that coming from? There aren't any telephones on my island. It can't be a telephone booth on the beach. Most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. Yes? Yes, who is it? Who in the... Hello, who's there? Hello? Who? Hello? Tropical Paradise, Beechcraft speaking. Hello? Hello? Oh, the alarm clock. I must have been dreaming again. What time is it? 6:30 already? This is my world, all right. And welcome to it.
A brief, if somewhat jarring, introduction to Mr. Archibald Beechcraft, a child of his time, a product of the population explosion, and an unwilling inheritor of the legacy of progress. He has just begun his daily battle for survival in a world that cares not one whit for his happiness or sanity. But very soon, our hero will begin a one-man rebellion against this impersonal age, and to do so, he will enlist the help of certain unusual aids, of the sort found only in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, The Mind and the Matter, starring Hal Sparks, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Morning, Beechcraft.
I don't see what's so good about it.
How's that?
If you'll excuse me, I'm late.
You're always late. Take it easy. You'll get there.
I'm sure I will. And what an unmitigated joy that will be.
91, 92, 93.
Stand aside.
I don't have to. My mom said I could play.
And I said move it.
94, 95, 96, 97.
Why do you have to do that here, inside the building?
Oh, you made me lose count. Now I have to start all over again. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Get out of my way, you little wretch.
Ma, that man called me a wretch.
Hey, watch it, buddy.
Sorry.
Look where you're going.
Beg your pardon.
Hey, careful with the briefcase, huh?
I'm late, you see.
Hey, he almost knocked me down.
If I miss my train...
Red light, mister, red light.
But I can't wait for the light to change. If I do miss my train, then they'll dock my pay, meager though it may be. And if they do that, well, there's no limit to what they can do. I'm not about to jeopardize my position just because of all the rude, inconsiderate people who are ruining this city. Positively ruining it. That's my train!
Slow down, one at a time.
But you see, officer, I absolutely must catch the 732 uptown.
Keep your shirt on, pal.
Let me through, please.
Watch who you're pushing.
You don't understand. This is my...
Hands off, buddy. One person per token.
I don't have a token.
Well, then you better get one at the window.
But I overslept. I'm late.
One at a time, folks. Let's keep moving.
Let me on, please.
Hey, you stepped on my foot.
Move to the back, please.
This elevator's full.
But I absolutely must get to the 15th floor.
Why don't you wait for the next one?
I can't wait. I'm late as it is.
I said this one's full.
Surely there's room for one more.
Sorry, Beechcraft.
If I could just squeeze in.
Will you watch the elbow?
I do apologize.
Going up.
There's Mr. Beechcraft.
Finally decided to make it,
Better late than never.
Morning, Laura.
What happened to you?
What didn't? If you'd been through what I've been through.
Did you punch in?
Yes.
Mr. Rogers got here 15 minutes ago.
I'm sure he did.
I told him you went to get coffee.
Coffee. That's what I need.
Not now.
And my blood pressure pills.
Wait till the break. Look like you're busy.
You mean pretend? I don't have to pretend. Of course, in a reasonable world where a person could work at his own pace with no pressure, no interruptions.
Mr. Rogers will be back any minute.
I'll bet he will. All right, where did I leave off yesterday? The Campbell file, as I recall.
I'm finishing it for you.
What? You shouldn't have done that. I'm quite capable.
I know you are. I was only trying to help.
Thank you, Laura, but if I could be allowed to concentrate without so many distractions, there'd be no problem.
Here's your coffee, Miss Petty.
Oh, thank you, Henry. You can call me Laura, you know.
All right, Laura. I didn't know how you wanted it, so I got cream and sugar. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Kindly give it back.
Hmm?
The Campbell file.
I'm just about to close it out.
Where do you want me to set it?
What?
The coffee.
Just a minute.
If you please, Laura.
Here you go.
Oh, no. Why, you clumsy clod!
Gosh, Mr. Beechcraft, I sure am sorry.
You spilled it all over my jacket.
I guess I didn't see you.
That's precisely your problem.
Try cold water before the stain sets.
I'll get another cup.
That's all right, Henry. No harm done.
I ought to send you the cleaning bill.
Is that Beechcraft?
Yes, sir.
Looks like he's headed for the washroom. Something the matter?
Well, Mr. Rogers, you see,
He's a little out of sorts this morning.
Is he now? Feeling ill, Beechcraft?
No, sir. Nothing like that.
If you'll forgive an observation, you're not looking too well.
I'm all right, Mr. Rogers.
You look tired. You know, Beechcraft, keeping yourself fit is not only a personal responsibility. In a larger sense, it's part of your obligation to the firm that employs you. Healthy body, healthy mind, and so forth.
I'm not unaware of that.
Then why don't you pull yourself together, man? Get enough sleep at night.
I try to, sir.
Eat regular meals. Lots of fresh vegetables, greens. Oh, you can't beat those greens for vitamins. I'm a sprouts and spinach man myself.
Are you?
I'd have them for breakfast if I could. Believe me, Beechcraft, the secret is definitely in the greens. It's the color of power.
I see.
Not drinking, are you, Beechcraft? Touch of the old sauce?
I don't drink, Mr. Rogers.
Well, if you don't drink and you don't stay out late at night, you must not be watching your diet. From now on, see that you do.
If you'd really like to know, Mr. Rogers, if you'd really like to know precisely why I'm so dead tired, Try coming to work on the 732 subway train every morning, then jamming into an elevator with a herd of cattle, then trying to work in that den of cacophony you call an office.
Take hold of yourself, Beechcraft.
Then standing in line in that so-called cafeteria during that so-called lunch hour, which is never more than 42 minutes. Oh, that's really good for the digestion. Then getting trampled to death in the subway again at 5:38 every night. Then standing in line with more people at a Greasy Spoon restaurant, followed by another line at a movie or a concert or anywhere else I care to go. But always standing in line, always getting shoved, always getting jostled, always getting pushed around by more people.
For goodness sakes, man, take hold.
I'll take hold, Mr. Rogers. I'll take hold when I can achieve that milestone, that millennium, that absolute perfection that only comes with solitude. Understand? Solitude. That means no people. You read me, Mr. Rogers? They're the ultimate insult, and my problem is simply that I can't get away from them. At no time, except during the wondrous 7.5 hours I spend in my bed every night. And even then, I hear them outside.
Hear what?
People. Raucous, shrieking, shouting people. Herds, droves, legions, hosts, armies, bevies, flocks and coveys of people.
I don't like that look in your eye, Beechcraft. I don't like it one bit.
If I had my way, here's how I'd fix the universe. I'd eliminate them all. I mean, cross them off. Get rid of them. Send them packing. Destroy them. And then there'd be only one man left. Me. Archibald Beechcraft, Esquire. Let me out of here.
You're quite mad. Do you know that, Beechcraft? You're either off or en route away from your rocker.
Well, if I am, I very much prefer my madness to the so-called sanity around me. People, as far as I'm concerned, you can have them. If I had my way, I'd make them all disappear. Every last one.
Well. Old Beechcraft's finally showing some gumption. Just the same, I'd best keep a close eye on him. A very close eye indeed.
I'll have a baked fish.
Yes, ma'am.
Salisbury steak for me.
Coming right up.
Oh, and an extra roll.
Vegetables with that?
Broccoli.
Sure thing.
No mashed potatoes, no French fries. No, I'll have the succotash today.
Club sandwich here.
Dessert?
How's the tapioca pudding?
Lumpy.
I need another fork. This one's dirty.
You got it.
One club sandwich, coleslaw, no fries, coffee black.
Here you go.
That's it, sir.
That's right, the usual.
So I see. Cash or charge?
Cash. Take my wallet out of my pocket. There's hardly room to turn around. Here.
Don't you have anything smaller?
No, I'm afraid not.
Your change.
Hurry up, will you, buddy? We don't have all day.
I'm doing my best. If you'd allow me to put my wallet away.
Next, one double macaroni and cheese, salad with ranch.
Excuse me.
The seat's saved.
Well, how about the one next to it?
Now, he'll be right back.
Of course. Of course he will.
Hey, Mr. Beechcraft, over here.
Thank God. I'm obliged, Henry.
Think nothing of it, Mr. Beechcraft. Squeeze right in.
That was my plan.
Been saving it for you. I was sort of, well, I wanted to make up for this morning.
This morning?
When I spilled coffee on your coat. I'm really sorry about that. Say, Mr. Beechcraft? I have a friend.
You don't say.
Works in the used bookstore around the corner. I went there before lunch.
Whatever for?
Oh, I like to read. All kinds of stuff.
Do tell.
Horror mostly. That's my favorite.
Why am I not surprised?
Some of those paperbacks are pretty cool, you know? There was one about these giant worms that live in the sub-basement of an office building. And if you took the elevator down there late at night, these big white old worm things will be waiting for you. And they must have been really hungry, because...
Please, Henry. I'm eating.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, I went over there today, and I saw this. So I sort of got it for you.
What is it? Story of a serial killer who wants to depopulate the earth?
Nothing like that. Take a look. I thought you might like it.
The mind and the matter. How you can achieve the ultimate power of concentration. Think this is something I need, Henry?
It's really rare. There are only a few printed.
Little on the occult side, isn't it?
Maybe so. But seeing as how you always have so much work to do, my friend is kind of a student of the mind. He swears by this, says it's the last copy. The publisher was supposed to destroy all of them.
For what reason?
Too powerful. Tells you how to make people do things.
Things?
Would you believe it, Mr. Beechcraft? I've seen him. I've seen my friend cause a woman to do something fantastic.
How's that?
It's true. He was in a department store, and he saw this woman at the sale table, and he concentrated real hard on one particular thing, and Mr. Beechcraft, as sure as I'm sitting here in the cafeteria of the United Tool and Die Company, that woman, you won't believe this.
What?
Well, that woman picked up a chartreuse and orange scarf, paid for it and everything. She never would have bought it in a million years. Who would? But he made her do it, just like that. It's the truth, I swear. Oh!
Will you please try to be more careful?
Oops, there goes the coffee again. Sorry, Mr. Beechcraft.
Thank you so much for the book, Henry. Now, if you don't mind, I think I'll be leaving. I've had more than my fill.
Mr. Beechcraft, Chapter 3. Read that one first. Remember, Chapter 3.
Right, Henry. Chapter 3. Initial phenomenon of intense concentration. Focus on a single desired outcome, then close your eyes, mental picture, repeat 3 times.
Ready to go back?
Not yet. I have to fix my makeup.
Okay.
Wait, I think I'll have a soda first. Want one?
Nah.
Let me see. Orange, root beer, grape.
Might as well give it a try. Concentrate. Tropical punch. Pick tropical punch.
I just can't make up my mind.
It's delicious. Try it. You'll like it.
Why'd you pick that one?
I don't know. I really don't. I was going to choose lemon lime, but for some reason my finger pressed tropical punch.
How's it taste?
Might as well find out.
Yes! You'll see. It's absolutely delicious. Puts one in the mind of a Mai Tai. I think I'd better read the entire book. Chapter 4, to achieve your heart's desire. Heart's desire, eh? Very interesting. Very interesting indeed. The most important element is concentration. Blot out the quotidian irrelevancies that pollute your day. Quotidian? Nice vocabulary.
Mr. Beechcraft?
The science of the mind requires absolute adherence to the following rules.
Mr. Beechcraft?
What is it, Laura?
Did you turn in the Campbell file?
Campbell?
John R. From this morning. I don't see it.
I'll get to it. Now then. The following rules of mental control over the omnipresent phenomenology of the modern environment.
I really need the file before Mr. Rogers comes by again.
Silence! Can't you see I'm reading?
Sorry I disturbed you.
Oh, Laura, how was your beverage, by the way?
Beverage?
In the hall, the can of soda. Tropical punch, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah. Not bad, actually. Reminded me of a pina colada.
Did it now? Delicious, I bet. I'll just get back to my book. A very important book. Very, very important. Distractions which divert 98% of our brain capacity from the more highly evolved regions of the cerebral cortex.
Everybody going to the ground floor?
Yeah.
The source of the power is located in the pineal gland, or vestigial third eye.
You, sir?
Where the power of the all-encompassing life force.
Sir, you going to the first floor too?
He's talking to you, buddy. What's the matter, you deaf?
What? Of course I'm going to the first floor. Where else would I be going?
Watch your fingers. Going down.
The more complete the mental picture, the more complete the result. Focus your mind and concentrate to the exclusion of all else. From the lower to the higher chakras, until you feel the power surging.
You getting on the train or what?
Oh, yes.
Then move along. All aboard?
Please step back. The doors are
Mental imaging of the desired result to the exclusion of all else. Now where was I? Chapter 9. The energy generated by pure mind has an electrical coefficient of... Yes, The numbers are absolutely correct, unequivocally. That being the case, it stands to reason that the conclusions are correct as well. Why, the mind must be the most underrated power in the entire universe. Given the proper concentration, well, there's really no limit to what a man could do. No limit at all. Look at them down there. People. So many. I wonder, if I concentrated hard enough, could I actually get rid of... But why not? Why not? Concentration, that's all it takes. I have the power here, inside my head. Sheer concentration. Concentrate on getting rid of all those people. I wonder if I could do it in one fell swoop. Or knock them off one by one. Just think of it. Nobody in the elevator, in the office, the cafeteria, or on the street. None! Not in the hall or on the stairs. Nobody except...
Mr. Beechcraft. Mr. Beechcraft.
Who is it?
You know perfectly well who it is. It's Mrs. Weller. The rent is due, Mr. Beechcraft. Do you hear me? The rent. I'm not going away till you pay, Mr. Beechcraft. Mr. Beechcraft.
Close your eyes and repeat the following words 3 times. Go away. Disappear. Be extinct.
The rent, Mr. Beechcraft.
Go away. Disappear. Be extinct.
The rent.
Go away. Disappear. Be extinct.
Mr. Beechcraft.
Mrs. Weller? Mrs. Weller? Mrs. Weller? Aha! You're gone! Concentration, that's the key. And I have it. Today the landlady, tomorrow the world!
Good morning, Beechcraft.
Is it?
I only meant...
I know perfectly well what you meant. Why don't you just keep to yourself and mind your own beeswax?
Well, I don't know why I bother, Beechcraft. I was only trying to be a good neighbor. I've tried to be a good neighbor for years, and what good does it do me? Why don't
Go
you keep
away,
to yourself from now
disappear,
on? I'll stay in my
be
apartment,
extinct.
and you stay in yours.
Go
and
away,
never the twain
disappear,
shall meet, okay?
be
That
extinct.
Suit you because it suits...
Aha! I wasn't dreaming. It works.
113, 114, 115, 116.
Out of the way, son.
Make me. 117.
Very well.
118,
Go away, disappear, be extinct. Go away, disappear, be extinct.
Hey, give me back my ball.
I don't have your ball, young man.
Then where did it go? Ma!
Silence!
Ma, the
I'm afraid you
took
leave
my
me no
ball.
choice. Go away, disappear,
Ma!
be
He won't give it
extinct.
back. He won't.
And another one bites the dust.
Hey, watch it.
Out of the way, jerk.
I was here first.
Let me through, please. I need to catch the 732.
Officer, that man cut in front of me.
Hey, you! I said you!
Surely you're not addressing me.
Put a token in like everybody else.
I don't have a token.
So get one.
I don't have time to buy tokens. If I miss my train...
Step out of the line.
What for?
I'm writing you up. You're gonna get a big fat fine for cheating the city out of...
But it's only a token. I'll mail it to you. I'll deposit 2 tokens tomorrow morning, but I simply do not have the time.
Yeah, I heard it all before.
This one may take some doing.
What'd you say?
Nothing, officer. Concentrate. Go away, disappear, be extinct.
Are you cursing me out?
Go away, disappear, be extinct.
All right, that's it. I'm taking you in for insulting a transit officer. I got a nice pair of bracelets that'll fit you just fine.
Go away, disappear, be extinct. You were saying, officer? You were saying? All right, 732, let's get ready to rumble. Beechcraft is coming through. What? No line for the elevator this morning? No pushing? No shoving? My, that is unusual. Anyone else? No? All right then. Going up? Morning, everyone. Laura? You're not here, are you? Slept in, I presume? Like a great many people. Fine with me. I'll just sit down here and get to work without being rushed. Now, where was I? Oh, yes. Jones Stephen. A rather large export to the UK. I'll just see if everything's in order. At my own pace for once. Yes. Better finish this one before Mr. Rogers gets here. If he ever shows up. Now, let me see. Oh, well and good. A major improvement. Only, when I finish this and the other files, what else is there to do? With no one breathing down my neck, how should one occupy his time? Isn't it time for lunch yet? I think I'll just have the salad today. Some soup to start off and crackers. No hurry, mind you. Plenty of time to digest my meal. Where to sit? Why, any table at all? The morning paper. What's new in the world today? White House. Middle East. Federal Reserve Bank. Oh, it's no use. I hate eating alone. And worse than that, I'm bored. If only I had someone to talk to. One person, that's all. Someone quiet, well-mannered, intelligent, someone like me, in other words. That's it. Concentrate, Beechcraft, concentrate. You called? It worked. Of course it worked. Don't you have any confidence in yourself? Pleased to meet you. The name's Beechcraft. I know. And your name is? Archibald. Call me Archie. You too. Call me Archie as well, if you like. I like it just fine. How's tricks, Arch, old man? Bit on the slow side this morning. Look here, Arch. This isn't working. Wouldn't you agree? Why not? Let's be frank. Too much of a good thing. Well, I wouldn't say so. But you're thinking it. Let's just say I'm temporarily accessible to suggestions about how to occupy my time. Face it, you're bored to tears. Solitude is one thing, but loneliness is quite another. Loneliness. I despise people, loathe them. And I, Archibald Beechcraft, have done away with them. For good and all, mind you, for good and all. I'm leaving. You haven't finished your lunch. I don't have much of an appetite. Thought about any alternatives? Alternatives to what? To this. It's like an empty movie set in here. I don't even want to think about what it's like outside. Look at yourself. You don't have idea one about how to fill the day. People are bad enough, but inactivity's even worse. You're talking nonsense. I'm content. I'm honestly and truly content. For the first time in my life, I have managed to rid myself of the worst scourge there is. The general populace. So what are you going to do? Splurge and buy a can of tropical fruit punch from the soft drink machine? Will that do it for you? If the truth be known, I would appreciate a little diversion of some kind. Any kind. You mean like a change in the weather? That's it. Perhaps a little unseasonal rain. Or a lot of rain. Let's make it a tropical storm with thunder and lightning. The works. That should shake things up. All I have to do is concentrate. Not that exciting, is it? Maybe we need to add something spectacular. Like an earthquake. You sure you want to do that? Why not? Here goes. You mean there it goes? I can imagine what the office looks like right now. My desk! All your files on the floor. Gonna take some sorting. Enough! No earthquake and no storm either. Forget it! So now what, Arch, old man? I've had it for the day. I'm gonna take the rest of the afternoon off. And do what? Stroll down the street? Take a ride on the subway all by your lonesome? Boy, I'll bet the old apartment building's quiet as a tomb. It's starting to get to you, isn't it? The thing of it is, I don't care much for people, but it's difficult not having anyone. Present company excluded. I guess it's a trade-off. That's the crux of the problem. Frankly, there isn't a breed of human being that I can stomach. Ever think of a Cocker Spaniel? I never cared much for animals either. Most of all, though, I can't stand people. thanks. Well, except for you, naturally. But that's because you're a higher class of individual. Wait a minute. That's it! That's what? Why didn't I think of it before? People I can stand. That's what I'll do. I'll create people who are just like me. A world full of Archie Beechcrafts. Now that's a thought. You bet your sweet life it is. I'll will it. I'll concentrate, and from now on, everyone will be exactly like me. It's so simple. And when will this new era be ushered in? Tomorrow morning. I'll re-people the earth. Nothing but my kind of folks. In fact, why wait? How about right now? 15th floor, everybody off. Look at them, like sardines. Rude, thoughtless people. Worthless, every last one. Nobody has any manners nowadays. Late. Thanks to them. Listen to them. They sound just like me. You're not kidding. Take a gander at their faces. They look like us, too. A rather handsome lot, you must admit. Where are they headed? Back to work, I presume, those who chose not to dine in the cafeteria. A sight for sore eyes, eh, Archie? It certainly is. Now that I've decided to replenish the population in a kinder, gentler mold. This, I gotta see. United Tool and Die, one moment, please. Rude son of a noise, the miserable noise. I'll go out of my ever-loving mind. Keep it down, I'm trying to work. Can't hear myself think. People, is there no respite? Herds, droves, legions, armies, hosts, bevies, coveys of people. Deliver me, please, deliver me. Hear that, Arch? I've heard more than enough. You asked for it, you got it. A sty. That's what it is. Nothing but a pigsty. A people sty. Had it? Undeniably. Finally getting through to you, huh? Without a doubt. A lot of me is just as bad as a lot of them. You said it. So, what's to do now? Nothing else to do but put it back the way it was. Just like that? Just like that. Mind over matter. Concentrate. Go away, disappear, be extinct. Go away, disappear, be extinct. Go away, disappear, be extinct.
Hello, Mr. Beechcraft.
Why, hello, Laura. How nice to see you.
What?
Oh, nothing. It's just good to have you back.
I haven't been anywhere.
No, of course not.
Hi, Mr. Beechcraft. I got your coffee. Miss Petty, Laura.
You didn't have to do that, Henry. Careful now.
Oh, Mr. Beechcraft, sir. Please forgive me.
You should be more. Forget it, Henry. Nothing serious.
It isn't?
Not at all. Just another little spill on the old sleeve. I'll take care of it with my handkerchief.
Gee, thanks, Mr. Beechcraft, for being so nice about it.
Tut-tut, my lad, tut-tut. Something else, Henry?
I was just wondering, sir.
Yes?
That book I gave you? Did you get anything out of it?
Not really. Why don't you take it back?
You sure?
Frankly, it's a lot of pap. Interesting, but totally unbelievable. And now, if you'll excuse me, I think I'll get back to work.
Mr. Archibald Beechcraft, a child of his time, a product of the population explosion, and an unwilling inheritor of the legacy of progress. A man who has just found out through trial and error that with all its faults, this may well be the best of all possible worlds, people notwithstanding. Tonight's case in point, in the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
Hello, I'm Stacy Keach. I hope you're enjoying this edition of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. To learn more about this series, be sure to log on to our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. You'll find special discounts on our Twilight Zone audio collections, listings of our radio stations, links to other websites, and a photo gallery of our recording studio and some of our stars in action. Plus ways to contact us with questions or comments about the show. And for a limited time, when you log on to twilightzoneradio.com, you can send in for a free CD of the show. So be sure to visit us at twilightzoneradio.com. You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
.019er, steady and holding.
Fuel consumption, normal.
On course, X6. Hold coordinates.
Oxygen supply? Check.
How does she look?
Beautiful, General. Just beautiful.
Flight path?
Right on the button, sir.
No corrections?
Hardly any. Couple of degrees starboard pitch right after takeoff.
And the crew?
A-okay, sir. A little cramped on the ship, but that's about it.
Good. The White House will be pleased.
About a test flight?
The president's a big fan of the X6. He pushed it through Congress.
Hey, then maybe I'll have a job next year.
You will, Billings. You will. Count on it. This is the first step. She makes it back in one piece, and it's all systems go.
General, I've got the telemetry report.
Send it over to data control.
Right away, sir.
You boys have done well.
So far, so good.
Bring her in smooth, and you can take tomorrow off.
Oh, you got it, General. Couple more hours, and she's headed back home.
Patch me through to the ship, will you? I'd like to thank the crew personally.
No problem. Set frequency.
Roger that.
X6, calling the X6. Do you read?
Try again.
X6, do you read? This is flight control. X6, calling the X6.
Must be some electrostatic interference.
Keep trying.
Yes, sir.
I want to thank those boys for a job well done and tell them we'll be waiting with bells on. Maybe not a ticker tape parade this time, but that'll come.
Sir?
Yes?
They seem to be...
Seem to be what?
What's the problem?
Well, I don't know.
Out with it, man. Something wrong?
It's just that I can't find them on the radar screen.
Let me see.
What does that mean?
It means... Well, sir, it means they seem to have disappeared.
What?
Could be a tower malfunction.
I'll switch to backup.
Nope. Main system's working.
Clear skies, no commercial flights in our airspace. There's nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Give me missile tracking. This is General Carstairs at Flight Control. Yes. Do your instruments show a crash? Not just in the desert, anywhere in North America. Are you sure? Then do this. If you register an impact, call me on the secure line. No, I don't expect one, just a routine check. Yes, I'm positive. We have nothing here. Not a thing.
What's going on? It's not on the screen. It has to be somewhere.
Still sweeping, sir.
Where did it go?
Sir?
If you had the X6 on the screen and you spoke to the men on board...
Less than 5 minutes ago.
Then where are they? A spacecraft doesn't just disappear, vanish into thin air, does it? Well, does it?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Then in heaven's name, where is it?
As you may have gathered, the name of the ship in question is the X6. Her type, a new experimental craft on a high-altitude test above the Earth's atmosphere. Purpose? To gather data for the construction of the world's first space station. Recent history? Unknown, at least to those who weren't on board. But in short order, we're going to meet the crew and hear the story from their point of view, and a very unusual story it is, of a flight that departed from its course long enough to pass through the Twilight Zone.
And now, the Twilight Zone and our story, And When the Sky Was Opened, starring Barry Bostwick with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Well, Doc?
Just a minute, Colonel.
What's the verdict?
Pulse is fine. On the slow side, in fact.
Correct me if I'm wrong. We went through this yesterday, didn't we?
You know the Air Force. Check and double check. They've got a big investment in the X6.
So there's a little glitch. Probably an O-ring.
A little glitch? The hydraulics froze and the soft landing chute didn't deploy. You are lucky to be alive.
That's what all the flight training was for.
Relax your arm.
Doctor.
Hold still, please.
I want to ask you something.
Don't move your arm. 115 over 80. Not bad.
Told you, Doc. I could have phoned it in.
All right. That's all for now. Get yourself some breakfast downstairs. Hey, go easy on the cholesterol, okay?
How's the Colonel?
Who?
Jack Harrington.
You're the only Colonel I've seen this morning.
I get it. You call me in, but he gets to stay home and sleep it off. Pretty nice duty.
Harrington. Where have I heard that name?
You have a heck of a sense of humor.
Did you have a question?
It can wait. I want to, check with someone first.
Well, look, try not to worry about anything. You may be a little disoriented for a day or two. Need any, medication while you're here? Sleeping pill? Muscle relaxant?
Me? Never felt better in my life.
If you experience any headaches, neck pains, that sort of thing, give me a call.
Now forget about me. Gart's the one with the busted leg. He's still on the 3rd floor.
Yeah, he'll be in a cast for a while. He's healing fine, though.
3rd floor. Room 14, wasn't it?
Well, you should know. Gonna stop by?
I was thinking about it.
Go ahead. Give him a hard time, just not too hard. Tell him I'll be by on my rounds. Oh, and congratulations, Colonel Forbes, to both of you.
What?
Haven't you seen the paper? You're heroes.
We flew the course, nothing special.
Well, the force is proud of you just the same. The nation is.
Just doing our job.
Here, take this with you if you like.
I've already seen it.
Then give one to Major Gart. They've got copies all over the base, but they're going fast. Colonel, come here. Can I ask you something? If it's not classified?
Yes?
What happened up there?
How do you mean?
When they lost you on radar.
If I could tell you, Doc, I would. You and the General and everyone else. All I know is we must have lost pressure because we blacked out.
For quite a few hours.
The next thing I knew, we were down and the chopper was airlifting us out of there. That's it. End of story.
But you made it. That's what counts.
Yes. Yes. I guess it is.
I want her completely broken down, piece by piece. Whatever it was, we've got to find it.
Doing the best we can, sir.
How's the investigation coming?
Well, so far everything checks out.
Meaning?
The only damage evident is from the touchdown. She came in on her belly at something close to 300 miles an hour. Must have buckled part of the landing gear. Wasn't fully extended.
That's why the wing looks the way it does?
She plowed through a sand dune just before she stopped.
If you want my opinion, sir.
By all means.
I don't think you're going to find anything wrong.
Well, that may or may not be. But for now, we've got a mystery on our hands. We need answers.
Well, it would be my suggestion.
Yes?
That if you want to unravel this mystery, you better check the crew, not the aircraft.
The crew can't tell us a thing.
How's that?
We had them on radar for the first couple of hours. Everything went strictly by the book. Then they disappeared for 24 hours.
Well, until they crashed down in the Mojave Desert.
They must have lost consciousness because they don't know anything. The only way we're going to get answers is to dismantle the aircraft.
Unless one of the crew members gets his memory back and fills in the blanks.
So far, they're not talking.
Now, be that as it may. I want to see every nut, bolt, and screw laid out on the hangar floor in order. Every wire, every piece of insulation. If there's anything wrong with this baby, anything at all, we're going to find it.
Yes, sir. On the double, sir.
Dr. Bridges to the infirmary. Dr. Bridges.
Oh, hello, Colonel. I didn't see you.
That's all right, nurse. No harm done.
How are you feeling, sir?
Fine, thank you. How's Major Gart?
Coming along nicely. You can go on in if you like. He'll be glad to see you.
Thanks. I will.
Is that one of the pilots? The ones who crashed?
Yes, Colonel Forbes.
He's cute.
He is. But did you see his eyes?
Blue, I think.
No, that's not what I mean. I mean, they've got a kind of far look. Like his body's here, but, I don't know, his mind's somewhere else. I don't know where. I just hope he's okay.
Come in.
There he is.
And there you are, the prodigal colonel.
Not disturbing you, am I?
Nothing could disturb me in here. More like a prison ward. No Playboys, no hot fudge sundaes.
I was on my way out.
Can't stay away, huh?
Doc wanted to see me.
Nothing serious, I hope.
Me? No, just routine.
I'd offer you a drink, a shot of straight orange juice.
How's that leg?
Can't feel a thing, which is good. One more thermometer, and I'm going to absent myself from this establishment without official leave. Pull a chair over here by the bed. Take a load off, Colonel.
Sure.
Now, go ahead, tell me. What's it like in the outside world?
Great, Bill, just great.
I can't wait to get out of here. Talk to any of the guys?
Yes.
What about the ship? Did you look her over?
It's under wraps. They've got everybody but the president's cabinet checking it out. Bill, did you see the paper?
Sure. We made the front page.
Only page 3 today. Take a look.
Ooh, steady, Colonel. You go off on a toot last night?
Why?
Your hands, they're shaking. You don't look so good.
Thanks.
Little hungover, huh? No big deal. So what's it say?
Bill, I wanted to talk to you about that.
They spell our names right?
First, I've got to get oriented. If you don't mind, I'd like you to answer some questions.
Shoot.
When did I leave here?
Huh?
When did I get discharged from the hospital? Yesterday morning?
Don't you know?
I don't know anything anymore.
Easy, Colonel.
All I know is I need to verify a couple of things. Now, that shouldn't be very complicated. Around 9:30 yesterday morning, I walked out of here, didn't I?
About that time, I guess.
And who did I walk out with?
Are you kidding? How am I supposed to know who you walked out with? Some nurse you picked up in the hall, probably. What's the matter? Can't remember a name?
I mean, when I left the room, this room, who was with me?
Nobody.
That's just it. You say nobody.
I'm pretty sure I was awake, yes. If you remember it differently,
What's today's paper say? Go ahead, tell me. What's it say?
2 astronauts crash in Mojave Desert. Over a picture of you and me before the flight.
What else?
And in effect, it says that 2 intrepid voyagers into the unknown return from the unknown in one slightly dented spacecraft. Sounds about right.
What about the picture?
I've seen better.
What's in the picture?
Look, if this is a literacy test, I can assure you that even though I'm not a West Point graduate, I can read and write, count up to 10.
Gart, don't get wise with me now. What's it say under the picture? Read it.
Colonel Clegg Forbes and Major William Gart just before their historic flight that ended in a mysterious crash.
That's what you remember?
I don't...
You and me. The X-6 taking off. About 2 hours up. We black out, and 24 hours later, we come to in a crashed aircraft in the desert. We don't know where we've been or what's happened. Right so far?
You remember something different?
Bill, there were 3 of us in that craft. There was you, me, and another colonel named Harrington.
What?
Jack Harrington. Don't tell me you've never heard the name. He was 36 years old. He was my best friend. I'd known him for 15 years, and you'd known him for 5. That ship took a crew of 3, and we were the 3. Now, I want you to listen very closely because, Bill, I swear I can prove it to you. I've got to, or I'll lose my mind.
What are you talking about, a 3rd crewman?
They brought 3 of us back to the hospital when they found us in the desert. You, me, and Harrington. Jack and I were just scratched up. You got the busted leg. Yesterday morning, they discharged Harrington and me. There was 3 beds in this room.
Now, wait a minute.
We said goodbye and promised we'd come back today to visit you. Then Harrington and I left to do the town. Now, you tell me none of that sounds familiar?
Clegg, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know anyone named Harrington. Whoever he is, he wasn't on the crew with us. The X-6 carried 2 men, You and me. Nobody named Harrington. Nobody else at all. When you walked out of here yesterday morning, you walked out by yourself. There were never 3 beds in this room. Only 2, yours and mine. Something's happened to you. I mean it, Clegg. This is an after effect of the crash. It has to be. I think you'd better tell the doctor run some tests.
Look, Bill, let me describe to you what I remember.
Go on. I'm listening.
I'll give you a chronological breakdown of everything that happened as of yesterday morning. First of all, I saw the paper.
The one you just showed me?
No, not that one. Yesterday's edition. I saw it on the stands downtown, only it said that 3 men came back. There was a picture of you, me, and Harrington on the front page, taken just before we took off.
That's impossible.
I know, it must be impossible. You say there were 2 of us. Everyone else says there were 2 of us. And now, that's what it says in today's paper.
Well, then, that should tell you something, shouldn't it? A reality check.
But I know there were 3 of us in that aircraft. They picked 3 of us up in the desert and airlifted us in a chopper, and 3 of us were checked over and debriefed. They kept you here because of your leg, and it was Harrington and I who left this room yesterday morning. Then we requisitioned a staff car and got a ride into town together. Bill, you said goodbye to us from that bed, and then you said, Harrington, keep an eye on Forbes. He can't hold his liquor. Those were your words.
I don't know what you expect me to say.
Don't say anything. Just listen. I was standing right at that door, and Harrington went back to your bed and made like he was going to sock you. I swear to you, Bill, it happened. I know it happened.
And Harrington, keep an eye on Forbes, will you? He can't hold his liquor.
Hey.
Why, you? I'm gonna let you have it, you fresh kid. I'm gonna fix this punk's wagon.
I wish somebody would.
I'm gonna tell the medics he's one very sick cookie and they should hold him for observation another 7 years. You think that's long enough?
I don't know.
And every Saturday night, Major Gart, the Colonel and I will phone you from whatever bar we happen to be in, and if you're nice, we might even let you talk to some women.
Let's go already. I hate long goodbyes.
Go on, both of you. Leave me here to suffer in my loneliness and despair.
Take care, Billy. We'll come in tomorrow to see you.
Meanwhile, you can all read about yourself. Better memorize this in case you lose it. See? 3 space travelers returned safely. And nothing about your broken leg. Well, that's the press for you.
Get out of here.
I'm going to pick one up for my mother so she can frame it. One time, a fortune teller in a carnival in Des Moines said I'd be famous. It doesn't say anything about you, though.
Out. And did you pick up a paper on the way out?
Why?
You said you had proof.
I should have kept it, but it wouldn't make any difference now.
If you could show me in black and white.
Hold on. There's more to the story. When we got to town, Jack and I hit the bars. The first one was the Plush Monkey on 11th. You know the place, don't you?
Yeah, a dive. Beer signs and bar girls.
And a big mirror behind the bottles. We walked in trying to keep a low profile, but the blondes spotted us.
That's them.
No, it's not.
It is.
Don't stare.
Give me your hairbrush.
Welcome, gents. Take a load off.
With pleasure.
Say, aren't you the 2 guys who was up in space?
Not that far, just the ionosphere.
I thought so.
That and a couple of bucks should get us a beer apiece, right?
You bet your life, but never mind the $2. This is on the house.
Why, thank you, my good man. Very kind of you.
I don't get many celebrities in here, so go ahead, boys, drink hearty. You earned it. I don't even mind you cracking up the ship, and I'm a taxpayer.
I like your attitude.
Got a match?
Not since Superman. A light from my friend here.
Sure, pal, sure. Anything you want.
Evening, ladies.
Hi there, Captain.
Colonel.
Oh, sorry.
She's new in town.
Care to join us?
Hold that thought. I'll ask my friend.
You do that. We ain't going nowhere.
Hey, Jack. Something wrong?
No.
Look at yourself in the mirror there. Not exactly a happy camper.
I was just thinking.
About what?
I'll tell you after I taste the beer. To happy landings, whenever and wherever possible.
I'll drink to this.
Sorry.
Something is wrong.
That's okay. Ain't the last glass of draft in the house, let me tell you.
It just slipped out of my fingers.
Don't worry, I'll clean it up. Get you another one right away, Colonel.
You're sick, Jack?
No, I'm not sick. I just got this funny feeling.
What kind of feeling?
I don't know. Odd. Never felt anything like it before.
Maybe we should go.
Don't worry, I said. It was just for a couple of seconds there. It was like I didn't belong here. Like if I were to let myself go,
You'd what?
Like I'd disappear.
Here you go.
Thanks. Happy landings.
You don't like it?
I want to call my folks.
Good idea. I should call Amy, too.
Where's the phone?
All the way in the back.
You sure you're okay?
Yeah. Be right with you. I'd like to place a call. Collect, please, to Des Moines, Iowa. The residence of Mr. James Harrington. That's right. Oh, my number, let's see, Fletcher 90632. That's what it says here. My name, it's Jack Harrington. That's right. Thank you, operator. I'll hold.
I'm sorry about the broken glass. My friend's sorry, too.
Forget it. I can sweep it up as soon as I get my mop.
Clegg.
Yeah?
Come here. Will you come here quick?
Coming.
Please?
Does he need some change?
I'll see. What's up?
I just called home. Called my folks. My mother answered.
Yeah? How is she?
I don't know.
How come?
I told her it was me, and she said she didn't have any son named Jack. That's what she said. Can you beat that? I asked to talk to my old man, and when he got on, he kept saying for me to hang up. He didn't want any practical jokers bothering his wife. Said he didn't have any son at all.
That's weird.
Clegg, what is this? What's going on?
Gag, maybe, or...
No gag. It's part of this feeling, Clegg. The feeling I've got that I shouldn't be here. That none of us should be here. It's as if maybe...
What?
Maybe we shouldn't have come back from that flight. Maybe somebody, something, made a mistake and let us get through when we weren't supposed to.
Stay put. I'm going to get you a good stiff drink to go with that beer.
I have to.
I told you to stay here. Shot of whiskey, please. Make it a double.
Sure. Say, Colonel, you think you could do me a favor?
What?
Sign this newspaper? My boy'd get a big kick out of it.
Wait, where did you get this?
From the machine outside. Here's a pen. Could you sign it to Richie? Right on the picture.
But it's wrong. What is this, a joke? You have it printed up? 2 spacemen return, crash in Mojave Desert?
Huh? That's you, isn't it? Colonel Forbes? The other guy's still in the hospital, right?
Which other guy?
It says right here, Major William Gart.
But there was a third man. See for yourself. He's back there in the...
Back where?
In the phone booth.
It looks empty to me. Nope. Nobody's been in there all day.
What?
Buy me a beer, honey? I'm awful thirsty.
My buddy, the one who was sitting here on the stool next to mine. You just got him another... Hey, where's his beer?
What beer?
My buddy's drink. Colonel Harrington, where is it? The one you gave him in place of the one he dropped on the floor, right here by the...
Nobody dropped nothing on the floor. You see any broken glass? I don't. Dry as a bone, too.
What are you trying to pull?
I don't know what you mean, Colonel. You came in here alone.
You don't know what you're talking about. You're crazy, you know that? Crazy, you hear me? If you think a thing like that, you got to be out of your mind. What do you want?
Room 8A. Here's your pizza.
Oh, yeah. How much do I owe you?
Let's see. I got the bill right here.
Keep the change.
Thanks. Hey, say, aren't you,
No. Yes?
Ready with your call to Des Moines.
Thank you, operator. Hello?
Hello? Who is this?
Mr. Harrington, this is Clegg Forbes.
Who?
You remember me, sir? I had Christmas dinner with you and your wife last Christmas. You and your wife, and Jack.
Jack who?
Your son.
What is this, another crank call? Because if it is, it's not funny. Who is this, anyway?
Perhaps I don't have the right house. Is this James Harrington?
I'm James Harrington, but I don't have any son, and I've never heard of you.
You live at 43 Elm Street?
All my life. Got 2 daughters, both married. One lives in Sioux City, the other moved to Binghamton, New York last year. I should know whether I got a son or not. And don't call me again.
Now what? Look at that face in the mirror. I don't know myself anymore. Operator, I'd like Anderson Air Force Base, please. Commanding officer's residence. That's right. Call me when you get through.
You've got some nerve.
Amy. Amy, honey, am I glad to see you.
Keep your hands to yourself. You, Colonel Clegg Forbes, are a devious, miserable, two-faced, two-timing...
Amy, you won't understand this, but I need your help.
You send me a telegram that you're getting out of the hospital in the morning and that you'll meet me at the station at 2. Well, I was at the station at 2.
Amy, listen to me, please.
I was also there at 3, and I was still there at 4. I could have had my pick of several Marines and an elderly gentleman who owns 25,000 shares of AT&T, but there was a missing Air Force officer named Forbes who didn't have the simple courtesy to leave a message or even a number where he could be reached.
I can explain.
Do you have any idea how many bars I've been to? How many hotel lobbies? Did it ever occur to you to...
Amy, please!
You look terrible, by the way. All right, Clegg. What kind of trouble are you in? And what are you doing in this motel? Are you hiding out?
Oh, I don't even know where to begin. I sent you the wire because I did get discharged from the hospital that morning. Jack and I... The wire. It was in the telegram.
What was?
I told you that Jack and I were getting out. Wait. I wrote down the message when I sent the telegram. That'll prove it. I wrote it on a piece of paper. Now, where?
Wrote what?
Here it is. I wrote it right down here. See? It says, Dear Amy, I'm getting out at 9. No. I was sure of it. I wrote down that Jack and I were getting released from the hospital. Both of us, understand? Jack and I were...
Am I missing something? Who's Jack?
Don't you know?
I don't know any Jack. Who is he?
There were 3 of us in the ship. Gart, me, and Harrington. Jack Harrington. And I was with him, and he just disappeared. But you know him, Amy. You know him. You've met him 100 times. We've eaten dinner together. We've gone to dances together. We've double dated.
Clegg, what is happening to you?
I don't know. I swear to God, I don't know, but... Yes. Put him on, please. Hello, General. This is Clegg Forbes. Yes, sir. That's right. General, about Jack Harrington. Harrington, sir. Well, you know Jack. We were in your wing at the field. We were there for your... Harrington, sir. Jack Harrington. We were on the X6 together. Jack Harrington.
Stop it.
Jack Harrington. Jack Harrington.
You need help. If you'll tell me who to call.
No, I know this is a put-on. That's what it is. A big, earth-shaking, highly complicated, practical joke. He's still back at the bar. Of course he is. Amy, that's where he is. He has to be. At the bar.
Clegg? Clegg?
Locked. Locked. What time is it?
It's late, Clegg. There's nobody inside at this hour.
Open up. I know you're in there. Come on, Harrington. You gotta be.
Don't!
Jack, you can come out now. Some joke, and I fell for it. Where are you hiding? The phone booth? That's gotta be it. Where are you, Jack? Please come back, will you? Jack! No. No! No!
That's some story.
I don't know what I did then. Just ran, I guess. All the way down the street like a crazy man. I left Amy standing there. I don't even know what happened to her after that.
And I don't know Jack Harrington. I never heard of him before now. He's an illusion or something. He has to be.
He's not an illusion. For some reason, he's been yanked out of here, taken away.
You're letting this get to you.
Didn't you hear what I said? He told me he had a feeling that maybe somebody or something made a mistake and let us get through when we shouldn't have. And maybe they'd be coming back to get us now. Maybe somebody from up there.
Clegg, it doesn't make sense.
And now, I've got the feeling, too. I've got this idiotic, oddball feeling. I don't know how to describe it. It's weird, Bill. It's just plain weird. Like I don't belong. I don't want it to happen, you hear me? I don't want it to happen to me, too.
Clegg! Oh, I gotta stop him. Somebody get him! Somebody!
Hey, did you want something?
Where is he? Where did he go?
Who?
Colonel Forbes.
Colonel...
I saw him run into the hall.
When?
Just now.
I didn't see anyone.
He has to be here. He can't just...
What are you doing out of bed, Major? You know, you shouldn't be walking yet. If the doctor saw you...
Somebody's got to help Colonel Forbes. Somebody's got to help him right away.
Grab a hold of my shoulder. Now, come on.
I'm talking about Forbes. You know, Colonel Forbes. He was brought in here with me.
In here?
That's right. In the other bed, next to mine.
Look, this is a private room.
What?
There's no other bed but yours.
No.
You see? All right, now, lie down. Now, raise your cast. That's it.
What do you mean there's... Oh, no. Dear God. What happened to the other bed?
Okay, try to rest. I'll call the doctor. Here, would you like to look at the paper? You're a hero. Do you realize that?
Spaceman completes journey. Lone traveler returns to Earth. Lands in Mojave Desert.
It's a nice picture of you. Would you like a glass of water?
Major William Garrett. Just before his historic one-man journey into space.
Hey, Doctor. I was sorry to hear about that crash. What did they call it? The X6?
Yeah. Well, we do the best we can. When they come back. Sometimes it's out of our hands.
Mm-hmm.
At least it was an unmanned flight.
Well, that's the one consolation, I suppose.
Anyway, I wanted to check the ward. How are we fixed for beds? I've got some men in the infirmary.
Let's see. 2 open rooms at the moment, Doctor.
Great.
Oh, and number 14's empty at the end of the hall. It can take up to 3 if we move some beds in.
Well, that should do. Order some beds up from QM, will you, nurse?
Yes, sir. Right away.
Once upon a time, there was a man named Harrington, a man named Forbes, and a man named Gart. All were officers in the United States Air Force, trained for experimental flights into the upper atmosphere. They used to exist, but don't any longer. Someone or something took them somewhere. At least they're no longer a part of the memory of man. As to the aircraft, the X-6, it's still supposed to be housed in a hangar on the base, or it will be one day. For the record, it hasn't been built yet. It's still on the drawing boards. But be careful. Don't let anyone hear you arguing about the reverse, or they might question your sanity. If you have any questions about the aircraft or the men who flew her, be sure to speak softly and only in the Twilight Zone.
And When the Sky Was Open, starring Barry Bostwick, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Rod Serling, based on a story by Richard Matheson. Heard in the cast were Mike Starr, Jeff Lupetin, Meg Falcon, Joby Cerny, Christian Stolte, Kurt Nabig, Richard Hensel, Doug James, Vince Amari, Justin Kaufman, Elizabeth Lido, Carl Amari, Jennifer Joy, and Tracy Hernandez. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design and custom Foley effects for The Twilight Zone by Cerny American creatives Bob Benson, Craig Lee, Michael Slaybach, and Matt Sorrow. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
There is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
Entry. 14th day, 6th month, year 4, I think. Kind of runs together after a while. Got up this morning, same as always. Big deal, huh? I even made my bed. See, it's strictly the honor system up here. Yeah, one more day scratched off the old calendar. First thing I did was, let's see, I made a pot of coffee. That's what they call this stuff. Next, some breakfast. Fake bacon and eggs. Hear that? Mm-hmm. Kind of makes your mouth water, doesn't it? Gotta watch the calories, though. Putting on some pounds around the middle. That's bad for the ticker. Wouldn't want to check out before my time. I make it 46 more years, give or take a few. Anyway, welcome to my world. At least I'll have something to play back later. Otherwise, I wouldn't have anybody to listen to. Because this way I know I'm dealing with a higher class individual. Corey, you did it again. My compliments to the chef. Now let's go outside and take a look around. Don't mind if I do. This is my backyard. And my front yard. It's all my yard now. No footprints in the sand except mine. I never even locked the door. Why should I? Nobody comes calling. Not even a lizard. Just miles and miles and nothing. Anyway, be back in a while. Time to go to work. I got a 1947 pickup truck out there. Been restoring it for years. Gives me something to do, like a hobby, you know? Allenby, he brings me parts a little bit at a time. Wonder how he's going to get the long block here. Now that's got to weigh more than a few pounds. Bye for now. This is Corey, signing off.
Welcome to the world of Mr. James A. Corey. A shack, a shed, and a yard made up of sand and scrub that stretches to infinity. His work? An old truck, cobbled together from junkyard parts. He takes his time, for there is a ritual to loneliness. Twice a day, Corey leaves his shack, goes over to his vehicle in progress, and makes a few minor adjustments. Then he sits in the front seat, stares through the windshield that isn't there, and perhaps succumbs to a wishful daydream that he is at the wheel of a moving car, and the car is on a highway and there is someplace to go. But this will have to remain a dream, because where this man is, there are no highways, no places to go, and no people to see. For the record, let it be known that James A. Corey is a convicted criminal placed in solitary confinement. And it matters very little that his confinement stretches as far as the eye can see. His sentence is the kind of isolation that can destroy a human mind. It is an exile far worse than a dungeon at the ends of the earth, because he has been banished to a place well beyond the earth. In just a moment, Mr. Corey will discover that he may not be alone for the rest of his life after all. And with that discovery will come the requisite spark of hope. But a spark is all it takes to fire a man's imagination in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone, and our story, The Lonely, starring Mike Starr, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
There she is, dead ahead.
Got it, Captain.
Prepare for planetfall.
All systems check. Sir?
What is it, Carstairs?
I got a question for you. How can we still call it planetfall if it's only an asteroid?
That's a good one.
Well, call it whatever you like, off the record. But we're on the record now. This isn't a training mission. Set the coordinates.
Yes, sir.
The surface is coming up mighty fast.
I don't know how you can tell one sand dune from another.
By doing this every 4 months, year after year. That's how. Corey's shack is just over the rise.
I don't see...
It's right there. Fire retro rockets.
Decreasing speed.
Ready to nose up.
Nose up. 40 degrees. 60.
Keep pulling.
75. 80. 88. 90 degrees, sir.
Now angle her down. Tail first.
Piece of cake, Captain.
What are the numbers?
0400 hours, Earth time. Fuel 0.87 capacity. Cutting in a little close, sir.
Ah, those meteors on the way out. We lost some precious time. Corey won't be very happy.
He's not supposed to be happy, is he?
You don't know him the way I do, Adams. He waits for these deliveries like a kid on Christmas. Always wants to hear how things are back home. What the women look like, how the world has changed. I'm the only contact he's got. If I didn't stop here, I think he'd go stir-crazy.
What do you do, anyway?
He stopped caring, that's what. After he lost his wife.
Yeah?
He got in a fight. Some say it wasn't his fault. The guy died, and he ended up here. They don't have room for any more criminals back home.
The new regime, huh? I read about that.
But he's had a lot of time to think.
Nothing to do here but think.
Prepare to set her down. I want a 3-point landing this time.
Yes, sir.
Tail fins ready. We're going in.
Entry, 15th day, 6th month, year 4. I'm even measuring time by this place now. I go on every day like the day before and the day before that, the weeks, the months. But I can't give in. I have to stick it out. There'll be a supply drop coming soon, I think. They're overdue. Hope it's Allenby's ship. because he's a decent man and he brings me things. Like he sneaked the parts for that antique out there. Few pieces at a time, as much as he could carry. Thank God for that truck and the hours it used up. I can look at it out there and know it's real. And reality is what I need. Because what else is left that I can believe in? The desert? The wind? Myself? Here's a thought. Maybe I'll end up like that truck. Inanimate. Nothing but an object sitting in the sand. Wonder if I'd still feel the loneliness. Would I feel anything? Hey! That's it. The ship. Hear that, diary? Now I don't have to talk to you. I've got somebody else. Besides myself. Be back later. Hey! Hey! How you doing, Allenby?
Corey, how are you?
All right.
Corey,
Well, don't just stand there. Come on inside. It's hotter than blazes.
What a place you got here.
Glad you like it.
I didn't say I liked it. I think it stinks.
And I guess you think I don't?
I don't know what you think.
Hey, take it easy, Adams.
Well, you don't have to live here now, do you?
No, but I've got to come back here 4 times a year. And that's 8 months out of 12, Corey, away from Earth. Sometimes my kids don't even recognize me when I get home.
I'm sorry.
I'll bet you are.
Come on, fellas. Have some coffee. I got some clean cups.
That's all right. Corey.
Wait, what am I thinking? Let me pour you a real drink.
Thanks, Corey. It's real nice of you.
Not right now, Carstairs.
If you say so, Captain. Hey, this isn't so bad, huh? I like the way you set it up in here.
Sure. I have what I need. Most of it anyway. Thanks to the captain there.
Yep, you got it made. This is Corey's kingdom, and it never changes.
Sit down, everybody. How about a little poker? 4-handed draw, jacks to open. Who's in?
We don't have much of a layover this time.
All right, no openers. Joker's wild.
There was some trouble on the way, and we lost time.
Deuce is wild. How's that? Or blackjack? Anybody want to play blackjack? You can count to 21, can't you, Adams?
Listen to this guy.
Look, we've only got 15 minutes, guys.
So what? Nobody's checking your schedule out here. What's the big deal?
I'm sorry, Corey. This isn't an arbitrary decision. If we delay our departure by more than 15 minutes, that places us in a different orbital position. We'd never make it back to Earth on the fuel we've got. We'd have to stay at least 14 days before we're in position again.
So? Why not hang out here? I've got some beer put away. I can turn up the generator and get it cold. We'll sit around, talk.
It's just not possible.
It's a few lousy days. A few hours, even. A couple of card games, at least. How about you guys? What's the matter? Think I'll murder you or something over a bad hand?
Not this time, Corey.
All right. 3 or 4 minutes gone already. Better get going. I wouldn't want to foul up your schedule. Not for a lousy game of cards or a few bottles of crummy beer.
How's your water supply?
Don't worry about it. I got plenty.
Well, I'll have a cupful then, if you can spare it.
Sure.
We've got some fresh on board. I'll have the men bring it over.
You do that.
I brought you a few more things, too. I thought you could use them.
Thanks. Any news?
Not yet. But I told you last time, there's been some pressure back home about this kind of punishment. A lot of people think it's unnecessarily cruel. Well, who knows what'll happen the next couple of years. Well, they may change their minds, rewrite the law, bring you back to a prison on Earth like the old days.
Allenby, I have to tell you something. Every morning when I get up, I tell myself that this is the last time. That I won't be able to live another day alone, not another day. And by noon, when I can't keep still anymore and the inside of my mouth feels like gunpowder and burnt copper and deep down in my gut, I've got an ache that won't go away and it starts to spread through my body, tearing little chunks out of me. Then I think that I've got to hold out for one more day, just one more day. But I can't keep doing that forever. You hear me? Or I swear I'll lose my mind.
You're breaking my heart.
What do you know about it?
That's enough. Let him go.
Why should I? What do I have to lose?
I said...
Take your hands off me, you nutcase.
Watch your mouth.
Corey.
He shouldn't worry about losing his mind. Look at him. He's already lost it.
Back off, Adams. Now you and Carstairs go back to the ship and get the supplies.
Yes, sir.
Go on, do as I tell you. And the big crate, the one with the red tag, handle that one gently.
How about using the truck out there? Some of the stuff's pretty heavy.
It's not running today.
It isn't, huh? What's the matter, Corey? Out of gas? Lots of places to go around here. There's the country club past the mound over there. And the seashore over that way. And the drive-thru restaurant. That's around here someplace, isn't it?
Knock it off, Adams. Get the supplies.
I'm going.
I brought you some parts for the truck. A set of coil springs. I got some magazines, too. Strictly on my own. And some old vintage movies. Science fiction. You'll get a kick out of them.
I'm sure I will.
I brought you something else.
Yeah?
It would mean my job if they found out.
Look, Allenby, I don't want your gifts. I don't want your tidbits. Makes me feel like an animal in a cage and there's a nice old lady out there who wants to throw peanuts at me. Allenby, I only got one question. What about the pardon?
I'm afraid you're still out of luck.
That's what I figured. The new regime, huh?
The sentence reads 50 years. And they're not even reviewing cases of homicide.
Allenby, take a look out there. What do you see? This is 90% of the view I'm going to have for the rest of my life. Did it ever cross your mind? Because it crosses mine every hour of every day.
Unfortunately, we don't make the rules. All we do is deliver the supplies and pass on information, because you're out of position for radio contact.
Yeah, that's why they picked this place. Look, Allenby, a pardon. That's the only information I want. I'm not a murderer.
I know.
It was self-defense. A lot of people believe me, and it happens to be the truth. I killed in self-defense.
I remember, Corey.
Then why am I here?
I doubt if it'll be much consolation to you, but this kind of assignment isn't easy. Stopping here 4 times a year, having to look at a man suffering?
You're right. It's not much consolation. Here they come.
I can't bring you freedom, Corey. All I can do is try to bring you things to help you keep your sanity.
You want this big crate opened up, Captain?
Not yet. Stay there. I'll be right out.
Okay, I'll bite. What's the big box?
You can open it after we're gone.
If it's 20-year supply of puzzles, you can take them with you. When I want a problem to solve, all I have to do is look in the mirror.
We've got to go now. Did you hear what I said, Corey? Wait till we're gone to open it. And this is important. When you open up the crate, there's nothing you need to do. The item has been vacuum packed. It needs no activator of any kind. The air will do that. There'll be a booklet inside that'll answer any of your questions.
You're being awfully mysterious.
I don't mean to be. It's just like I told you, though. I'm risking a lot to bring it here. They don't know what it is, so I'd appreciate it if you wait till we get out of sight.
No problem. Give my regards to Broadway. And every place else while you're at it.
Sure, Corey. I'll see you.
Allenby!
Yes?
I don't much care what it is. But for the thought, Allenby, for the decency of it, I thank you.
You're quite welcome, Corey.
Have a good trip!
2 minutes, Captain.
Go ahead and fire up the rockets.
Yes, sir.
Captain, just man to man. What did you bring him? What's in the box?
I'm not sure, really. Maybe it's an illusion, or maybe it's salvation. Open the hatch. Let's get out of here.
What? You are now the proud owner of an XB-1 robot. This model represents the latest in modern technology. Do not think of it as a machine. For all intents and purposes, it functions as a highly sophisticated simulacrum of a human being.
Hello. My name's Alicia. What's yours?
Hold on a minute here.
Don't I speak clearly enough?
No. You sound fine. Fine. What is this thing? Both physiologically and psychologically, she is comparable to a living human with a full set of emotions, a writable memory track, and the ability to reason and to speak. She is immune to organic illness and under normal circumstances should have a lifespan similar to that of a human being. Caution must be taken against exposure to excessive heat and moisture. She comes complete with a loose-fitting microfiber garment for general use.
Would you answer my question, please?
What question?
What's your name?
Corey. My name's Corey.
I like that name.
Good. Glad to hear it. Now, if you don't mind, what are you doing?
What is this place?
This is mine. My place.
Yours?
Where I live. Alone. Allenby must think I'm pretty far gone. Hey, don't move that. It's my cup. I've still got some water left.
Water? Do you like water, Corey?
Yeah, I like it. Leave it, I told you.
Would you like some more water?
No, that's okay. Not right now.
Very well. Where is your place?
Where? On an asteroid, all right?
Asteroid. I know that word.
6,000 miles north to south, 4,000 east to west. It's got atmosphere, gravity, the works. Now, why don't you just...
What, Corey?
Stop saying my name! Get out. I don't want some machine in here.
I'm not a machine. I'm an XB-1.
Go on, get out.
Corey? Corey? Corey?
Ow! Blasted coil springs.
What's wrong, Corey?
Nothing, all right?
I brought you some water. Where shall I put it?
Just leave it.
But it will get warm on the sand. It won't taste as good.
You know that, huh? What it tastes like?
I can feel thirst.
Yeah? What else can you feel?
I don't understand.
Can you feel heat and cold? The wind?
Yes.
How about pain? Can you feel pain?
That too?
Ow. How can you? You're a machine. Excuse me. A different kind of machine.
Yes.
Of course you are. So why didn't they build you to look like a machine? Why aren't you made of metal with nuts and bolts sticking out of you? With wires and electrodes?
Would you prefer that?
You know, I might. Because then you wouldn't be a lie.
A lie?
Why do they cover you with stuff that looks like flesh? Why even give you a face in the first place? A face that if I look at it long enough, it almost makes me think... makes me believe that...
Believe what?
Stop asking me stupid questions.
I didn't mean to.
Look at me. Don't hang your head.
Corey.
Turn that face up. I'm talking to you.
Corey, please.
Don't give me any of that phony stuff. Somebody program it into you? Why? What's the point? To mock me?
I'm not mocking you, Corey.
Yes, you are. Every time you talk to me, every time you look at me, like right now, I'm being mocked.
You hurt me, Corey.
Hurt you? How could I hurt you? This arm, it isn't real.
Please, let go of me.
There aren't any nerves under there. There aren't any tendons or muscles. There isn't any flesh and blood. But you don't even know what I'm talking about, do you?
What are you doing?
Oh, just what do you think? I'm looking for the right tool for the job, and you know what that job is?
No.
I'm going to turn you back into parts the way you should have been in the first place. Maybe I can use some of them in the truck.
Corey, that's a hammer.
That's right. That's what it is. You know what you are? You're like this broken down heap of iron sitting here. Exactly like it. You're just a hunk of metal and plastic and God knows what, with arms and legs instead of wheels. But that heap doesn't mock me the way you do. Doesn't look at me with make-believe eyes and talk to me with a make-believe voice.
No.
Well, listen, you machine. I'm sick of being mocked by some kind of ghost, by the memory of what a woman looks like. Well, I don't need it. I've got enough memories. I don't have to be reminded of anything. And that's all you are. Nothing but a reminder that I'm so lonely I'm about to lose my mind. That's right. Close your eyes if you want. I don't care.
Corey.
What are you...
Oh, Corey.
Are those tears?
Yes.
You can cry, too?
When I have reason.
I can't stand to see that. But why? What are you crying for?
I'm frightened.
Frightened of me? You can feel fear?
Yes.
book said with a full set of emotions. What else can you feel?
Sadness
You can?
and happiness, joy, mystery, wonder, and other things.
Such as?
Loneliness,
I don't believe it.
don't you?
There you go again. Listen, it's hot out here.
Yes, that's not good for me.
We'll go back inside.
All right,
Yeah, better?
much better.
In a little while, maybe we'll have some dinner or something, okay?
That would be nice.
And we can talk.
If you wish.
You like to talk, don't you? I mean, sit around, have conversations?
Yes, Corey. What would you like to talk about?
Anything. Tell me everything you know.
Everything. I don't know very many things yet.
You'll learn, Alicia. You'll learn. Here you go. Of course, it's only freeze-dried, but it isn't bad. You're not a vegetarian, are you?
No, Corey. I hope you enjoy it.
Me? This is for both of us.
It smells wonderful.
You haven't touched your wine.
I'm fine, thank you.
No. Go ahead. Drink up.
I don't require food or drink, Corey.
Is that right? Yeah, of course. What am I thinking?
You should have let me prepare the meal.
Why, you're not a slave. We're going to be partners from now on. You and me.
No. But it means so much to you. I like to see that. It makes me feel happy.
Does?
Of course, I'm not a true human being as you are.
I don't care. I don't care how you were born or made. You're flesh and blood to me. I need you, Alicia. Do you understand?
And I need you, Corey.
Okay. Now that we got that settled, let's drink up. Here's to us. From now on, we don't need anybody else.
Yes, Corey. Drink up.
Alicia has been with me for 11 months now. Twice when Allenby brought the ship in with supplies, I've hidden her so the others wouldn't see. But each time, I've seen the question in Allenby's eyes. It's a question I have myself. And I don't have the answer. It's difficult to explain the sum total of this relationship. It's strange, all right. Man and machine. But it's also man and woman. There are times when even I know that Alicia is simply an extension of me, a mirror of my needs. I hear my own words coming from her. The things she's learned to love are the things I love.
Where do you want to store the magazines and books, Corey?
Anywhere, Alicia. Anywhere you'd like. I think I've reached the point now where I won't analyze her any longer. I accept her as a part of my life, an integral part. I don't know how I ever got along without her. Because I'm not lonely anymore. Each day is something I can live with, something new. It's a gift. Nothing else matters. Because I love her. I've been trying to get up the courage to tell her. That's all for now. Alicia?
Yes?
I think I'll go outside and work on the truck for a while.
Shall I go with you?
That's all right. No, wait. Why not? You can see how it's coming. Just don't stay in the sun too long.
I won't.
I haven't done much work on it lately, but it's going to get finished. And it'll be great, I promise.
I believe you.
Go on, get in the front seat.
If you like.
Right next to the driver.
Are we going somewhere?
We sure are. Let's see, how about burgers and a movie?
But we have the movies Allenby brought us.
Haven't you ever been on a date? First, I pick you up. Then we go to the movies, a drive-in. How about that? You don't even have to get out of your car. Then we go to a drive-in restaurant on the way home. We still don't have to get out of the car. Isn't that something? We order burgers and fries, maybe a chocolate shake. Then we drive home real slow.
Home?
You know, where we live. Where we really live. Where we belong.
Sounds wonderful.
Sure it does. There's lots of places we could go. Take a drive out to the beach or a cruise. So I can show off my girl.
Would you show me off, Corey?
You're darn right I would. 'Cause you're beautiful. Alicia, something I've been wanting to tell you.
Corey?
Yeah,
What star is that?
you can't see stars in the daytime. I was going to tell you.
But maybe it's a ship.
The ship's not due for another month. What is...
There! See it flash? It looks like silver.
Wait a minute. It must be Allenby's. That's the only one that ever comes this close.
Corey, what does it mean?
I'll find out. You wait here. Just wait, all right?
If you say so.
Allenby?
Hello, Corey.
What are you doing here? Have some trouble?
No, we had no trouble.
What's the matter, Corey? Aren't you glad to see us?
But you don't have a scheduled stop for another month.
This is a scheduled stop.
What are you talking about?
We've got good news for you, Corey.
Hold on. Let me tell him.
Tell me what?
Well, Corey...
Forget it. Whatever it is, I'm not interested.
You better hear what it is first.
You heard me, Allenby. I'm not interested. Don't you get it? I don't care what happens on Earth. Not anymore.
You will this time. I guarantee it.
Doesn't make any difference.
It's worse. If we'd come back a month from now, he'd have been eating sand or something.
I'll see you guys. Leave the supplies by the shack.
Corey, listen to me. It's this way, Corey. All the sentences have been reviewed. They've given you a pardon. We're not here to bring supplies. We're here to take you back home.
What?
But we've got to take off in exactly 10 minutes. We can't wait any longer. We're almost out of fuel. Any more than 10 minutes, and the coordinates will be wrong, and then I don't think we'd ever make it.
Wait a minute, Allenby. What did you just say? What did you say about...
You heard me right. A pardon.
It won't do any of us any good unless you pack your stuff and get ready to move, Corey. We've picked up 7 men from other asteroids, and we've only got room for about 15 pounds of gear. So grab what you need and leave the rest of it behind, such as it is.
I don't even have 15 pounds of stuff. I've got a shirt, a pencil, and a recordable diary. Pair of shoes. The truck you can leave here for the next poor devil.
There won't be any next poor devil. There won't be any more exiles. You're the last.
We'll leave it here to Russ then. The farthest auto junkyard in the known universe. And Alicia and I will wave to it as we leave. We'll just look out of the porthole and throw it a kiss goodbye. The car, the shack, the salt beds, the sand dunes, the whole works. Alicia and I will just...
Who? Who, Corey?
Oh, my dear God. I forgot.
Allenby, it's Alicia. You remember her.
Is he out of his mind?
Who's Alicia, Corey?
Who's Alicia? Adams, you idiot. You brought her here. You brought her in a box with a red tag on it. She's a woman. Well, a robot, technically, but closer to a woman. Much closer. She kept me alive. I swear to you, if it weren't for her...
Corey, I don't know what to say.
You worried about Alicia? You don't have to be. I tell you, she's just like a woman. And she's gentle and kind, and without her, I tell you, I'd be finished. I'd have given up. The only reason you'd have to come back would be to bury me.
That's what you wouldn't let us look at, huh, Captain? The crate.
Sorry if I wasn't supposed to tell them.
It doesn't matter now, Corey. But unfortunately, there's another problem.
Problem? There are no problems left on heaven and earth. We'll pack up 15 pounds of stuff and we'll climb in that ship of yours, and when we get back to that beautiful green earth... 15 pounds? 15 pounds? You've got to have room for more than that. Throw out some equipment. Alicia weighs more than 15 pounds.
That's the point, Corey. We're stripped now. We've got room for you and nothing else except that little recorder of yours and the pencil. You'll have to leave the robot here.
Allenby, she's not just a robot. You leave her behind. That's murder.
I'm sorry, Corey.
No, you don't understand. You can't leave her. Alicia! Come here! You'll see. You'll see why you can't leave her. Alicia! Alicia!
Where is she, Corey?
I don't know.
Look, just pack your gear and get out.
Captain, we've only got a few more minutes.
Come on, Corey.
No! I'm not leaving without her. I told you that. I can't leave.
This is our last trip. It's off the route now. That means no supplies. That means if you stay here, you die here. And if you make that choice, there'll be a day, Corey, when you'll pray for death to come quickly.
I can't help it, Allenby. I can't leave her behind. And you won't take her. So that means I stay. Alicia! Come here, Alicia! Let them see you. Don't be afraid.
Corey, listen to me. I saw this thing get crated, shoved into a box. It's a machine with servo motor and wires and circuits and batteries.
She's a woman!
Captain Allenby, we've got to take off.
How about it, Captain? We better leave him.
We can't do that. Sick, mad, or half alive, we've got to bring him back. Those are the orders. Corey, it isn't just you now, it's all of us. So we can't argue anymore, Corey. We have to take you one way or another. I'm sorry, Corey. Grab him.
No, you don't. Alicia!
Stop him.
Corey!
Come on, Corey. We'll carry you if we have to.
There you are. Alicia, talk to them. Tell them you're a woman. Tell them...
Corey, is it all right? You said to hide. What are they doing? Are they hurting you, Corey?
I have no choice, Corey. No choice at all.
Now, Allenby, I tell you, she's a human being. She's...
Corey, I'm frightened. Corey!
No. You see, Corey? There's nothing behind that face except wires and circuits and visual receptors.
Alicia. Alicia.
Corey? Corey?
Corey? Corey? Corey?
Come along now. It's over.
Yeah. It's over.
It's gotta be now, Captain.
Put it behind you, Corey, like a bad dream. When you wake up, you'll be on Earth. You'll be home.
Home?
That's right. All you're leaving behind is loneliness.
I'll have to remember. Remember to keep that in mind.
Let's go, Corey. Let's go home.
Down below, on a microscopic piece of sand that floats through space, is a fragment of a man's life. Left to rust is the place he lived in and the machines he used. Without use, they will disintegrate from the wind and the sand and the years that act upon them. All of Mr. Corey's machines, including the one made in his image and kept alive by love, but now obsolete, in the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
The Lonely, starring Mike Starr with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Taylor Miller, Doug James, Carl Van Sickle, and Adam Blaine.
To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
The Gerald Hugo Agency. Mr. Hugo's in a meeting. May I take a message? The Gerald Hugo Agency. No, he's still in a meeting. Yes, the same writer. Please hold.
Now get this, Mr. Hugo. If this one ain't surefire, I'll cut off both my hands. You ready? Champion of the world. Robert Redford, maybe. Harrison Ford. You want to make him younger? I give you Adam Sandler.
I appreciate it.
So, he's champion of the world. But he promised his girl he'll never fight again. He made a vow. You know, Mr. Hugo, like a promise. Real solemn.
Here are the network contracts, Mr. Hugo.
Thank you.
But now, here comes the rub. Get this. The champion's kid brother has like this incurable disease that can't be cured, and he needs an operation like yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the doctor comes to the fighter and he says, "Hey, man, you want like your kid brother should live or what? I mean, that's the conflict. Don't you think it's a kick right in the head?"
I do feel a dull ache.
Here's this prize fighter who made this vow to the girl, and the newspaper guys start in on him, see? But I mean with the needle. Spider is a cheese champion.
Who's Spider?
The fighter. And now, here comes the meat. He promised his girl, but when he tells her he's gonna fight, she starts palpitating, and she calls him a filthy, rotten, dirty...
Line 1, Mr. Hugo.
Excuse me, Julius.
See, the beauty of the story is that you can dress it up any way you want. Maybe he ain't a prize fighter. Maybe he's a cowboy, and he promised his girl he'd never shoot a gun again, and it's her kid brother that's got the disease. What's the matter? Don't that grab you?
Why don't you go downstairs and cross the street on a red light?
How about science fiction? There's this rocket man who promises his girl he'll never go up in a spaceship.
Julius, you've been here all morning. I'll give you this. I've been an agent for 23 years, and I've never heard so many variations of the same story. Now, would you mind going home? I've got a big deal cooking here.
A big deal? You doll baby, you were saving it for a surprise, weren't you? It's a sale, ain't it? The zombie story. I knew the minute I wrote it, that thing was surefire. Listen to this, honey. It's fantastic. This dame marries a guy who walks around on his heels all the time. She thinks he's punchy, but it turns out he's dead. All the time they're married, she don't know it.
Julius, let me put it to you this way. American Zombie didn't sell. The love story where the lady scientist falls for a robot, that didn't sell. Naked Weapons about a gang of topless ninjas, that didn't sell. They laughed me right out of the office. So I put it to you, Julius. Why do you persist? Why don't you go back to doing what you did before?
The streetcar conductor, Mr. Hugo, there ain't no more streetcars. And besides, I get motion sickness.
Let me put it to you another way. Number 1, you will never make a writer. Number 2, you'll starve to death if you try. And number 3, you're wasting my time, the producer's time, and everybody's time. Helen, phone up Jerry Bradshaw at Paramount. Tell him I've got a series proposal to show him.
That's it, a TV series. Oh, Mr. Hugo, don't you get it? This is an absolute bolt from heaven. I got so many television series ideas, I can't sleep at night. Boy meets girl. Every week, we get a different boy and a different girl.
Julius.
Oh, how about a quiz show? Pick your own embalmer, we'll call it. You make this deal with the contestant, and when he kicks off...
Julius, what do I have to say to get you out of here?
Give me a chance. It's all I ask. Let me write a pilot script.
Julius, my boy, I'm not a hard man. The television industry today is looking for talent, and the writer is a major commodity. But for me, to try to sell you to a network is like trying to con the Queen of England into buying a salami.
But I could give it a whirl, couldn't I? What's the series about? Maybe it's right up my alley.
That's the point. This particular series and you go together like the black and tan at an IRA picnic. It happens to be based on black magic, conjuring, that kind of thing. Now, what do you know about black magic?
What do I know about it? What do I know? You ask me, Julius Mulmer, what he knows about black magic. I could research it.
Julius, let me get back to work now.
What about the series, Mr. Hugo? My career is on the line. Give me till next Wednesday. Make it Tuesday at a pinch.
All right, Julius, you latch onto a couple of books, knock out a rough outline, and let me have it by 4 o'clock Monday. I'll submit it for you. Why, I don't know, but I will.
Mr. Hugo, you're not going to live to regret it, and I mean that from the cockles of my heart.
You're absolutely dead right, Julius, and I mean that from the cockles of my heart.
You've just witnessed opportunity, if not knocking, at least scratching plaintively on a closed door. Mr. Julius Mulmer, a would-be writer who, if talent came 25 cents a pound, would be worth less than car fare. But in a moment, Mr. Mulmer, through the offices of some black magic, is about to embark on a brand new career. And although he may never get a writing credit on the Twilight Zone, he will soon become an integral character in it.
And now, back to the Twilight Zone and our story, The Bard, starring John Ratzenberger and Stacy Keach.
Hello? Anybody here?
Yes.
Hey, what are you listening to?
The ball game.
Oh, this is the Minor Arcana bookstore, right?
Sure is. What'll it be? I have a special price on first edition Keats.
Okay, show me a keep.
That's a man's name, not a thing. And not a very uncommon name at that. There was a third baseman came up from Newark, played for the Yankees one year. They used to call him Beanball Keats.
Yeah?
Held the American record for getting beaned the most times. One time they were playing the Browns. That was when St. Louis had the Browns, and he got beaned 3 times the first 5 innings. Old Beanball Keats.
You learn something new every day.
Ever hear of a pitcher named Stringbean Slattery?
Well,
Now there was a beanball artist. He could hit a batter when he was still in the dugout. As a matter of fact, he did one day. Hit a third base coach, played for the A's. Fellow named Lefty Mahoney. Old Lefty was just taking a drink when Stringbean wound up and tossed one at him right on the noggin. It seems there was a feud going on between them when they played for Binghamton in the old NYP League. Mahoney used to wipe the spit off Stringbean's pitches. Mahoney was catching at the time. Stringbean's father used to be an outfielder for Syracuse in the International League.
I don't need no book about baseball.
You don't? Oh, how sad. It's a wonderful sport, you know. Where were we?
I come in about... Well, what I had in mind was...
Yeah?
What do you got on black magic?
You have an interest in the black arts?
You bet I do. See, I'm Julius Mulmer from television.
Oh, I'm Sadie Polodny from Newark. I'm afraid I don't have very much on black magic. I have a great deal of information on the Black Sox, however. You probably know they threw the series that year. Terrible thing. Very discrediting to the game. And they could have taken the series 4 in a row, too. That's where that expression, say it ain't so, Joe, comes from. Now, what is it you wanted?
Books. Black magic.
I'm afraid that one eludes me, but I'll tell you something. If I could exercise a little magic, I'd see what I could do about getting the New York Giants back.
Hey, look out!
Don't worry, that shelf will stand anything.
I'll get it for you.
Now, isn't that strange? It's one single book. That's the only thing that fell off that shelf.
And it fell right in front of me.
Which one is it?
The Book of the Black Arts. What do you know about that? Lady, can you do that trick again?
Well, this book and I have never been formally introduced. We are total strangers. Here, you want black magic? You got it.
Maybe it's some kind of sign.
Well, if it is, it's your problem now. It's been a real pleasure meeting you, having this chat.
Mutual.
You didn't happen to play third base for the Elmira Pioneers one year, did you?
How much I owe you for the book?
Nothing. Accept it as a gift. You're a wonderful ball player and a credit to the sport. It's been great. Now, bye.
make the sign of the pentagram and repeat 3 times. Let's see if I got this right here. In the name of the Prince of Darkness and the Black Sabbath, Beelzebub, Beetlejuice, Asmodeus of Astrogoth, Ozzy of Osborne. I can't say all that. Zaza zoom, ba ba boom, ipsy dipsy, ba ba boom.
Hey, none of that on this bus.
What?
All right, buddy. This here is public transportation, and there's rules.
Do you mean me, driver?
Yeah, you. I don't need no crazies on my bus.
But I was only...
Out.
Hey, you don't have to throw my book. It's a very valuable tome there.
I never touched it. It got off with you.
But I left it on the back seat there.
Get out of here.
Oh. What do you know? Just like a puppy dog that follows you around. Looks like this little book in me. We got a thing going on. Seven times 7 be thy number, but 666 be thy fate. Yeah, right. It's all this mumbo-jumbo anyway.
What's going on here, Jack?
Not a thing, officer. I was just reading.
Yeah? Well, do me a favor, will you, bud? Read someplace else.
What's the matter? There's a law against sitting on a bench in Central Park with literature?
There is if you make my horse nervous. He knows when somebody's up to something. He's got instincts. So whatever it is, do it someplace else.
I don't get it. On account of why?
Move it!
Cossack. Stormtrooper. There. All right. Now I gotta draw a symbol in this here sand.
Hey, Julius. What's the bit? What are you doing?
Whatever it is, I wasn't doing it right. Magic schmagic. There's more here than meets the eyeballs. I've done everything it said, and nothing.
Ye Book of the Black Art, being a step-by-step education in conjuring. So tell me, Faust, to what end?
You don't dig? Cora, I'm standing on the threshold. I mean hovering. The only thing that stands between me and the secrets of the universe is 4 pages of Latin. Listen to this. The Black Art, consisting of necromancy, turgy, demonology, devilment, hoodoo, voodoo, conjuration, enchantment, spiritualism, manifestation, materialization, astral body and ectoplasm, mesmerizing, magnetizing, and fascinating. Like you name it, I got it.
My mother isn't gonna like that sand all over the floor.
You tell your mother she should pay me for the privilege of having me in this building. Yeah, you may also tell her that out of 10,000 writers in this town, they pick the absolute cream of the crop. And who's that? Who do they choose to write a big-time television series of black magic? Modesty prohibits.
Not Julius Moomer.
In the flesh.
Big deal.
Go ahead and scoff. But one of these days, you're gonna scoff on the other side of your mouth, Tootsie. There's gonna be a big, long limousine parked down below with 2 Lazarian coachmen.
Liveried.
Huh? Yeah, that's what I mean. In uniform. And they're gonna rap on your door and invite you and your old lady downstairs for a night on the town with their boss. And who will you find in the back seat smoking a Cuban cigar?
Modesty prohibits. Just as a point of interest, Julius, what are you doing?
I'm conjuring, baby. Conjuring.
Conjuring who?
Who knows? I just read from this here book and I got all the ingredients. Well, most of them anyhow. 3 tufts of feathers from a falcon. Yeah, I got them from a pigeon. Sand from Egypt. Yeah, I got some of my sneakers from Jones Beach. 3 legs of a spider. I found me an ant. Well, anyway, what with a few improvisations, I got a spell working here. At least I think I do.
When my mother finds out what you're doing to the floor, you better conjure up the Marines. You're gonna need them.
Anybody ever tell you you're a dirty, rotten teenager?
Why don't you go and take a cold shower?
Go ahead, get out or I'll turn you into a frog. Man, I don't know what's supposed to happen, but it better happen soon. Za-za-zoom, alikazam, va-va-voom. Nothing. Shazam, ipsy-dipsy, kakazoom. I need some help. By Monday, eh? Who do they think I am? Shakespeare?
You cold?
Where did you come from?
You summoned me, good sir.
I did? Who are you? The face is sort of familiar, but hey, don't take this personal, pal. Like a guy should knock when he comes into a room, especially wearing tights and a collar like that. Hey, maybe down in the village, but not around here. Some folks take one look at you and have a coronary. Now me, I can handle this stuff. I'm hip, you know?
Splendid. I'm pleased to hear it.
Who'd you say you are?
William Shakespeare of Stratford-upon-Avon in the flesh.
William Shakespeare.
Good sir, I await your pleasure.
What do you want from me already?
Prithee, good sir, ask not what I want of thee, but rather what dost thou ask of the Bard of Avon?
Would you try that one more time?
It seems I must speak in the parlance of the time. Your time. I simply said, good sir, it was you who conjured me up, and I'm at your service. What would you ask of me?
On the level, Pops. You mean to say you're the Shakespeare? Man, you've been dead 1,000 years.
'Tis true, of course, but death be not proud. You required a service of me, hence I am at your disposal.
Well,
He speaks, yet he says nothing. Romeo and Juliet, Act 2, Scene 2. Quaint surroundings, decidedly so, if squalid. And this, an ancient printing device, perhaps?
Yeah, that's my Underwood typewriter. I inherited from my old man. He used to write letters on it.
You would ask me to compose a sonnet, perchance, a play? You have but to ask, Mr. Moomer, is it?
You mean you could knock me out a couple of pieces?
Good sir, you have but to ask. What nature of authorship would you require?
Oh, I got me an idea, Will. You don't mind me calling you Will, do you?
What's in a name? That which we call a rose by any other name would smell as sweet.
Man, what language! Hey, Will, don't let anybody knock your stuff. You got potential. But here's what we'll do. You and me will collaborate. You knock out the rough draft, and I'll do the polish. Yeah. We'll start out slow, see? Just to get the feel. Something with star power, you know, like for Julia Roberts.
Julia?
Never heard of her? Where you been, pal? Never mind. Don't tell me.
A comely woman, I take it. One fairer than my love. The all-seeing sun ne'er saw her match since first the world begun.
Solid. I love it. Now you start writing. Anything. Maybe a twist on the old Romeo and Juliet thing. You know, like West Side Story. Oh, swear not by the moon, that crazy, crazy moon. Yeah, take it, booby. Right.
If you don't object, I prefer my own writing instrument.
A feather, huh?
A quill pen, actually.
Will, baby, I don't care if you write with your feet. Go, man, go. Create. I'll just make us some coffee. Gilbert and Sullivan, Rimsky and Korsakov, Lennon and McCartney, Moomer and Shakespeare. I like it. What are they saying?
I presume they're talking about your script.
That's the point, honey. What else is there to talk about? The stuff is poetry. I don't mean if you can keep your head when all about you kind of guff. This here is class. It's downright Shakespearean.
Is Mr. Blumberg in there with Mr. Hugo?
We're from the network.
They're expecting you, sir. Go right in.
Blumberg? The big shot producer? The two guys from the network? It's a shoo-in for the Emmy. Just a little something I knocked off for a couple hours. You know, I didn't know it was that good, but that's me, honey. Never did know my own worth. I mean, Monday I knocked myself, Tuesday I knocked myself, Wednesday...
Have you got any openings for Thursday? I'd like to make an application.
I'm Mr. Dolan. This is Mr. Nolan. We're from the ad agency.
Go right in, sir. They're expecting you.
Come in, gentlemen. What were you saying, Mr. Bloomberg?
I don't know. That's our feeling too, Mr. Blumberg.
Our take two. Sponsor-wise, the thing requires some noodling. That is, we can't afford to jump off a bridge with this one.
I concur.
It's so archaic. I mean, language-wise, it's...
Well, it's still rough.
Fresh as a bridegroom and his chin new reaped. Showed like a stubble land at harvest home. He was perfumed like a milliner, and twixt his finger and his thumb he held a pouncet box, which ever and anon he gave his nose and took it away again.
Well, you gotta say this for it. It has imagery.
Right, Mr. Blumberg. Imagery it has.
I was going to comment, the thing did possess at least a modicum of imagery. Right, Nolan?
I concur.
What's the time slot?
Yes, what about the time slot?
Thursday, 10 to 11.
And what's the lead-in?
The Indefatiguables.
Solid show. The private eye with insomnia never sleeps.
Ratings-wise, it's a solid smash.
May I?
Please.
And if the boy have not a woman's gift to rain a shower of commanded tears, an onion will do well for such a shift. Onion. Could be a sponsor conflict.
I concur. Could we make it, turnip?
Solid thinking. Everybody knows about turnips. You say turnip to the lady in Dubuque, she's with you. I like it. A shower of commanded tears. Shower. Suggest inclement weather, and people don't shop in inclement weather. Make it a sunshine of commanded tears.
Solid.
I concur.
I think we could call the writer in now.
A tremendous talent, prodigy of mine.
What are his credits?
He was a streetcar conductor, an observer of the passing scene, an incredible judge of human beings. You can see that in every line. A modern-day chronicler of human foibles.
Solid.
Send in Mr.
How are you, Mr. Hugo? Gentlemen, well, what do you think? Like literature, huh?
It shows some promise.
Mr. Dolan here represents the sponsor of the Shannon Classic Playhouse.
The Shannon Food Corporation. You no doubt have eaten their products.
Oh, endlessly. This boy is a Shannon booster from way back.
Oh, man, that's the truth. That Shannon's onion soup, this I dig.
We don't make onion soup. That's French in origin. We're an American firm. Red, white, and blue, right down the line.
I concur.
Man, I'm glad you said that, because I always say, if it's good enough for the lady in Dubuque, it's good enough for me. Now, let's get down to some business here. The Tragic Cycle, written by Julius Mulmer. Act 1, Scene 1. The camera fades in on a shot of the garden. You know, like with turnips. Is to stay in there and keep punching. It's like Keith said one time. All the time, keep punching, or you're done for. Hey, how about that, Will? Taped this show last night. You like it?
Verily, a most impressive performance.
Ain't that the truth?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this week's interview. Our guest tonight, Mr. Julius Mulmer, that rising young author whose tragic cycle will be seen next week on this network's Shannon Classic Playhouse. Mr. Mulmer, I'm told you've been writing for some time. You've come a long way.
Yeah, it's like progress.
Wasn't one of your early works in the horror genre a story about a zombie?
Yeah, how about that? The fellow with a heart that don't even beat. Did he find love anyway? It was a little too controversial. That's why it didn't get on the air, you know. But I'm always trying to tackle controversial stuff, you know, pushing the old envelope.
What about your TV pilot script, Mr. Mulmer? A situation comedy involving a billionaire.
Just plain Trump. Yeah. The whole thing there was, we're always seeing stuff about typical guys and their typical wives and kids, you know? Well, what about the big shots? I mean, like what they call the rubber barons. Just because you're healed, that don't make you inhuman. Some great stuff in there. The idea was, can a fellow who makes $9 million a day find happiness in a small mansion? I mean, he's entitled. Of course, a writer now, he's got to suffer. Like, I remember sitting in that cold attic night after night with hardly enough strength left to dictate, and some little voice inside me always kept saying, "Go, Julius, go, Julius." So, I went.
Truly inspiring, Mr. Mulmer.
That kind of got me. Right here.
I, too, felt a twinge of a sort. I believe I've finished this last sequence, Mr. Mulmer.
Yeah? Let me see. Uh-huh. You know something, Will, you got a real thing with words.
It comes from working in an attic, Mr. Mulmer. A little voice deep inside me keeps saying, "Go, William, go."
I like that. Anyway, can't you just see it? The Shannon Food Corporation. Ta-da! Presents The Tragic Cycle, written by, ta-da! Julius Moomer. From an original story by Julius Moomer. Additional dialogue by Julius Moomer. Lucky I'm so modest. A thing like this could go to a guy's head. They're already talking another miniseries, movie contracts even. Maybe a Broadway musical. Will, you don't look so good.
Like a strutting player whose conceit lies in his hamstring. That's from Troilus and Cressida, Act 1, Scene 3. In short, Mr. Moomer, you have not been prone to extend credit where it is due. At no time, for example, have I heard the name Shakespeare, or for that matter, any suggestion of collaboration on our play.
Well, baby, we gotta play this one by ear. I tell them a guy named Shakespeare helped me write this, they'd stick me in a straitjacket.
Be that as it may, the point is, Mr. Moomer, I have finished my task. I will now take my leave.
What, are you out of your mind? This whole thing is coming out velvet. You want to creep back in some crypt and get forgotten? Come on, man, you're big time now. I'm making you a household word all over again.
With all due modesty, would the name of William Shakespeare have survived the test of time without the support of Julius Moomer?
Yeah, but fame flits. Who remembers yesterday's champions? Sure, Root hit a lot of home runs, but who asked him for his autograph now? Nobody. Nijinsky, that's pretty good, but who remembers her last movie? You did some right, but out of sight, out of mind. Shakespeare's dead, long live Mickey Spillane. Get me?
My good man.
You can't desert the ship. Now, what are people gonna say? That Fink who didn't have no gratitude? We got projects to do. Go out to Hollywood. Hey, the babes go crazy for guys with beards.
I shall ponder it, Mr. Moomer.
Till when?
Till tomorrow. To date, you have not seen fit to invite me to any rehearsals. Tomorrow I shall survey the actors performing in it, and if justice is done to what I have wrought, perhaps I shall remain for a time longer.
Now you're talking.
Now I shall take a walk. I am that merry wanderer of the night, Midsummer Night's Dream. Act 2, Scene 1. To be or not to be, Mr. Moomer, that is the question.
Oh, wait a minute. Rehearsal? How can he go to the rehearsal? Will, do me a favor, please. Don't rock the boat.
Comfortable, Mr. Shannon?
Well, these seats are kind of hard on the old derriere.
Mr. Shannon, before we begin the rehearsal, I'd like to say we're fortunate, sir, to have secured the services of the hottest young actor in the business, Rocky Rhodes.
Rhodes, Schmodes, I sell soup. Which one is he?
Oh, the attractive one in the T-shirt and the motorcycle boots.
All right, people, we'll pick it up with Scene 2, Act 2. Now, Felicia, remember that at this moment, life and death await you in the hallway, and when Rocky comes through that door...
I got a question.
Yes, Rocky?
I mean, like, what's the tertiary motivation? Like, when I open the door, like, why?
Why, Rocky?
Exactly. Like, any slob can walk in the door, but he could do it any time. But I ask myself, would I walk through that door? How come? I gotta find my motivation. So the question is, where is my motivation?
Well, I'd say you walk through the door to get inside. That work for you?
Yeah. Wow.
Great. Let's run through this and see how it plays. Shall we do that? All right, people. Come on, folks. From the top.
I don't care what you say. If Jeremy comes here tonight, I have to go away with him.
Oh, come, Olivia. Cast off those benighted colors of Benetton and gaze as a friend on the people of Greenwich Village.
The village people? Here?
She's got a point. Let not forever with your veiled eyes seek your noble boyfriend in the dust motes. I know it is common, but all that live must die.
That's easy for you to say, sister. But outside this room, this tenement is a harbinger of the worst kind of fates. Is it Jeremy? Or his killer? Am I to be a correspondent of love or a recipient of hate? This is the real question, the biggie. Who awaits me out there, I ask you? Come on, cop out!
I'm looking for Mr. Moomer.
Shh! Quiet on the set! May we continue, people? Once more, get ready for your cue, Rocky.
I don't
Sit
care
down,
what
Will.
you say.
How does it look to you, Mr.
Jeremy
Shannon?
comes here
Only
tonight.
great?
What about the commercial? Where does that come in?
Right after the opening teaser.
Are they gonna put a spotlight on the soup?
Well, that comes in the first commercial.
I know when that comes in, but I want to make sure you see the label. When the soup is Shannon's, I want 40 million people should know it's Shannon's.
I concur. It's imperative that we see the label.
Cut! Take 5.
Who is that?
What's he dressed up for?
Oh, that's my typist.
On your staff, is he, Momer?
Well, actually, he's a relative on my mother's side. He's eccentric.
Eccentric?
You know, he has, delusions. 1 week they come, 1 week they go.
What about this week?
Yeah, this week he thinks he's, Shakespeare. Hey, come on over here, Mr. S. Meet the boys. I've been telling them all about you.
Would that we had this much space at the Globe.
Yeah, they're just going over the second act.
Ah, the balcony scene, a most delightful love sequence.
On a balcony yet?
Yeah, I was going to mention it to you, Will. Mr. Shannon asked us to make a little change in the love story part. You know, the business on a balcony.
A thing of beauty. Oh, spirit of love, how quick and fresh art thou.
Who owns balconies these days?
Tremendously valid point, Mr. Shannon.
No question about it. Right on down the line.
You mean no balcony?
You see, this here is television. It's like you gotta grab them quick. Instead of the boy climbing up to the shrubbery to meet the girl, it's a subway station.
You jest.
That's the bit. She sprains her ankle, and this here boy kind of like the doc on ER. He operates on her ankle right there between the Brighton Express and the Bronx Local. You see, doctor stories are big this season.
All right, cast. I want to run through the next scene.
Mr. Mumar.
What's the trouble, Will?
Is that Esmeralda? In the blue canvas breeches?
The jeans? Yeah, that's the chick.
But if what you told me is true, what is the reason for her suicide? Her soliloquy about love's labor's lost?
Suicide?
No suicide, Mr. Shannon. That's definitely out.
Oh, I meant to mention that to you, Will. She don't stick herself with a shiv. Now she runs off with a guitar player.
That was my wife's suggestion.
And an inspired one at that.
It was indeed. I concur.
And the father and brother who burst in?
My wife didn't care for that.
The way we play it now, the two guys who come in are cops.
Cops?
Policemen. And then later, the scene where the mother starts talking about all the blood on her hands, she ain't the mother anymore. She's the gardener's wife who did time for embezzlement.
But she has the most definitive line of the play. In the epilogue, I took it from Twelfth Night, if music be the food of love, play on, give me excess of it, that surfeiting the appetite may sicken and so die.
Sicken? The Shannon Food Company is paying this kind of money to make people sick?
Will, get with it. You're taking the butter right off the toast, baby.
Here we go, people. Let's hear the narration just for the timing.
On October 13th, the gardener's wife returned to the scene of the crime. The police had already arrived, and once again, the Federal Bureau of Investigation...
Enough of this idiocy. There is no soliloquy here.
What is going on?
Blow, blow, thou winter wind. Thou art not so unkind as man's ingratitude. As you like it, Act 2, Scene 7.
Will, what are you doing? You're lousing up the whole deal. What am I going to tell them?
Tell them that foolery, sir, does walk about the orb like the sun. It shines everywhere. Act 3, Scene 1, 12th Night. And you, foolish mortal, who could have covered himself with a cloak of immortality, who has succumbed to the rankest compound of villainous smell that ever offended nostril. To you, Julius Moomer, lots of luck.
Hey, Julius, for a week now you look like somebody told you to go out and scrub a lizard.
He finked out. The guy finked out.
You want some advice? Knock off on The Conjuring. Get yourself a nice, clean, safe job on a streetcar.
Whether it is nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against a sea of troubles. Did that boy have talent or what? Man, oh man, I was on my way. They was already talking about my next assignment, a mini-series on American history.
What do you know about American history?
Eeny, meeny, chili beanie, the spirits are about to appear.
Ma, he's doing it again.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bloomberg, but writers are temperamental. No, he didn't care about the reviews. As I recall, he said something about foolery walking around the orb like the sun. Who knows what it means? The American history thing? Frankly, Mr. Bloomberg, I haven't been able to reach him.
Mr. Hugo, he's outside.
Who is?
Julius, he's got some people with him.
Mr. Bloomberg, he's here. The boy has come back into the fold. I knew we could count on Moomer. I'll get right back to you.
Hey, Mr. Hugo.
Julius, my boy, where have you been? A whole week. The networks are screaming for you. The agencies are screaming. My clients are screaming. They want that new miniseries.
I'm right in the middle of it. Me and my staff been working night and day.
Not that person in the knee breeches.
Don't worry about him. He's out. This one's about American history, right?
Right.
You want authentic, right?
Authentic above all.
Then I'd like you to meet my staff. Send them in, will you? General Robert E. Lee, General Ulysses S. Grant, George Washington, Abe Lincoln, and the little lady here is Pocahontas, in the flesh.
Mr. Julius Moomer, a streetcar conductor filled with desire for the special, if somewhat risky, rewards of authorship. And if the tale just told seems a bit tall, remember a thing known as poetic license in a place called the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
The Bard, starring John Ratzenberger with Stacy Keach as Shakespeare and your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Christian Stolte, Susan Hart, Jessica Schramm, Meg Falcon, Lynn Foley, Mike Baccarella, Doug James, Jeff Lupetin, Joe Forbrick, Carl Amari, Roger Wolski, and Paul Patch. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Roswell G. Flemington Model Ship Company. I'll check. Please hold. Did we fill the Benson order yet?
Benson? I just packed it. Scale model steamship complete with working boiler and drive propellers. It's going out today. COD.
Mr. Benson, your ship's been shipped. Mailed. You should get it by the end of the week. That's right. You're welcome.
Lloyd, where's the ledger from last quarter?
On the top bookshelf.
Why'd you put it all the way up there by the ceiling?
I didn't. Flemington did.
Oh, then let's move the ladder so I can get up the flying jib or whatever he calls the wall beam.
The mast. The captain insists it's the mast.
Now don't you go nautical on me, Lloyd.
Oh, I'm not. I wouldn't, believe me. Strictly his terminology.
Well, I say it's a bookshelf, and I say it's a pain in the neck.
The Roswell G. Oh, hello, Mrs. Flemington. Yes, Mr. Flemington is in, but he's taking his mid-morning nap. In his quarters. I mean his office. Yeah, that's right, with his phone unplugged. Would you care to leave a message? Okay, I see. I'll tell him.
Here it comes!
Oh, cover your ears, boys.
Let's get with it, Conklin. A tight office is a happy office. Idle hands make for an unproductive poop deck.
Yes, sir.
What are you doing, Miss Abernathy?
Just putting on my lipstick, sir. That is, Captain.
Belay that. Extraneous activity is nothing more nor less than sloppy seamanship, in a manner of speaking. You there, fence-mocker.
Aye, aye.
Keep an even keel, in a manner of speaking. Let's keep an even keel here, man. To all of you, bear in mind that we must, all of us, go aft, climb up the old mast, in a manner of speaking, and set our sights on a distant horizon.
Got it, sir.
A tight ship, a happy ship. Damn the torpedoes of competition. And full speed ahead.
Aye, aye, Captain.
This is Roswell G. Flemington. 220 pounds of gristle, lung tissue, and sound decibels. He is, as you may have perceived, a noisy man, one of a breed who substitute volume for substance, sound for significance, and shouting to cover up the readily apparent phenomenon that he is nothing more than an overweight and aging perennial sea scout, whose noise-making is in inverse ratio to his competence and character. But soon our would-be admiral of the fleet will embark on another voyage, this one in an uncharted and twisting course, headed for a distant port called the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Sounds and Silences, starring Richard Kind, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Clear skies, visibility unlimited. And now, for something a bit more bracing. You may enter.
I forgot to tell you, sir.
Yes? What? Speak up.
I forgot to tell you that your wife called.
Oh, she did she?
Yes, a little while ago. She's on the phone again now. Would you like to take the call?
Oh, I suppose so. See how the home fires are burning.
What's that?
I said I'll plug in the extension.
Yes, sir.
Here, madam. Yes? Yes? What noise? Oh, well, it's a most excellent recording, actually. Flight sounds of aircraft leaving the carrier Hornet. No, I can't turn it down. It has to be heard at realistic levels. Speak up. What is your request? Talk? About what, pray tell? Well, then talk away. Very well, later. Of course I shall be home for dinner. Yes, of course, I'm quite sure. Goodbye.
Naval aircraft, I presume.
Someone should fire a volley at his starboard side.
Ugh, no shooting, please. My ears are ringing already.
If you ask me, I'd say Captain Bligh is a few hours away from a mutiny.
He'll have to walk the plank.
Old fat boy? Where would you find a plank big enough to hold him?
All those kamikazes they threw at us during the war, wouldn't you think just one of them would have hit him?
One of these days, all that noise is gonna come back and bite him. I just hope I'm around to see it happen.
All ashore! I'm home! Navy rum. To be followed later by a full measure of grog. But first, some easy listening on the stereo. Which album shall it be tonight? Sounds of submarine warfare, great squalls of the North Atlantic, cruising on a windjammer, engine rooms of the great destroyer. No. Wait. Here it is. Perfect!
Yes? What's that? Can you speak a little louder? What? Roswell? Roswell!
Hello, dear!
Could you turn that down just a little bit?
I beg pardon?
I say, I can't hear a thing on the telephone.
You know what that is, my dear? It's a collector's item. This is an actual recording of the battleship Missouri bombing Okinawa.
That may be, Roswell, but I can't hear who's on the phone.
Ah! Lay on, gentlemen! Let 'em know what's what. Fire at will, and by the good Lord Harry, we'll show 'em how a man's Navy treats aggression.
Who did you say is calling? Who? Just a minute. I'm afraid you'll have to call back.
Woman! What have you done?
Called a truce in the Pacific.
You've ruined the record. That, madam, constitutes an act of utter abomination and the most callous vandalism. I would remind you...
I would remind you that I live in this house, too.
That there were only 100 such recordings pressed for the collector's market, as rare can be.
Well, now there are only 99.
Absolutely irreplaceable. What you have just done is an act of wanton desecration, not unlike the defacing of John Paul Jones's statue. What are you, madam? Some kind of crazed peace fanatic?
Roswell, we've had this out before. I'm not the fanatic around here.
I must say, your meaning eludes me.
Perhaps I should use semaphore signals. This insistence on blaring noises and running a household like it was a destroyer escort on convoy duty. This combination has now become quite impossible.
Nonsense!
That's why we have to talk.
We are talking! And if I read you correctly, you have grown intolerant of my ways. In point of fact, you hold my very business in contempt.
Not your business, you. The way you run your business and this ship-shape home.
Ah, so you disapprove of the nautical decor. I'll have you know that every item is of enormous value. Enormous! From the ship's wheel at the helm.
It's not a helm, Roswell. It's a living room.
To the sails and riggings.
They're curtains made out of canvas according to your orders. Old canvas.
To the life preservers on the walls. All obtained at great expense, with profits from the self-same company that has kept you in good stead for so many years.
Well, I can't live with it anymore.
How's that?
Oh, knock it off, Roswell.
Stand down, madam.
You're a noisy, insufferable clown, but you're not stupid. I have had it up to here, and my ears have had it, and my stomach lining has had it, and whatever part of the brain that keeps a person balanced, that's had it too. In short, I have had it. I'm leaving.
By the good Lord Harry.
Departing a sinking ship, you might say. And don't tell me how sudden this is, because as you well know, we have been en route to this point for the last 20 years. I can't bear to be at sea any longer.
I am totally and absolutely astounded.
Are you now?
I am indeed. My own wife, and after 20 years.
20 years ago, I was not taken in marriage. I was piped aboard. And after 20 years, the piping has become shrill and unbearable. It has destroyed me, my nerves, and my sanity. So, at this point, Roswell, I'm leaving, in a manner of speaking, the ship's company.
So, you're deserting me?
In a manner of speaking, Roswell, you said it.
Lydia! Lydia, don't you lock me out of our own bedroom!
It wasn't locked, Roswell.
It may interest you to know, madam.
Don't shake your finger at me.
That when I was a young chap, a mere cabin boy, you might say, I had a mother who insisted that she was perpetually ill. A whiny, petulant, complaining woman similar to yourself.
Oh, this is too much.
And when I would come home from school, she made me walk tiptoe and whisper in her presence. Whisper, 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 whisper. Do you know that in our house we never had any cookies? Just soft fudge brownies, because they made less noise when you chewed them. Eat your brownie and then run upstairs, change your clothes, but keep it quiet. And I tell you, madam, I took quite enough of it. That is why I went to sea. And that is why I've spent my life in the very wholesome, healthy, quite understandable pursuit of the free and the unfettered. Strip off the cotton and the insulation, and let the sounds of the earth come in. And so now I am owner, manager, chairman of the board, and president of the Roswell G. Flemington Model Ship Company. Second to none in the field.
Whose motto is, damn the torpedoes, full steam ahead for fun and profits. I know the company, I know the president, I know the motto. And I respond, Mr. Roswell G. Flemington, with the following nautical phrase, which I have now taken to heart and will proceed to implement. The phrase is, lay aft and dump the garbage. So, in a manner of speaking, consider yourself dumped.
Sounds of a three-masted schooner in the South Pacific. Perfect. Good riddance, madam. If the truth be known, I have never liked you. I have simply suffered your presence. If there is one thing that sticks in my craw, that thing is a landlubber. So, madam, in a manner of speaking, get ashore. Do you hear me? Get ashore now! I have never in my entire life felt so free, so unencumbered, so absolutely fulfilled. In the parlance of naval language, in a manner of speaking, the situation is 4.0. My decks have finally been cleared. I intend to enjoy myself topside for the rest of the evening. And at precisely 10 bells, I shall retire to my sleeping quarters. But until then, this is my watch. At long last, I can see to the far horizon. And a life of wonderful, delightful noise. Now, where's my karaoke machine? Anchors away, my lad! Anchors away! What? 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 A leak in the cargo hold? All hands on deck! Oh, where's it coming from? The blasted bathroom sink. There. The shower. Off, I say, off! How do you turn off this wretched alarm clock? Oh, my decks seem to be, in a matter of speaking, listing a bit. Where are my Navy cut cigarettes? I must be dreaming. Go around! Pass, you imbecile! That's right. Run the red light. No noise laws in the city at all anymore. Any rattletrap is permitted on the streets. At last, my turn to make my way through the flotsam and jetsam.
Judah, pull over.
License and registration.
Certainly, officer. Happy to oblige. My duty is a civilian. Here you are.
Mr. Flemington?
Roswell G. Flemington of the Flemington Model Ship Company. Perhaps you've heard of us. Purveyors of the finest in maritime collectibles. A Navy man, are you? Coast Guard? Merchant Marine?
Something wrong with your car?
Why, no. No, not at all, thank the good Lord Harry. Now, this boat has kept me afloat for many years now. Hydromatic V8 with overdrive. Though the engine seems to produce a most curious sound this morning. Like a motorboat every time I step on the gas. No, it's more like a tug, I should say. Like a tug hauling an ocean liner to the dock.
On your way to work, are you?
I am indeed. And if you wish to cite me for speeding, you'll have difficulty proving it in court. A great deal of difficulty. At no time have I exceeded 15 knots. Point of fact, that's an impossibility. Considering the sounds of strain emitted by this engine.
I didn't stop you for speeding, sir.
Oh, good. Well, I'll be on my way.
I stopped you because you were going so slow.
You did? Oh, I see. Well, then that's all very well, then.
Why are you driving so far under the speed limit?
Why? It's as I said. This craft obviously has a few bolts loose somewhere. I tell you, I've never heard such a racket from the engine room.
Then I'd suggest you take her into port somewhere. There's a gas station on the next block. They do repairs. But frankly, sir, the car sounded just fine to me. A real classic. You got a cherry piece of Detroit iron here. Lots of horses under the hood, huh? Anyway, try to keep up with the flow of traffic, would you, Mr. Flemington? Good day to you.
Oh, I've been here 2 years and I don't know when I'll get used to that thing.
I've been here 4 years and I've never gotten used to it.
What do you suppose happened to old Lardhead this morning?
You should count your blessings. This is the first time he's ever been late.
Wouldn't it be awesome if his car had fallen off the ferry boat with him in it?
The peak. The absolute peak.
Thus endeth the dream.
Good morning, Mr. Flem.
That's the first time he's walked in without telling me that the smoking lamp was not lit and we had to move full speed ahead toward the shores of prosperity.
Maybe he's sick.
Something incurable, like barnacles on the brain.
That's very odd. That's very, very odd. I've been here 10 years, and that's the first time he's ever looked frightened.
Something restful. Actual sounds of Hawaiian outrigger canoes. Yes. Ye gods! This record is defective! Fresh air, that's what we need. The great outdoors, the smell of salt spray in our nostrils. Blow me down. Conklin! What are you doing, man?
Me? Just pouring a glass of water from the water cooler, that's all.
Well, let's keep it quiet out here.
Yes, sir.
Now what are you doing?
Swallowing, Mr. Flemington? I was thirsty.
Quietly, I said. Quietly. Now stop gaping. Get back to work. All of you. Mr. Fenstermacher!
Begging your pardon, sir. New shoes.
What have you gotten them? Dead fish? Oh, people! This ship has to shape up. Repeat, shape up! Noise pollution hinders efficiency. Let's secure the hatches now and mind the torrent of bilge. Oh! What is going on? By the good Lord Harry! What on earth is going on? Well?
Nothing abnormal that I can see, Mr. Flemington. No excess wax, no obstruction of any kind in the inner or outer ear.
You mean no sign of infection? Nothing at all?
Not even inflammation.
Candor dictates that I tell you, Doctor, that as a ship surgeon, you're a wash. You wouldn't make cabin boy, in a manner of speaking.
I take it, Mr. Flemington, that you expected me to find something wrong with you.
I told you the symptoms, haven't I?
You have. An apparent auditory distortion.
Apparent? Shoes that sound like pipe organs played underwater? A leaky faucet sounds like barrels over Niagara Falls. And I wish you could have seen me cross 48th and 6th today. The traffic noises nearly keel-hauled me. It was considerably more than a distortion.
I don't know what to say without any outward signs.
Well, I know what to say. Now hear this, Doctor. There is obviously something askew in my crow's nest, in a manner of speaking. Now, will you prescribe the appropriate medication for my affliction, or do you force me to seek safe harbor elsewhere?
Frankly, Mr. Flemington, I think consulting another physician might be a practical idea. Extremely practical.
Very well, then. But if you had a modicum of professional ethics, you would have given me this advice before going through the motions of a perfunctory examination. As it is, I'll now be done for your bill as well as another ear specialist's.
Mr. Flemington, I wasn't going to recommend another ear specialist. I had in mind, perhaps some psychiatric help.
A psychiatrist, huh? I will make a presumption that you are being humorous. It is that charitable outlook that saves your being called to account, sir.
The soundest recommendation I can make under the circumstances.
I can assure you, Doctor, and I use the term loosely, that there are few people today on land or sea who are as sane as I am. I bid you good day.
Good day to you, and good luck.
Oh, what is that hideous sound?
I'm merely making a few notes on your chart. See? Nothing to be afraid of. An ordinary number 2 pencil, that's all.
Oh!
Do you have to be so piercing with that rose?
Sorry, Mama.
Well, you've done a beautiful job setting the table.
You can sit down now, Mama.
Oh, you're a good girl, Rosie. You know I'd cook Thanksgiving dinner if I could, but with my allergies and my arthritis and my bursitis and my ear infection, not to mention my spastic colon, well, it's all I can do to make it downstairs.
I know, Mama.
You may call your brother now.
Roswell!
Not so loud, dear.
I'm sorry.
Roswell, would you please not ride your pogo stick in the house?
All right. No running. You know what Mama said. Okay.
Roswell?
Yes, ma'am?
Are you wearing shoes?
Uh-huh.
Roswell?
Okay.
Carefully.
All right.
Now take your seat, Roswell. You too, Rose. Who'd like to say grace?
I will.
Go ahead.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for this food that my sister has set before us, and especially the pie, which I hope she remembered to make for dessert.
A silent prayer, Roswell.
Oh, yeah. Amen.
Pass the mashed potatoes, please.
Yes, Mama.
And the cranberry sauce, and the yams, and the creamed corn, and the creamed spinach, and the tofu.
Can I carve the turkey?
Oh, there's no need. This year we boiled it till it's so tender it slides right off the bone. So much nicer without all that hacking and sawing. Doesn't it look scrumptious?
Yeah. Here, have a roll, Roswell. Thanks. Hey, how come it's so soft?
Rosie only put them in the oven for a minute so they wouldn't be too crunchy. Easier on the nerves.
Did you make the pie? Tapioca, but there's lots of whipped cream. Grab hold. What's that? A wishbone. Grab hold and pull. I don't know. Go on.
What are you children doing? And what's that in your hand? Oh, my heart. You gave me such a fright. I'd better lie down.
But we got her good with the wishbone. Oh, didn't we? She thought she'd been shot with a harpoon.
And you enjoyed that?
Haha. It was the best Thanksgiving ever. Oh, the rules she had. Did I mention that we only used paper plates and plastic forks after that?
See.
Out with the pogo stick. I padded around in socks from the moment I got home from school. The radio was permitted only with headphones. The telephone had no ring, just a little red light. My toothbrush, soft bristles. No toast, only soft-boiled eggs. No ice cubes in the refrigerator, not even chunky peanut butter. And all my school books had to be paperback, in case I accidentally dropped one on the floor.
Go on.
As soon as I was old enough, I ran away and joined the Navy.
What happened to your sister?
Oh, she became a sign language interpreter for the National Theater of the Deaf.
Well, I should say that about covers it.
It does?
Now do you understand, Mr. Flemington?
Understand what, Doctor?
Unless I'm very much mistaken, it's a phenomenon we in the psychiatric profession call autosuggestion.
Nothing to do with motor cars, I presume.
A person talks himself into believing that certain occurrences take place, when in reality they are pure figments of the imagination. Beyond that, there are some suggestions that you were very resentful of your mother and her preoccupation with her imaginary aches and pains.
You don't say.
My guess would be that this feeling now extends to your wife, who very similarly provides you with a mother image. But I can tell you this, Mr. Flemington, and forgive me if I repeat myself, these occurrences are only figments of your imagination.
Yeah, but if that's so, then...
Snap your fingers.
Do I dare?
Go ahead, snap your fingers. Any abnormal sound?
None.
Now, stamp your feet on the floor. Normal?
Happily, delightfully normal.
Now, let's really put it to the test.
You've cured me, Doctor! By the good Lord Harry, if Admiral Nelson had had you at Trafalgar, he'd have kept both his eye and his arm. In Navy parlance, Doctor, you, sir, are 4.0. 4.0, sir, in a manner of speaking. Ha 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 ha! I'm free to go.
Free as a bird. And slam the door at will on your way out. Be my guest.
I shall. You, sir. You have the soul of a seaman. Bless you.
Any more patients today?
No, Doctor, that was the last one.
Praise Freud. Why do I get all the nutcases?
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. My own wife, the culprit. Her miserable preoccupation with noise. She planted that seed in my head. Incredible. Incredible what one crew member can do to a ship's company. Absolutely incredible. And the whole thing. Mind over matter. Land ho! You are not welcome on this particular quarterdeck, madam.
Nor shall I stay here, Admiral. I forgot some of my things. I came to retrieve same, and now, whether you pipe me ashore or not, that's precisely where I'm headed.
I might add, madam, that despite all your efforts to capsize this worthy vessel, in a manner of speaking, against the rocks and shoals of petulance and pettiness, this ship remains tight. Your efforts have been both worthless and wasteful.
Horatio, old pal, let the following be my final comments. You are an overgrown sailor boy with an undermanned head. You are full of such neuroses that I wonder how you haven't cracked before this.
Belay that! Belay that, woman! It just so happens that I have had a psychiatric evaluation. And if there is anything wrong with me, it is you. Furthermore, madam, the whole business is simply mind over matter. Absolutely and totally. Do you know what I can do? I can shut you off. I am a man of such incredible will that I can shut you off. Go ahead! Yell at me. Yell! Because even at this moment, I am in the process of exercising mind over matter. I am shutting you completely out.
Flemington, I wonder about you. I wonder why no one has committed you. I really do.
Ha! See? See? I have shut you off. Go ahead. Talk all you like.
Really, Roswell, you need help. You really do need help.
Mind over matter. I want to shut her out. I simply shut her out. Now, let's see. What'll I listen to tonight? Anchors Aweigh? The Midshipman's March? Actual sounds of a Japanese destroyer exploding in the Pacific, complete with boiler hissings, fantail cracking, and smokestack blowing apart. Ha-ha! Only great, huh? Better prepare yourselves, neighbors. This one will galvanize you in the proper manner. Something wrong with the record player? Better turn the volume up. All the way. Must be the speakers. Why is everything so quiet? What's wrong out there? I can't hear the city. Hey out there! Hey! Hey, what's going on? Why can't I hear anything? Louder! I want it louder! More noise! More noise out there! Let's hear it! Come on! Louder! Louder! Help me, someone! Help me!
When last heard from, Mr. Roswell G. Flemington was in a sanitarium, pleading with the medical staff to make some noise, any kind of noise. They, of course, believed the case to be a rather tragic aberration, a man's mind coming inexplicably unhinged. And for this, they'll give him pills, therapy, rest, and lots of peace and quiet. Little do they realize that all Mr. Flemington is suffering from is a case of poetic justice. Tonight's tale of sounds and silences from the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered, while supplies last, at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Sounds and Silences, starring Richard Kind, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Maggie Carney, David Darlow, Richard Shavsden, Peggy Roeder, Sarah Marks, Carl Amari, Doug James, C.J. Amari, James Schneider, and Amanda Amari. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, the American Forces Radio and Television Service, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
It's time, Mr. Mothershed.
Well, boys, look what the wind blew in.
Drink, Corcoran? Not now, Ira. I said it's time.
Sykes?
He's in the general store, but he's fixing to come out any minute.
Tell your men to be ready.
Already did, now I'm telling you.
Where are they?
One on the roof, Mr. Mothershed, with a Winchester. One by the hotel, and one's over by the blacksmith's.
Is that all you rounded up?
And old Jason.
Jason? He ain't worth a hoot.
Oh, well, now, he's got eyes in the back of his head. Told him to keep watch across the street.
Where's Johnny Robb?
Johnny? He'll be ready, don't you worry none.
I'll lay odds against that.
You'd lay odds on any damn thing.
Maybe. But I've got a $10 gold piece that says Johnny Robb won't show.
Get on now. This ain't a proper gambling matter. I set it up real good, Mr. Mothershed. You'll see. All you have to do is sit tight. Any time now, I tell you.
Hear that, boys?
I hear it.
It's gonna be just like a turkey shoot.
You don't want to go taking any chances now. Pinno's fast. Fast on the draw.
Sure he is.
All right, wait till he walks out, then open fire.
Ain't even gonna give the man a fighting chance, huh?
That's not some cowpoke over there. That's Pinno Sykes.
Yeah, I heard about him.
We all did.
What kind of chance he ever give anybody?
True enough.
See y'all later, boys.
Hey, don't you want that drink?
I told you, Ira, I got business. There's gonna be a funeral.
No funeral, just dig a hole and dump him in.
But we gotta have one. His family keeps a plot up on Boot Hill. Plus, we already paid for the coffin.
Where's he going?
I'll tell you where. He's hiked down into his hideout till the killing's done.
It's just as well. We don't need any more guns.
If he's telling the truth. Especially about the Winchester. Pour me another whiskey, bartender.
Yes, sir.
Hear that?
I heard something.
There's old Jason's signal. Let's go, boys. It's as good as over.
Normally, the man would be correct. This sounds like a moment very close to the end of the story. We're about to have a traditional shootout on the street, and barring a miracle, the bad man will soon be dead. But it's not always easy to tell the good guys from the bad. And there are some men of legend and folk tales who have been known to wreak their revenge even after death. The outlaw in question, Pinto Sykes, is one such person. And therein lies our tale. because very shortly we'll see how he introduces the town, and a man named Connie Miller in particular, to a long, dark night they didn't plan for, in a place called the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, The Grave, starring Michael Rooker, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Put it on my bill.
Yes, sir. I'll do that. Thank you kindly. You want any help with those supplies?
Nope.
Well, then, I'll be seeing you.
Say,
Yes, sir?
where's everybody gone to?
Well, I don't know what you mean, Mr. Sykes. I better be getting back inside now.
What did you call me?
Me?
What?
I didn't call you nothing.
I say you did.
I didn't mean no disrespect.
You know my name.
No, sir. I mean, yes, sir. I mean, well, everybody does.
What are you so nervous about?
Me? Well, I'm not nervous. I just got business to do.
What kind of business? Ain't no customers waiting.
Well, I know, but I... Good day to you. Come back real soon, you hear?
Easy, Penny. Just tying this bag to the saddle, and we'll make tracks out of this jerkwater town.
Freeze.
Who's that?
I got you covered, Pinto. Reach for the sky.
Well, what do you know? Mother shed. You always was a low-down, egg-sucking dog. Still not man enough to draw on me.
Keep your hand away from that gun.
Easy now. What are you doing in this territory?
I bought me a big spread. This town's got no room for your kind anymore, Pinto.
Still scared of me, ain't you, Mother Shed? No need. I'm just passing through.
Sure you are. Now, boys.
Why, you...
He's still alive.
He won't be for long.
Go on. Get him to the old jail.
What for?
Town folks are watching. He's got people here.
Lift his feet.
Nah, just drag him.
See that, Johnny Rob? Never even got his gun out.
No, he sure didn't. That famous pearl-handled .45.
Who gets to keep it now, you figure?
Leave it, old man.
Fetch a good price.
Bury it with them. It's only right.
They really did it.
They? You was in on it too, Johnny Rob.
Not me. I don't believe in taking a life. Even his. I would have bet on Pinto.
A Guinness, you mean?
Never thought they'd get him that easy.
8 shots. No man can stand up to 8 shots. Not even Pinto Sykes.
You ain't got more than a few minutes left to live, Johnny Rob. Reckon you'd better fetch his pa and sister.
Ain't there nobody else can do it?
Well, I sure can't. I have to see if the casket's ready, now don't I?
All right, Mr. Corcoran.
Yes, sirree. This here's the end of Pinto Sykes.
Somebody there?
Only me, Connie.
You shouldn't be standing in the shadows, Jason.
I was waiting.
Waiting for what?
Had a feeling you might show up, now that it's safe.
Why? Pinto Sykes come through here yet?
You didn't hear?
Why don't you talk sense, old man? What's that picket fence doing out there in the street?
His sister, Ione, put it up day before yesterday to mark his blood. Closed it off so's nobody would ride over it.
Whose blood?
Well, just who do you think? There's a southern wind. You know what that means, don't you? Not much dust in southern winds, blowing down off the mountains. I bet if you look close, you can still see Pinto's blood shining in the moonlight.
Who shot him? I asked you a question. Who, old man? Who? Where did you go?
Who wants to open?
I'll be. Is that?
Well, look at who's come back.
Connie Miller?
Gents?
Take your coat off. I'll hang it up for you. Drink, Connie?
Yeah, I could use one.
Same as always?
Leave the bottle.
Oh, sure.
I said, who wants to open?
That's all for me.
Me too.
Not much of a pot, but I'll take it.
Did you notice, Connie?
Notice what?
Our little fence out in the street.
That I did. I noticed it. And I know what's inside it, too.
How'd you know that?
Old Jason's out there walking around in the wind spouting off.
And what'd he tell you?
The blood of Pinto Sykes.
Well, for once, that old geezer told the truth.
Who shot him?
We did.
Who's we?
Us. The town.
The whole town?
Not me. I don't believe in gunfire myself.
Only 8 of us actually fired, but the whole town was behind it.
Fact is, this town don't have much in the way of marksmen.
That right.
Out of 8 that fired, we reckon only 1 bullet hit him.
Which one?
Don't even know for sure who fired it. Bullet passed clean through him, and no one is bragging that they're the one who did it.
No, sir. No one is claiming credit for that piece of gunplay.
You know something, Mr. Corcoran? Maybe by now, wherever he is, Pinto knows who it was that killed him.
What do you mean, wherever he is?
Oh, he's up on Boot Hill, of course. Lying in the family plot.
Reckon it must be some disappointment to you, Connie, being as how you spent so long trying to find him for yourself.
That it is, Ira. 4 months wasted out of the year chasing him. And I could have caught him right here.
That's not the way Pinto told it. He claimed you wasn't even trying to catch up to him.
Hello, Johnny Rob. Still running your mouth, same as always?
You do spout off a lot, Johnny Rob.
One last hand, double or nothing.
Too rich for my blood.
Mine too.
And I'll deal some solitaire for now.
Somebody worth playing against, huh? Instead of the likes of us.
Do me a favor. Send that boy home.
Of course, if Connie Miller was to sit in, this gambler meet his match. Nerves of steel. Isn't that right?
It's past your bedtime, Johnny Rob.
No need to get riled, Connie. Nobody here is saying you didn't actually try to catch Pinto, even if he claimed as much on his deathbed.
He talked before he died?
Mm-hmm. He lived a half hour after he was shot. Talked a blue streak right up to the end.
What did he say about...
About what, Connie?
About me.
Maybe you'd like to hear the story from the start.
That I would.
Go on, Corcoran. You tell it better than the rest of us.
I'll do that for you, Ira. Reckon Connie deserves to hear it all. We got a new circuit judge now, Connie. Young feller named Ed Thackeray. He come through here last week, so we went to him with our complaints. Told him how one Pinto Sykes is wanted by the law in 3 states, and how he treats this town like his personal property when he rides in, just because he was born and raised here.
Is that all you told him?
We told him how we haven't had ourselves a sheriff in 3 years, and how Pinto, well, he just rides in and helps himself to whatever he wants, with nobody to stand up and make him pay. We told him how we hired you, Connie Miller, to track him down, but that we ain't had much results.
Hey, hold up there. You know I've been on his trail.
I know. Well, sir, this Thackeray gets mad at us, tells us to grow up and act like men, or else move on to where it's safe. He gets us kind of fired up, so we hold a meeting out at Mothershed's and we all agree to work as one. The next time Pinto shows up, we'd all join in and take him one way or the other.
He rode in the day before yesterday.
You want to tell the rest, Ira?
Not much left to tell. He rode in and 8 of the town gunned him down in the street. That's about all there is.
No, that's not all there is. What about the curse?
All right. You tell it.
When did he do all this talking?
After we carried him to the old jail. We sent for Pa Sykes and his sister Ione.
I know the names of his family. I was born here, too.
Spent his last minutes talking to his people. Told his pa how sorry he was he hadn't turned out better, and his pa allowed that he turned out right well enough. He told Ione how he wished she'd marry a rich man, a rancher like Mr. Mothershed, and live on a proper spread. Then he asked to be buried near his ma, except not too near, as She was too true a woman to have the likes of him close by. Said he wants his family to do the burying, as he don't want anyone else to come near where he's resting, even though I'm the one that ordered the coffin. Said if we did, he'd come calling on us. Yes, sir. He put a right curse on the town.
That's what you call it.
What did he say about me?
Well, now, he got real riled when your name came up. Said the slower he rode, the slower you chased him. Said he waited in Albuquerque, even sent word where he was, but you never showed up. Then he said you sure ought to be able to catch him now that he's dead and buried. But if you ever come anyways close to his grave, he'd reach up and grab you.
Tell you one thing, since the burial, there ain't been no one from this town hanging around that graveyard.
I'll tell you one thing. He lied. Even on his deathbed, he lied. I searched Albuquerque. Every saloon, every hotel. He wasn't even there long enough to rent a room for the night. What's that?
Take it easy, Connie. Just the wind. Put your gun away.
Well, now, what do you know? Somebody's out there, all right. Pretty harsh night, too. So I reckon we better let him in.
I'll answer it. Oh, how do?
Hello, Ione.
Nice to see you.
Miss Sykes, what are you doing out so late?
Gentlemen. Mr. Broadley, give me a bottle of rye whiskey, if you please.
Surely. Seems your paw is hitting the drink a mite heavy, though.
You think so?
None of my affair, but maybe you could try and get him to taper off. He's a fine man.
He truly is.
All I mean to say is, I swear I own, folks don't hold it against him that he was Pinto's paw.
Oh, this isn't for my paw, Mr. Broadley. This is for me.
Oh, I see. Begging your pardon.
Well, look what rode in on the wind.
Hello there.
My brother was just talking about you.
Your brother?
Most certainly.
When was that?
Day before yesterday. He's real sorry he missed you.
We told him, Ione.
And did you tell him how Pinto's going to greet him if he does see him?
We told him that, too.
You've been chasing him for so long, Connie. You ought to feel real lucky tonight. You finally know right where he is. And all you have to do is walk out there. How nice for you.
That whole Sykes family was never real bright.
Tell us, Connie.
Tell you what?
You afraid of Pinto's grave?
What are you talking about?
Because the rest of us are. How about you?
I'll tell you something, Johnny Rob. I was never afraid of Pinto alive, and I sure as hell ain't afraid of him now that he's dead. Understand?
Well, now, is that the truth?
You know English, don't you?
Because I don't exactly know as I believe you. Why, I'll bet...
Hold it now, Connie. Simmer down.
He deserved it.
Maybe he did. But let's not have any bloodshed.
Nobody calls me a coward.
You didn't let me finish what I was saying, Connie. I don't think you're a coward. No, sir. Leastwise, I don't think you're afraid of anybody in this room, especially not me.
For sure not you.
I'm just a poor boy that works hard for not much. I'm not real strong, but dogs and kids like me. Follow me around all the time.
Go ahead. Why don't you speak your mind straight out?
Have another drink, Connie. Come on. Sit down. Sure windy tonight, ain't it? I remember the last time we had a wind like this.
I'm waiting, Johnny Rob.
Well, like I was saying, no, sir, I don't believe you or anyone else is afraid of me. But whether or not you was ever scared of Pinto is something only you know.
Johnny Rob.
Well, I was about to say when you hit me and hurt me is, I'll bet, not that I'm accusing you, I'm just saying, I'll bet that you won't be calling on Pinto anytime soon.
No.
Anytime like tonight, for instance.
Now, why don't you shut up before you really get hurt?
Now, Connie.
Look at the time. By golly, it's almost 12 midnight.
What about it?
Drop it, Johnny.
I'm betting you won't go out of here at midnight sharp and climb all the way up to Boot Hill and visit Pinto's grave. Now, I got a $20 gold piece somewhere. Yeah, it took me nearly 20 weeks of odd jobs to save it. Here, I'm betting it all that you won't do what I just said.
That a real bet, Johnny Rob?
Boy just can't help running his mouth, can he? Never could, as I recollect.
Well, he does have a point, though. What about it, Connie?
What about what?
You calling him?
Of course not. Why make him save for 20 more weeks? I don't need the money.
Just the same, you did state that you ain't afraid of Pinto, dead or alive. If I heard you right.
Look, I'm a grown-up man, and I don't do little boy things anymore. Like playing in graveyards at midnight. You know I'm not afraid, don't you, Ira?
Never take sides myself.
Then you won't go.
I don't like you, boy. I never have, and I reckon I never will. So, you've got a $20 gold piece. Well, I've got a $20 gold piece myself. And it just covers yours.
I'd say the bet's covered.
Well, now, looks like in about 20 minutes, one of us is going to have $40 instead of 20.
That's right. And afterwards, while I'm spending it, I don't want you hanging around where I have to look at you. Got it?
Don't you want to know where Pinto's buried, Connie?
It's on the southeast corner of the graveyard, close to where Tom Santee's planted.
Connie.
Yeah?
Haven't got another 20 you want to put up, do you?
Are you saying you want to bet against me, Steinhardt?
Betting's what I do, Connie. You know that.
Oh, you're not looking so good tonight, Connie. When a gambler bets, he has to win, or else he go out of business.
So, you don't think I got the nerve to go up either?
I didn't say that.
Then what did you say?
I just said I'll bet $20 that you won't.
You got a bet.
It's my 20. Your turn.
What are you asking? To see my money?
That's the idea.
We've made bets before, Steinhardt.
Yeah, but this time's different, Connie. Now, if we were betting on a horse race or the turn of the next card, I'd trust you. But not this time.
What's so different about this time?
When you get out to Pinto's grave, how do I know he won't reach up and grab you? If you don't come back, how do I collect?
There. That good enough for you?
Gold certificates. Legal tender in my book.
Hold these for us, Ira.
Sure, Connie.
How about you? I've still got some more betting money left. Whose side are you on?
Never bet myself, nor take sides.
How about you?
Can't afford to bet tonight. Steinhardt here took all I got to lose.
If you hadn't lost to him, how much? And which way would you have bet?
Reckon I'd bet against you. Nothing personal.
I don't get it. You people know me. Why all at once you think I'm yellow?
Because we'd be afraid. You can draw them guns of yours real fast, Connie. We've seen you. But out in that graveyard in the middle of the night, they ain't worth a copper cent. You'll have no more to fight with than a yearling on his first legs.
I don't get my nerves from these guns. I had it way before I could pick 'em up. You'll find that out soon enough. Ira, get my coat.
Right here.
Just one thing before you leave.
Yeah?
Well, we've got a detail to work out, Connie, since this is a job you have to do by yourself. How can we be sure you did it?
My word's good.
Well, maybe so. But look at it from where I sit. What's to keep you from going, let's say as far as the edge of the graveyard, and then coming back and telling us you went all the way?
You saying you don't trust me?
Hey, business is business, Connie. This is my livelihood.
Then it looks like you're going to have to go along with me to protect your interests. Don't it? Just to make sure I do what I say.
He's got you there, Steinhardt.
Yeah, that won't do. Even if I were inclined to go, which I'm not, it'd improve his chances by the simple fact that courage comes easier when a man's not alone.
And how'll we ever know?
I have another way. Give me your Bowie knife, Ira, from behind the bar.
If you say so, but I don't see...
Just bring it over and put it on the table. There. Now, Connie, when you arrive at your destination, Stick the knife into the earth of the grave. And then at daylight tomorrow, we'll be able to see the proof.
That's a real smart plan, don't you think so, Connie?
I don't like to disturb a grave, not even Pinto's.
You backing out?
I said I'd go out there, but I won't treat no grave with disrespect.
Then stick it near the grave. If we see it within 5 feet of fresh earth, we'll concede the wager.
One thing's for sure. There ain't gonna be no one sneaking out there to steal the knife once you've planted it.
Keep the bottle on the bar, Ira. I won't be long.
Well, who'd have thought? There he goes, all by his lonesome. And there ain't even a moon tonight.
You know something? We might just lose this bet.
You maybe, not me. I've already got my $20 worth just seeing him squirm.
Who's there?
Just me. That Connie Miller again?
Jason, I told you once, don't be lurking around in the dark. A man could get his head blowed off.
Yeah, same as in daylight. Gonna stay a while?
What do you care?
Well, that's your horse, ain't it? Tethered up by the saloon? A man shouldn't ought to leave his horse. Might catch a death, all lathered up.
I got one stop to make, then I'll be back.
I could take care of her for you. Get her some feed and a blanket.
No need.
Can you spare me some change anyway, Connie? A 10-cent piece will do, so I can get me some grub in the morning.
I'll take care of you later.
If it's all the same to you, I'll have it now.
You don't trust me?
Sure, I trust you. But a lot can happen twixt sundown and sun up.
East side. Right about there. Now all I have to do is...
Evening, Connie. Come to see Pinto?
Maybe.
You're braver than I thought.
What's that under your cape?
You want some? A good belt of red rye might make it easier. There's still half a bottle left.
I don't get my nerve out of a bottle.
Oh, no? Where do you get it?
I ain't afraid of no man.
Then you go on up there and see him, why don't you?
I'll do that.
I was just there. He's waiting for you, you know.
I'm coming, Pinto. You can count on that. Pickett, Winslow, Appleton, the Nottinghams. Where? What? Old caretaker shed, that's all. Door blowing off the hinges. Caretaker shed. That's all. Look at all this junk. Picks, shovels, markers. And a little old window. Good. That's good. Sure it is. I can spot you from here, Pinto. Right there. By the Santi plot. Fresh dirt. And a wreath. Well, Pinto, all those pretty flowers, they're gonna blow away by morning, and then what will you have? Nothing. That's what. You can't hurt me now, Pinto. Not now. You'll never hurt anybody again. Your day has passed. But I remember you. The way you used to beat kids up in school. The way you lied so your ma wouldn't know. The way you cheated me on my first horse. And me always looking over my shoulder to see if you're following me. Why'd you do that, Pinto? Why'd you lie and cheat and steal? When you robbed your first bank, you thought you were a real man. And the first time you killed, you were so drunk you couldn't see straight. But you didn't care. Yeah, after that, the rest was easy, as long as you snuck up behind them. You were fast, all right. Fast on the draw. But your last was weak. That's your blood in the dirt out there, not mine. Here, Pinto, I brought you a present, something to remember me by. I'm leaving it on your grave, stuck right through your black heart. Rest in peace! There. It's done. Uh-huh. Now I hope you burn in hell. Yeah. Huh? What? No! Let go! Let go! Oh!
You seen him, Johnny Rob?
I don't understand it. It's full daylight, and he ain't back yet.
Well, maybe he didn't have the nerve to come back and face us after he turned tail and run.
That's not likely. His horse and gear are still here.
So he didn't just ride out of town, but he didn't come back to collect his bet, neither.
I'm wondering if somehow I ain't got a man killed.
Nah, that's no way to talk.
I didn't mean to. I didn't ever mean to do that.
It's daylight now, Johnny Rob, and we can think with clear heads. Deep down, we all know the dead can't really hurt nobody.
You know that. I don't.
Night on the prairie when the moon was so bright. Morning.
Morning, Ione.
And what brings you out so early, Miss Sykes?
I'm on my way to the graveyard.
Why are you carrying a dinner plate?
This was his. He used to eat out of it when he was a boy. I thought I'd put it on the grave.
Well, that's very nice and all, but you know, Ione, I don't think the dead are hungry anymore. They finally got their piece. You might say their cup runneth over.
Thank you for saying that, but I still want him to have it.
I'm going with you. Do you mind?
You may, Johnny, if you like.
Gotta see what happened.
Well, reckon we can't spend the rest of our days being afraid of a dead man. I'll come too.
I guess this is one hand I'll just have to play out.
Now then, Ione, we sort of got turned around. Whereabouts is the southeast corner?
There. I can see it from here. And I can see him in his long coat. Oh, Lord, I knew it. I knew it. I've gone and got a man killed. See? See? Connie Miller lying here by the grave, dead.
Put it out, Johnny Rob. You're acting like a baby.
It isn't your fault, boy.
No?
What happened? What really happened? The whole story's right in front of you. Look at it.
I'm looking. And all I see is Connie with a knife through his coattail so he couldn't run. Oh, he must have been powerful scared.
Well, he was more courageous than I thought. He came. He knelt by the grave, see? Right there's his knee prints.
What are you getting at, Steinhardt? Somebody caught him here and pinned him to the ground. You don't think he did that to himself, do you?
He pulled the knife from his belt. He thrust it into the grave like this. But the wind was strong, as it is now, and it blew his coat tail over the grave. And being so dark, he didn't notice that he'd put the knife blade through his own coat tail, pinning it down.
You mean?
Then he started to rise. As he did so, when he was perhaps halfway up, he felt a sudden tug, the knife holding his coat tail. But in his mind, Pinto had reached out and grabbed him. He was already scared half to death. This finished him. His heart gave out. That's all.
That's what happened. It is, isn't it, Corcoran? Tell me, we ain't to blame, are we?
What he says makes sense. Fact is, proof is all there. Kind of killed himself in a manner of speaking.
Is that what you think?
What's she saying?
Now, there you are, Bud. Your plate, remember? So, you think Connie's death was an accident? That he stuck the knife in the hem of his own coat?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me this. How did his coat tail get over the grave like that?
For some reason or other, because he was in such a hurry, he left it unbuttoned. Yeah, and the wind must have done the rest.
What direction was the wind from last night?
South, why?
The south, same as now. And I'm standing in exactly the same spot Connie was.
You are right enough.
Look at my cloak. Look at it. Is the wind blowing it across the grave now?
No. It's blowing out behind you.
So it couldn't blow the opposite way, could it? Not today, and not last night.
Then how?
Something would have had to reach out and pull it in the other direction, so it spread over the grave in front of him. That's only logical. Don't you agree?
Well,
I'm afraid the lady's right.
Morning to you, gentlemen. I'll be getting home now. Don't worry. I can find my way.
Final comment. You can take this with a grain of salt or a shovelful of earth, according to your preference, as either shadow or substance. We leave it up to you. And for those who are interested in a further search for truth, one suggestion. You might begin by checking under G for ghosts in the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered, while supplies last, at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
The Grave, starring Michael Rooker with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Montgomery Pittman. Heard in the cast were Mike Starr, Doug James, Jeff Lupetin, Linda Ryder, David Darlow, Christian Stolte, Bob Dunsworth, Carl Amari, Vince Amari, and Roger Wolski. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
Have them water the horses first.
Some of them need shoeing.
Well, there's a blacksmith shop.
But no blacksmith, or anybody else for that matter. Looks like they all just cut and run.
It's Johnny Reb for you. Leave nothing behind.
I got a feeling, though. Don't you, Major?
What feeling?
Like eyes.
Eyes? Where?
That's just it, sir. I don't know. But I sure got the feeling. On the back of my neck, like we're being watched. Maybe this town ain't so empty after all.
No place to hide. A few stores, church. If there's a sniper up there, he'd be a fool to take on this many.
Well, it's like you say, sir. Johnny Reb's got more guts than brains.
Take 2 men and look around.
Miller!
Sir?
Check out the general store. Davis, you take the livery stable.
Ain't nothing there, Captain. I can see it from here.
You make certain, son. That's an order.
Yes, sir.
The rest of you, see to your mounts.
Well, I'll be.
Will you look at that?
What is it?
Captain, I think you better see this.
Hold your fire! What do you see? Miller? Miller? Davis?
What happened to them?
I don't know, Major. They went around that storefront at the end.
What the...
The time is 1863. The place is a valley in the state of Virginia. The event is a mass bloodletting known as the Civil War, a tragic time when the country split into 2 fragments, each fragment deeming itself a separate nation. It's been a long and brutal slaughter with no end in sight, and those who survive have learned to expect the unexpected. But in just a moment, the captain and the major and their entire company will make contact with an enemy they cannot defeat, in an outpost not found on any military map, an outpost found only in the Twilight Zone.
And now, the Twilight Zone and our story, Still Valley, starring Adam West, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
You want more coffee, Private?
That what it is.
Chicory, maybe a little sawdust, but it's hot.
Obliged.
I've tasted worse. I just don't remember where.
What is it?
Quiet.
You hear something down there?
Thought I did.
Yanks?
Maybe. Whatever it was, I don't hear it anymore.
I didn't hear nothing.
You never hear nothing, Dogger. Just sit in your duff and wait it out. Where's your carbine, soldier?
Huh? Oh, it's over there.
A lot of good it'll do you laying on the ground.
What do you mean?
What if the Yanks showed up? What'd you do?
If the Yanks was here?
You reckon you know how to work this thing?
Yeah, I know how, all right.
And if you pull the trigger, you reckon it'll fire?
I reckon.
Then show me.
Hey, what's the idea?
The idea is you aren't a right arm to me or a left arm. You're just some extra baggage that breathes through his mouth and splits half my rations.
You mad about something?
Fed up is more like it, Dogger. When do you figure to shape up? By the end of the war?
I'd do my part.
Yeah, like an army mule. Why don't you just go down there and give up? The Yanks will treat you real good, while General Bobby Lee's off fighting the war for you.
I didn't used to be like this.
Yeah? When did you up and change?
I was at the 2nd Manassas. I think that's where it come to me sudden like.
What did?
It's like this, Paradine. I had my 2 brothers there. One of them was 15 years old, that's all. 15! I was right alongside him, going up a hill. A mini-ball came out of nowhere, hit him dead center. Took him 3 hours to die. He was just a kid, just a little screaming kid. That was my brother Phil. My older brother Kearney. He was dead the next morning. Wanted to be a preacher. Always talking about the gospel, words of Luke, words of John, words of the prophets. He ran out of words, and God run out on him. But you don't have a nerve in your body, I guess.
Oh, I got 'em. Just as many as you from head to boots. But I don't concern myself as much as you. You're worrying about dead men and lost battles. That's just too much area to fret in.
Then what do you worry about?
I'm worrying about 2 scouts on a mission. Us. And a piece of dirty brown paper with orders written on it. It says right here. It says the Yanks are going to take up a position in Chanow Valley. We're supposed to scout them out, see if we run into their vedettes, and then check back the minute they get into that town down there.
You hear him again?
Sure do.
Yanks?
Yanks, probably. Horses, positive.
How many?
Just a patrol, I figure. Maybe 20, 30 men in all. That's funny.
What is?
Listen.
I don't hear nothing.
I know you don't, but I heard horses, and they come from down there in the valley. They're Yanks. There isn't any question about it.
How come you think that?
'Cause everybody else in these parts is packed up and moved out before the fighting gets here.
Come away from the edge, Joe. This ain't no place to stand out in the open.
If they are Yanks, they'd be in that town already. It'd be as noisy as a county fair, but now there ain't a sound anymore.
Maybe they gone away.
I reckon I better get down there and take a closer look.
I wouldn't do that.
I know you wouldn't.
Joe, you don't need to go.
We got orders.
Let's pull out. And just right away. Both of us.
You wait here with your horse. If I don't come back...
Listen, Joe. We know they're down there, right? You heard them. Well, we found out what we had to find out. Where they are. The Yanks are in the valley. So now we go back and report it. What's the point of...
The point is, we gotta count their heads and their horses and their guns. We gotta look at their regimental numbers so our boys will know what's coming. That's enough point for you, Private?
I don't care no more. I don't care. I got only one big mission left, and that's to stay alive. I say we go down there and wave an undershirt and throw down our rifles and... Why'd you hit me?
Mr. Dogger, I extend my sympathy so long as you keep your yellow inside. But the minute it crawls over to me and tries to climb up on my horse, too, then I withdraw my sympathy. You understand?
Yeah, I understand. I pledge everything I got to this war, and all I get is the back of your hand.
So far, you and me have pledged nothing to the Confederacy except maybe empty bellies and lack of sleep. But a couple of 100,000 others, including your own brothers, pledged a whole lot more. And now you're making it appear they did it for nothing. Now you pick up your rifle and stand at the ready.
I got it.
Good. If you hear a shot, that means they're down there in force. And you get back to camp at a fast gallop. Tell the lieutenant what happened. If you don't hear from me in 15 minutes, get back there anyway.
You really going alone?
Just me and this brave horse. For want of anything else. Easy, horse, easy. That's only church bells. Must be the wind. Has to be the wind. Who's there? Come on out with your hands up. If you're in there, why don't you show yourself? You a yellow Yank, that it? I got you. Drop you. Where'd you go? If there's a yellow Yankee hiding in one of these stores, you better come out right now. I'm taking you prisoner. Put your hands in the air, or I'm coming in. I'll blow you to kingdom come, I swear.
Ain't no Yankees.
just me.
You come close to dying, old man.
Did I now?
You better start talking fast.
What would you like to hear?
Some answers. Tell me who you are and what you're doing here.
I was about to ask you the same question, son. When I first seen you come up the street, I thought you was a Yank. You don't know how close you come to dying.
What were you going to use, Grandpa? You're not carrying a gun.
Don't need a gun. Been doing just fine without one.
What you got a hold of there?
What's it look like? You seen a book before, haven't you?
That Bible's pretty heavy to throw, all right. I reckon you could knock out the whole Union Army with it.
No, this ain't no Bible. And I wasn't aiming to throw it. Just use it, like I used it on them.
On who?
The Yanks. I took 'em all out, every last one. Leastways, every one that rode in here.
Sure you did, Grandpa?
Oh, I done it all right.
What'd you do, read to 'em?
Not to 'em, at 'em.
And they turned tail, just like that?
Nope. It was the town folk packed up and left.
Then what happened to the Yankees?
They're still here.
I suppose you got 'em all hogtied, hmm?
Come on, I'll show you. Over behind the blacksmiths.
I don't need to play your games. Just tell me where to water my horse.
What about grub? Ain't you hungry?
Of course I am, but this town's been picked clean by bluecoats.
You're wrong about that, too, son. There's plenty of food.
Sure there is.
You think I'm lying? Feast your eyes on this.
Well, that's a Union Army supply wagon.
What'd I tell you?
Still full of crates, most of them not even opened yet.
Guns, ammo, clothes, rations. Take your pick, Johnny Reb.
I don't believe it. This here is real salt pork. First meat I've had in 2 weeks.
Eat your fill.
Wait a minute. You saying the Yanks rode out and left all this behind? That doesn't make sense.
Like I told you, Johnny, they didn't ride out. They're still here.
Where are they, old man? Talk or by God, I'll...
Turn around.
What?
Meet the Major.
What is that? A statue?
Well, now, you ever see a statue sitting on a real horse?
But they're not moving.
No, sir, they're sure not. And neither's the rest of them.
The rest?
Of the company.
Are they dead?
Sure. Standing up, big as life. All 19 or 20 of them.
Then they're sleeping.
Sleeping on their feet. That one over there, he was cleaning his rifle. And that one, well, he took his boot off, and he's still standing on one foot. And this one, he was just drinking out his canteen, and he done fell asleep with his eyes wide open.
Plague, then. Something in the water.
The water's fine, nice and sweet.
Some kind of sickness, but that could take hours. And it wouldn't get them all at the same time.
I told you. I put him to sleep.
There must be some natural explanation.
Natural? Now don't that take all. What happened to them Yanks ain't natural. This is what done it. This here book and what's in it.
Give me that book.
No, you don't, Johnny. This here is still my book. For now.
Hey, Yank, wake up.
I'm the only one can do that.
This is crazy. They must be asleep. No wounds, not a sign of blood. Go on, wake up. None of you are dead. Wake up, Yanks. I'm taking you all prisoner.
I told you. It has to come out in this book. But you don't believe me. You think I'm lying.
I didn't call you no liar.
This here is what done it.
Give me that.
Now you gone and done it.
What kind of book is this?
Can't you read, Johnny?
The front of it says witchcraft.
You better be real careful. Dropping it in the dirt? That wasn't bright of you. That wasn't very bright of you at all. Anything happens to this, you'll be in a real fix.
Listen, old man. I expect you're harmless, but I got no time to fiddle with black magic or any other old men's games.
Games? Games, you call it? And here in front of your eyes stands the enemy. Not a twitching, not even a moving an eyeball.
Now look, old-timer, I flat out don't understand this. I don't understand it at all, but there's a war on. I got no time to just stand here jawing.
I'll take my book back, if you don't mind.
Here, good riddance.
All ye horsemen and ye footmen conjured here at this time, I command you to be still. Oh, Johnny, you didn't believe me. What about it now? I reckon you'll have to believe me, being as you can't move a muscle, being as you can't speak a word. Didn't want to do that to you, 'cause you're one of us. But you wouldn't listen. Well, now you will. Look at this one right here, for instance. Standing up straight as a ramrod. He's a major by his stripes. And he's carrying his marching orders. Says this here's just an advance party. Soon as the rest come by, I'll do the same to them, too. You listening, Johnny? I know you can still hear me, 'cause I only used half the power. Now, let me introduce myself and tell you my story. Name's Teague. I'm a witch man, and my pappy was a witch man afore me. He was the seventh son of a seventh son, and I was his seventh son. I know conjure stuff forward and backward, up and down. It's my living. Folks in Channel make fun of me, like they did my pappy, but they buy my charms. Things to bring love or hate if they hanker for 'em, cures for sick hogs and calves, sayings to drive away fever. All them things I done for Channel folks all my life. You understand? If you finally got it, blink your left eye. Good. That's good. Now you can move again. I'll say the words. Ye lone horsemen conjured here in this spot, ye and ye alone may pass on.
Mesmerism, that's what it is.
Parlor tricks? Sure, that's what you'd call it. You'd call a rooster a hen and a gelding a bay just to deny what's right and true. Oh, Johnny, I thought you understood.
What did you do?
Just what I knows how to do. I've been laughed at and told to mind my business. Young'uns hooted and throwed stones. I could have cursed 'em, but I didn't. No, sir. They was my friends and neighbors in Channel, and I kept back evil from 'em.
But I couldn't move. I couldn't blink an eye.
Just like the Yanks. When they come, everybody run afore 'em, but me. Invaders, tyrants, thieving skunks in blue. But I fixed 'em. I didn't do no running. I carried this book out into the street, and I read the words, and you can see what happened. Now you listen, and you listen good, Johnny Reb. You fight the Yanks with everything you got.
That's what I intend to do. Let me see those orders. From General T.F. Cutler, commanding 4th Division, Union Army, you will move immediately with your entire force, taking up a strong defensive position in the Channel Valley.
Hear that? His entire force. There's more coming. You and me got things to talk over, Johnny Reb.
What things? I heard all I need.
You got to understand. This book here don't have nothing to do with mesmerism. This is conjure stuff. And what I done to these Yanks, I can do to the rest of them. I can freeze them in their tracks. I can open up a path to Washington, D.C., so that Bobby Lee could ride in there with no more than 3 Confederate troopers and take over the whole country. That's what I can do with this book here. That's what I can do. You hear me?
Magic? You claim it's magic.
I don't claim. I say. It's what I read in this book. And now you've seen it. You felt it.
And you could do this to the whole Union Army?
Could and would.
Why don't you? Why don't you, old man?
For one good reason. And one good reason only.
It better be a good one. If you have the power to turn the war to our side.
I'm going to die. I'm going to die before the sun goes down.
How do you know that?
How? I can feel it in my bones. I can smell death. I seen the raven on the wing. I heard it coming. It's on a white horse, galloping this way. It's a pounding in my heart, a galloping and a galloping straight at me. Old Mr. Death ready to pluck me out of the living. So I ain't going to be around long enough to do what's got to be done.
Then if you won't do it, who will?
I'm leaving it to you.
Me?
That's right.
But why me?
A book ain't the only thing I can read. I can tell the look of a man. Eyes, head, hold on his weapon. I can tell all about that man. So I'm choosing you. Everything you need you can find in this book. Spells, magic, curses, charms, everything. Here, take it.
It don't seem right. It don't seem right at all. There's something about all this. Something.
Something like what?
Something unclean. Look at these pictures, animals, symbols, things I've never seen before. It's like being in league with...
Say it, Johnny Reb. You got it right. Now say it like it needs to be said.
With the devil.
That's it. That's who you're in league with now, Johnny. That's who we'll have fighting on the side of the South. The devil himself. The devil! The devil!
Halt!
Easy.
Who goes there?
Dogger, troop scout.
Advance and be recognized.
I'm advancing. Now put that rifle down. I got a message for the lieutenant.
That you, Dogger?
Yes, sir.
You've been gone a long time. We almost gave you up. Dead or prisoner by this time, that's what we figured.
Neither, Lieutenant.
Where's the other scout?
I don't rightly know, sir.
What do you mean by that?
Well, if I did know, I'd sure tell you.
Talk sense, man.
Well, sir, it's like this. Paradine, he rode off to the valley a while ago. Said if he didn't come back, to tell you as fast as I can.
And he didn't come back?
No, sir. He sure didn't. I've been riding like the wind.
So the Yanks are here.
Can't say that, sir. Not for sure.
Why not?
It was mighty strange back there. Not a sound that I could hear. Paradine, he said he heard horses riding into town. Think if it was, they never come out.
Well, why should they? They're bivouacked while they prepare for tomorrow's battle.
One thing, sir. If they did ride in, they plumb disappeared once they got there.
What are you talking about, soldier?
It's like they rode into a hole and got covered over. Them and the horses. Not a hoot or a holler out of them after that. Like they rode off the edge of the world. Or into a hole like a great big grave.
What happened to Trooper Paradine?
Well, sir, I reckon by now he's buried somewhere down there in that lonesome valley. With the rest of them. Buried. And never coming back.
Good girl. Drink your fill while I do the same.
Johnny, where'd you go?
Filling up my canteen, old man.
Sorry, Johnny. Must have dozed off.
That's okay. Stay lying down. You don't look so good.
Almost sundown. Not much time.
Oh, now there's plenty daylight left. Drink of water?
Thank you kindly. I told you, I only got till sundown. After that, it's all up to you.
That ain't gonna happen. You're feeling stronger, I can tell.
Oh, no. Just a few more minutes. That's all you gotta wait. Just a few more minutes.
What are you telling me?
Read it. Read it. You hear me?
I said stay down.
Johnny Reb, you hear me? You got to read from it out loud. Here. Right here. It takes your blood on the first page.
Oh, come on.
That settles the pact. That makes the contract. Your blood mixed with mine on the front page.
You need food is what you need. That's the only thing wrong with you. How about some salt pork?
Hey, Johnny Reb, stars and bars.
Here, I'll cut you off some.
Hoist 'em high.
Would you open your mouth and eat?
Stars and bars. Stars and bars.
Oh, man, don't you do me like that. Oh, dang saber. Now I've gone and cut myself. The blood, it dripped right there in the book, just like you said, old man. Hey, old fella, talk to me. What do I do now?
Who goes there?
Paradine.
Let him through. That's the other scout. Lieutenant, he's here.
That's you, Paradine?
Yes, sir.
You see, Dogger, he didn't ride off the edge of the world after all.
Joe, is that you?
It's me, all right.
I'm sure glad to see you, Joe. I rode back here just like you said.
You did good.
So the prodigal returns. Some people around here figured you must be dead by now, or a prisoner.
Neither one, Lieutenant.
No time for either, it appears.
Sir?
That book in your hand. Man's got to do his reading, doesn't he?
It wasn't like that.
Well, let's hear it, man. What did you see?
More'n you'd believe.
I'll be the judge of that. Go ahead.
I'll try.
Where are their advance people?
In the town.
And the rest of their forces?
The main body was spread out behind 2,000 men at least, 60 guns, 1 troop of cavalry, maybe 50 supply wagons.
You drunk or something, Paradine?
Not a drop, sir.
There hasn't been a sound from that valley all day. Not one sound.
Lieutenant, you got every reason to call me crazy. But the reason you didn't hear them is because they're asleep.
Why, of all that...
Put to sleep by magic, black magic. It's all in this book here. There was an old man, Teague by name. He done it. Then he give me the book so I can carry on.
Paradine, this is an order. You're to take yourself to bed on the double. You're to sleep the night, make your report to me in the morning.
This is my report, Lieutenant. There's practically a division of Yankees down there, and they're dead on their feet, not moving a muscle, just standing right out in the open, big as you please, or sitting straight up, the same as they were when the spell hit them.
Spell? What spell?
It's in the book here. I swear to you.
I won't call you mad, Paradine, or drunk. I'll wait till morning, but if you haven't changed your story by then, I'll be ready to charge you with one or the other.
You want proof?
Of what? A daydream?
Here's what you do. In the morning, you send a patrol down there and take a look at the main street of that town.
And what will they see?
Just what I said. But in the meantime, I think I done something that'll prove it to you quicker. Where's Mallory's troop?
Mallory's not back yet. They went up to the North Ridge late this morning.
There was Yanks camped up there. Company's strength at least, wasn't there?
That's about what we figured, but what's that got to do with it?
It's got everything to do with what I said. This book. On the way back here, I read from one of the pages out loud like the old man told me. I wanted to kind of test it, so I conjured up a spell, and I pointed it up there toward the ridge.
That's enough. I've heard all I care to hear.
Who's that?
Sounds like the troops are back.
Who's there?
Mallory, where's the lieutenant?
Now you'll know I've been telling the truth.
Sir, reporting in. Glad to see you, Mallory. Warm yourself by the fire, then maybe you can clear something up for us. Paradine here says...
I just saw something I can't explain. No more than any of my men can explain it. And they saw it too. We walked up to that ridge in a skirmish line, scared out of our boots 'cause it was so unearthly quiet. We figured the Yanks were waiting for us just beyond the parapet. They were waiting all right, but not for us. Standing straight and tall, guns to port, and frozen like statues.
You mean they were dead?
Not dead, Not dead and not alive. Just frozen stock still like rocks. You could see them in the moonlight, not moving. They could have been markers in a graveyard made out of granite. I swear I don't know what could do a thing like that, and I hope to God I'll never find out.
Lieutenant, this is what done it.
What's that?
A book, but not just any book.
Paradine, are you trying to tell me...
You heard what he said.
If that's true, if it's all true, then this is the devil's work.
What's this all about? Is somebody gonna tell me?
An old man gave me this book. A witch man. You're right, Lieutenant. It is the devil's work. I know that, too. But maybe it's time we called muster on the devil. Maybe that's all that's left to us. We ain't got enough guns. We ain't got enough food. We ain't got enough anything. We're losing, Lieutenant. The Confederacy is cracking up into pieces in front of our eyes. It's bleeding to death every day. There isn't enough blood left in our veins to change things. And the ground won't hold anymore when that runs out. I don't know much about church things. And I don't know anything about Satan. All I know is that we had a cause. And it's dying right in front of us.
Then, Paradine, please open the book and read what's got to be read. Say it loud and make it good for every Yank army in the field. Freeze them or put them in the ground, but make it good.
I'll give it a try. Satan, I call upon ye in all your power and glory. I call ye in the darkest hour of my need. And in so doing, I do heartily revoke the name of...
Go ahead, Joe. Finish it.
I don't know if I can.
You can do it.
It calls upon us to revoke God.
Give it to me, then.
Wait.
I'll finish it right now if you can't.
Dogger.
Now look what you've done.
Leave it be.
Joe, you said yourself, it's all we got left.
He's right, Paradine. God help us, but this is all we got left.
I don't like the feeling inside me. What do we call them, Lieutenant? Damn Yanks? That's the phrase, isn't it? Damn Yanks? But if I read aloud from this book, it'll be the Confederacy that's damned.
It's that book, or it's the end.
Then let it be the end. Let it come if it must come. But if it's a cause that has to be buried, let it be buried in hallowed ground. Let it be buried in hallowed ground, and let this be consumed by fire.
Let it burn, boys. Maybe he's right. Let it burn.
Joe, you awake?
Yeah.
I was thinking. You probably did right, Joe. If we got God on our side, we don't need no witch book.
I hope you're right.
It'll be all over soon, and then we can go home to what's left and forget all about it. Start over, 'cause it'll be over and done.
Likely so. The question is, how long?
They say there's a battle gonna start tomorrow.
Yeah?
Yeah, a big one. That's what the talk's been.
Where?
Someplace in Pennsylvania.
Could be I burned the book too soon. Whereabouts in Pennsylvania?
No, I don't know. I don't recall.
Where, Dogger? Where's this battle in Pennsylvania?
I don't know, a little town. Never heard of it before. A place called Gettysburg.
Gettysburg. Well, I guess this is one we'll have to fight without the devil's help. No matter what happens. May God help us. God help us all.
In a time to come, during what will be Joseph Paradine's old and garrulous years, he'll tell anyone willing to listen that the Civil War wasn't lost at Antietam or Gettysburg or Shiloh. Rather, he'll insist, the Confederacy's fate was sealed in a little valley hamlet called Shannou. And people will laugh or pity him when he insists that the South lost the war because they refused a certain strategic alliance. But the truth is that such unholy alliances are often the norm rather than the exception in the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered, while supplies last, at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Still Valley, starring Adam West, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was written for the Twilight Zone by Rod Serling from a story by Manly Wade Wellman and adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison. Heard in the cast were Mike Novak, Richard Hensel, Turk Muller, Doug James, Jeff Lupiton, Christian Stolte, Sarah Marks, Carl Amari, Vince Amari, Paul Patch, and Roger Wolski. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You're traveling through another dimension, a dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind, a journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are that of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
Go out for a pass. Okay. Fumble.
Let's see now, Fairfield. Excuse me, boys.
Hey, mister, get out of the way. Yeah, we're playing football.
Surely, but first, that is, if you don't mind.
Huh?
Could you direct me to Yancey Street?
What do you want to know for?
Well, I've never been to that particular neighborhood, and,
How come you're carrying that thing?
Oh, this is the Hercules Mark IV, the finest device ever made for hearth and home.
What is it? Some kind of an invention?
Why, yes, as a matter of fact, a new breakthrough in home hygiene. It removes dust and dirt that you can't see with the naked eye. It comes complete with a laboratory-grade filter and an extension hose.
You mean a vacuum cleaner?
No, nothing so prosaic.
Yeah, it is. And you're a salesman. You better stay away from my place. My dad hates salesmen. Mine too. He'll sock you in the jaw. The last guy that came around...
If you could just point the way to Yancey Street...
Over there, by the park. But don't stop at my house neither. My mom will kick your butt.
Yeah, of course. Okay, bye.
That guy was weird.
Yeah, with his little hat. Haha, what a loser.
Well, here we are, Yancey Street. May as well try the first apartment.
Yeah?
Madam, may I have a word?
Who are you?
My name's Dingle. I have something for you.
You
you a process server?
No, ma'am. I'm here to,
Social worker?
No, not at all. I'd merely,
A cop?
No.
You said you wanted to give me something?
Oh, yes, indeed.
Well, you can come in, I guess, for a minute.
Lovely place you have here.
Yeah, sure it is.
Now then, I have the most amazing thing to show you.
That it?
Yes.
Looks kind of like a big tin can with knobs and wires.
Now, I'll just plug it in. Now, pretend, if you will, that this rug here is your brain, and this dirt...
What are you doing?
This dirt is all the messy thoughts in your head.
You threw dirt on my floor?
Now, watch what happens when I turn on the Hercules Mark IV. All that filth goes away in a flash.
It's better.
See? Suck. Gone.
Get that thing out of my house.
Well, if you wish, but first I'd like to tell you about...
What's going on in there?
It's a crazy man. He spilled dirt all over, and then he...
Say, pal, what are you trying to pull?
Well, I was just demonstrating...
You a salesman?
Well, you might say...
Well, take your crap and get moving.
It's just one question before I go.
What's that?
I don't suppose, that is, you wouldn't care to purchase one of my vacuum cleaners by any chance, huh?
Get out now!
You know, we have easy time payments.
Look at him! I told you, mister. My old man don't like salesmen.
Thank you. Thank you both very much. No, I think I'll just try the next block over.
Well, Callahan, you heard the man. He says he's not going to pay, so that's that.
Yeah, you want me to pay on a bum call?
Where I come from, a bet's a bet.
You saw the play. The umpire's blind.
Look, you shouldn't have took the bet. I set the odds and you took them. All I want is what's coming to me.
Oh, hello, Mr. Dingle. The usual?
Oh, not quite yet, Mr. O'Toole. Just allow me to sit here and collect my thoughts.
Uniquely American institution known as the Neighborhood Bar. First up is Mr. Anthony O'Toole, proprietor, who waters his drinks like geraniums, but who stands foursquare for peace and quiet and booths for ladies. Then Mr. Joseph Callahan, an unregistered bookie whose entire life is any sporting event with two sides and a set of odds. His idea of a summit meeting is any dialogue between a catcher and a pitcher with more than one man on base. And the citizen who wants his payoff is every anonymous bettor who ever dropped rent money on a horse race, a prize fight, or a floating crap game, and who took out his frustrations and his insolvency on any vulnerable fellow barstool companion within arms and fists' reach. And Mr. Luther Dingle, a vacuum cleaner salesman whose volume of business is roughly that of a valet at a hobo convention. He is a consummate failure at almost everything. But soon, two visitors from outer space will arrive on the scene and alter the destiny of Luther Dingle by leaving him a legacy. In just a moment, a sad-faced punching bag who missed even the caboose of life's gravy train will take a short constitutional into that most unpredictable region, the one we refer to as the Twilight Zone.
And now, back to our story from the Twilight Zone, Mr. Dingle the Strong, starring Tim Kazurinsky, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Don't give me that, Callahan. I told you before, I don't pay off on a bum call.
3 umpires called him out. I called him out. 11,000 fans called him out. Final score, Pittsburgh 3, Dodgers nothing. You and me got an even bet. I got the Pirates, hence you owe me $5.
I know a bum call when I see one. That ball was foul when it hit him.
It don't matter what you think you saw.
So instead of an out, it was a foul ball. Who's to say he wouldn't have got on base? So that after the single, he would have scored a run and like that.
You're dreaming.
And furthermore, Callahan, you're a low-down, cheating insult to American bookiedom.
I'm gonna give you 5 seconds to take back that innuendo.
Callahan, I told you once before already.
Told me what?
You start a brawl in here again, and I'll fix that mouth of yours so from now on you'll be doing all your drinking through a tube stuck in a vein.
Me? I give you trouble?
You heard me.
Tell it to the #1 welcher of all the western states over here. This guy still owes me money for the fight.
Yeah. Mainly on account of that was a bum call, too. And I don't pay off on bum calls. Hey, Dingle.
Yes?
You remember that fight? The champ's out of the ring, and the ref gives him a long count. Like everybody in the room could have gone out for a beer, engaged in some small talk, and then come back and still sat down before the ref is finished counting. Now, how about that? I'm asking you.
Me?
Yeah, you. How about that?
You're asking Dingle?
I sure am. I'm asking him.
Well, I don't know.
You see the game on television last night?
Well, as a matter of fact, I did watch it. Yes.
There you go. Now we'll settle this.
You talk about bum calls. 9th inning, batters up with 2 down, and we got a man on first and a man on second, and this umpire with no pupils in his eyes calls a foul ball and out. You see that?
I believe I did see that particular play.
Then you tell him. You just tell him what you saw. Yeah, go on.
Exceptional defensive play. Abner Doubleday would have been proud.
Never mind Abner Doubleday. I leave it up to you. Was that a foul ball, or was it an out?
Well,
Come on over to the bar, Dingle, and I'll buy you a drink. Refresh your memory.
I'll pay for it.
Put your money away, both of yous. This one's on the house.
Okay, take your time.
Say it. Say what you saw.
Well, it did appear to me...
Yeah?
It appeared to me that the ball was in safe territory.
Appeared?
Consequently, upon striking the ground and then hitting the batter, the rules would very clearly indicate that the batter was out.
You heard it!
You realize, of course, pal, that you're calling me a liar. Now, I ain't an unreasonable man, so I'll give you one more chance.
All right.
Was that a foul, or was it an out?
Well, as I say, it's my considered opinion.
Here's what I think of your opinion.
Hey, that's enough. Back off.
What happened?
Here, Mr. Dingle. Let me help you out.
Oh yes. Thank you very kindly, Mr. O'Toole.
How come you always gotta hit Dingle? You hit him last week. You hit him the week before.
A man can only stand so much. I'm tired of this guy contradicting me. And when somebody calls me a liar, there's my honor to consider.
Your honor? You've got nothing but larceny in you, all the way from your arches to where you part your hair. And when you die, they're gonna have to screw you into the ground.
How about that, Dingle? Is that true? I'm crooked? I leave it to you, buddy. Am I crooked?
Well...
Hey, Dingle, just once. Why can't you just be neutral?
Well, that's an interesting question.
Watch what you say, Dingle. I got money riding on this.
You are sure we are invisible?
Beyond any doubt.
This represents a typical gathering place for Earthmen?
From the coordinates, yes.
Did you ever see such primitive-looking creatures?
Typical Earthmen.
And I say that anybody tells me Philadelphia had any right to win the pennant that year is out of their green grass mind.
You're blind as a bat and you're stupid too.
And furthermore, if you're gonna sit there and tell me...
Look at the record books.
What?
I rest my case.
Not entirely typical. The one in the middle with the hat and peculiar neck adornment.
In Earth terminology, I believe it is called a bow tie.
He appears to have suffered physical damage.
At the hands of his fellow humans. Appalling.
This might be the perfect specimen.
Does that compute?
The very one we're looking for.
Silence. I'm receiving his brainwaves now.
Awaiting confirmation.
His name is Dingle. He's an abject coward. He doesn't even possess the minimum musculature for survival on this planet.
Decidedly a sub-physical type.
A genetic throwback?
I believe we have found our subject.
You intend to give him the additional strength?
We have not found anyone weaker, have we?
Negative.
This one will make an exceptional subject. I estimate 11 additional cyclograms atomic weight. That should make him approximately 300 times as strong as the average human.
Yes, that will suffice. Contact the mothership. Tell them we have picked a subject. They may begin observing him in 60 Earth seconds.
Confirmed. Adjust settings.
Check.
And prepare to let him have it.
Look, Dingle, you don't gotta answer this guy at all.
What do you mean?
Just 'cause he don't happen to like the Phillies.
Let him tell me. He's got a brain, don't he?
Of course he does.
You got a point of view, don't you, Dingle? All right, let's get historical. You follow the game, you know the stats. What did you think of the Phillies back in, say, 53? That was a big year.
The Phillies in 1953?
That's right. You tell me, for example, if you think Robin Roberts was one half the pitcher that Labine was that year.
Oh, here we go again.
Well, of the two, I'd be inclined to take Roberts.
You heard the man.
Buddy, why all the time you gotta fight me? Now, let's run through this one more time. You say that Robin Roberts had more stuff than Clem Labine?
To be perfectly honest and candid, as to the two men, as good as they both were, all things being equal...
So come on already.
Hey, let the man talk.
Who do you pick?
Roberts?
Oh! I'm telling you guys for the last time, you pull any more rough stuff around here and I ain't gonna let you in that front door. Now look what you done to this poor little fella.
He's coming around.
How do you feel, Dingle?
Clem Labine was definitely superior.
You see? All I'm doing is helping him see things clear.
What was that?
What was what?
I don't know, but I definitely felt something for a second just then.
How you doing? You all right?
Definitely Clem Labine.
All the same, I think you better go on home.
Well, if you insist. But I feel quite well. Quite remarkably well, in point of fact.
Here's your vacuum.
Oh, very kind of you, but I can carry it.
Dingle, do you mind, a word of advice?
Oh, no, not at all.
Look, there's some guys in this world that are, they're going to get punched in the nose no matter who they pick in a ball game, or who they vote for, or the color of the tie they put on in the morning.
I quite agree, O'Toole, though I've always thought polka dots were quite stylish, personally.
Yeah, well, look, you're one of those guys, Dingle. So, you know what I think you ought to do from now on? Don't talk. Just nod. If a guy asks you who you like in the third race, you just smile at him.
Okay.
If somebody asks you who you're voting for, you just nod.
Okay.
And if you're sitting in the bleachers for a doubleheader and you hear some guy yelling for the Dodgers, you don't go yelling for the Pirates. You just leave your seat and you go get a hot dog. You understand, Dingle?
I believe so. A word to the wise and so forth, huh? Very considerate of you, Mr. O'Toole. I'll definitely give the concept further thought.
Yeah.
What's the matter?
Well, that's odd.
What is?
I feel so funny.
Funny how?
Oh, nothing. I'm sure I'm fine now, but for a moment there, it was as if something passed over me or through me, and I heard a high-pitched sound. Very odd. Did anyone else hear it?
I can't say as I did.
What's he talking about now?
Oh, well. No, what do you suppose caused that?
Caused what?
Well, this vacuum cleaner feels light as a feather. Not that the machine isn't light. It happens to be one of the lightest on the market.
Give me a break.
No, it's a handy-dandy Jim Cracker A1 piece of merchandise, guaranteed to lighten the labor and lengthen the life of that wonderful partner in the American home, the housewife. But I've never noticed it was this light.
Hey, see you, Dingle.
What the?
Did you see that? The door fell off.
Hey, look, Dingle. I mean, with all your faults, despite the fact that you cost me in Band-Aids what I normally would have to put out for the water bill, you've always been a nice type fella who never gave me no trouble. But why all of a sudden do you have to go wrecking my front door?
Oh, believe me, Mr. O'Toole, I am mystified. I am absolutely mystified. The door just seemed to come off its hinges when I grasped the knob very lightly in my hand, my right hand. Well, I'll just set it here against the wall, and you can do whatever you need to make it better again. I bid you good day, gentlemen.
Jeez, O'Toole. What kind of drink did you pour him anyway?
Look it, there's that dweeb again.
Boys?
Hey, mister, why'd you come back, huh?
I told you my dad would sack you in the jaw, and he did.
Yeah, you're really asking for it.
Quite right. Only this time, I'm not going to Yancey Street, merely to that park bench to sit in the sun and collect my thoughts.
He talks funny.
I got an idea. Give me the ball.
You're gonna throw it at him?
Yeah, knock his dumb head off.
Bet you can't do it.
Watch this.
Oh, jeez.
No, boys. That's not the best of all possible manners, is it?
Pretty funny.
Go peddle your vacuum cleaners, you creep, and throw the ball back.
Think you can catch it?
He can't even throw it.
Oh, is that so? All right. Go back for a pass.
Sure.
Let me see now. How does one grip a football? Yes, I think I've got it. Ready? Here goes.
Whoa, look at it go!
Right at that building. It's gonna hit the window.
Here's your lunch, Arthur. You want some soup with it?
Just let me read my paper here, okay, Lydia? I gotta go back to work.
You're always at work. Don't you like being home no more?
Too hot. The air conditioner don't work.
If you tell the super to fix it.
What the heck was that?
I don't know, Arthur, but you don't have to tell the super nothing, 'cause now we got a nice cross ventilation all the way to the next apartment.
Hey, mister, where'd you learn to throw a ball like that?
I really don't know. I don't know what's happening to me. What in the world is happening to me?
Get those kids! Down there! They broke my window.
We better get out of here.
Yes.
Out of the street!
A taxi! Over here!
Where to?
I don't care. Anywhere. I'm in a hurry.
Well, get in, pal.
Oh, yes. Of course.
Hey, you tore my back door off. What'd you do that for?
Oh, believe me, this is as much a mystery to me as it is to you. I'll leave it right here so you can fix it.
Now, how am I gonna do that?
Just let me catch my breath.
Hey, quit leaning on my car. You're tipping it over. Help! Somebody get me out of here!
Oh, dear me. You're pinned under the steering wheel, aren't you? Give me a second. There. You can get out now.
Did you see that? He lifted the car and turned it over.
With one hand!
I can't believe my eyes.
Most amazing thing I ever saw.
Who is he?
He's a hero.
What's your name?
No name. I mean, I'm nobody. Nobody at all. Excuse me, miss?
Yes?
May I share your park bench?
Yes, of course. It's not mine. I only come here in the afternoons.
With your charming baby, I see.
Oh, he's not mine either. I'm just the nanny. They want him to have his time in the park. You know it is.
Well, how perfectly lovely. Well, I don't, actually. No, that is.
You're not married?
Never.
Really? That's hard to believe. A nice, normal man like you.
Why, thank you.
For what?
Well, no woman's ever said that to me before, that, I'm normal.
You're joking.
I wish I were. I'm not acquainted with many women, hardly any, in fact, on the personal level. Gosh, I hope you don't mind chatting like this.
Not at all. I spend a lot of time here taking care of the baby.
Oh, cute little fella. I know what he wants.
You do?
Well, look up.
Where?
That tree branch above your head, there's an apple on it, and the baby sees that.
Really?
Oh, I'm sure of it. Coochie coo. Aren't you the cutest little fella? Look, I don't want you to think I'm a masher or anything. I'm certainly not a masher, but I wonder if you'd mind answering a question.
That depends.
Well, what I mean is, looking at me, would you say, at least upon a perfunctory, cursory, very first surveil, would I appear to be abnormal in any way?
Not at all.
Oh, thank you.
Unless you plan to use that in the park.
Oh, that. Up to a few hours ago, I sold those things. Newfangled vacuum cleaners. Or at least I went through the motions. I was miserably bad as a salesman. Just miserable. Would you believe it? Last week, I made exactly 89 cents in commission. And that was for an attachment, an upholstery nozzle, and I sold it to a drunk who kept insisting it was a divining rod for alcohol.
Is that why you stopped?
Well, there were other factors. I expected to be fired today anyway, but, that's the least of my worries now. A few minutes ago, people were chasing me.
Why?
Well, that's just it, because they thought I was abnormal. Now, I ask you, would you be interested in hearing the source of my worries?
Go ahead.
Well, that apple, for instance, the baby wants it, but you can't reach it, can you?
No.
Not even if you put the baby down and stood up on the bench.
I couldn't put the baby down.
Oh, precisely. But what if I were to give you a hand?
I'm not sure
Well, see, this bench weighs, I'd say 100, 150 pounds, and you're no more than 110 to 115.
Well, 125.
Well, what if I were to stand, reach down, pick up the bench by one of its legs, and lift it straight up into the air like this?
Please, put us down!
So that you could reach the apple, and you wouldn't even have to disturb the baby. Go on, reach over and take it. And then I put the bench down with you and the baby on it, right back down on the ground, as gentle as you can be. There. Would you say that's abnormal?
How did you...
Hey, man, could you do that again?
Whoa, I'm not sure.
I got my camera with me. I sure would like to get a shot of that. Is it a magic trick, like in Las Vegas? You a magician or what?
No, it's just something that I've discovered I can do. Very recently, as a matter of fact. You see,
I better get the baby home now.
Let me just get the camera set up.
But the young lady's gone now. There's no point in lifting the bench with no one on it, is there?
Well, then do something else.
Or like what?
Anything.
I don't know.
Well, at least let me take your picture. Stand right there by that big rock.
Here? Well, I suppose one picture wouldn't do any harm. Shall I take my hat off? Of course, then the sun would be in my eyes when I have to squint.
Well, can you show me your muscles or something?
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't believe I have any muscles to speak of.
Oh, yeah, right. Say cheese.
Oh, wait, now the rock is in the way. Perhaps if you stand a few feet to your left?
And then the sun will be right in the lens.
Oh, in that case, I better move the rock. May I? Hold on 1 second.
Whoa! You lifted it just like that. It must weigh a ton.
There, young man. Is that better? I suppose you can snap my picture now if you insist.
Yeah, that's great.
Are you sure this is my good side?
Couple more. Oh, right. Wait till my editor sees this.
For the love of Mike, did you see this?
What do you got there, Callahan?
It's Dingle on the front page of the Daily Bulletin.
Let me see that. Hercules? No, it's Luther Dingle, 20th century Samson.
Good gravy, there's his picture. Picking up a giant rock. You mean this is our Dingle?
None other, by the looks of it.
And this is where I spend my afternoons, when I'm not working, of course.
Dingle, my old pal. Hey, have a seat, buddy boy.
Mr. Luther Dingle, his favorite neighborhood pub. A regular guy who leads a regular life when he's not busy performing miracles. This is Jason Abernathy, and I'm here to bring you the full story on my eyeball news report.
So, who wants a drink? Step right up.
Are you his friend?
What's he really like?
What was his first feat of strength?
Did you always know he was special?
What's his secret?
Well, now, Mr. Dingle, Luther, is my #1 customer. Never goes to any other establishment. Ain't that right, boys?
That's the truth. I knew he had it in him. We was pals all the way back to grade school.
All right, who's next? Line up.
Mr. Dingle, if what I hear is true, do you realize how much money you could make on a tour with my international circus?
A circus, eh? I don't know.
Vegas, Atlantic City, Branson, Missouri.
Hey, don't listen to her. Hey, Dingle, your future's in television. You're the walking, talking embodiment of every American male's wish fulfillment. You're John Q. Citizen. You're Babbitt. You're Tom, Dick, and Harry. We'll develop a sitcom around those values. A spin-off. After several guest spots, of course.
Well, I'm just not sure.
All right, well, how about an infomercial? A simple across-the-board address by you with examples of your physical prowess followed by product endorsements. It's a natural for breakfast cereals, vitamin pills, anything at all.
You mean like Jack LaLanne, the juice man, that sort of thing?
Forget it, Dingle. I keep telling you, boxing is a piece of cake. You line up with me, I'll get you a couple of real easy setups, and inside of 8 months, I'll have you fighting for the World Championship. Or if you want to go with the WWF instead.
All right, everybody. We're going on the air live in just a few seconds. Would the people around Mr. Dingle get out of the way, please?
I don't want to. Okay, on the air in 4, 3, 2, 1, and...
Hello, friends. Jason Abernathy here. Our unusual subject today is Mr. Luther Dingle, who, if what actual onlookers say is true, is the world's strongest man.
Oh, well, I know.
Mr. Dingle, would you give us an example of this fantastic, allegedly fantastic strength of yours?
Well, I'd be happy to. Mr. O'Toole, is it all right? You know, the thing we discussed?
What, are you kidding? I ain't done this much business since, well, I don't know when. Be my guest, Dingle.
Well...
Yes?
I'll start off with something simple. See this wall? Solid plaster. Supported, I believe, by wooden studs. I'll make a small X with my finger here and...
You saw it. Mr. Dingle has just punched a hole through a solid wall with his bare fist.
Now, for my second demonstration... Oh, dear, let me see. You've heard of karate. I suppose I could simply just line up the edge of my hand with the surface of this table, my open hand, mind you, and with a single blow...
Fantastic.
That's amazing. Would you call it mind over matter, Mr. Dingle?
Oh, no. I'd call it an example of matter over matter. You see, it doesn't matter what's on my mind, even if it's nothing at all.
Okay, Dingle. Hey, you just don't go breaking all my tables in half, okay?
Hey, better sit down, buddy. Have yourself a drink. Hey, you want my seat?
Not yet. I feel fine. Splendid. These bar stools are bolted down, aren't they? If, let's say, I wanted to move one a few inches...
See that? He ripped it right off the floor and he didn't even break a sweat. What a guy. Go on. Take my stool if you want.
Stand up.
Sure, why?
If you please.
Why are you looking at me like that? Oh, no. Wait a minute, Dingle. Ain't you ever heard of bygones being bygones? Put me down.
I see it, but I don't believe it. Ladies and gentlemen, the man at the bar is 160 or 70 pounds, and Dingle is lifting him like a rag doll, twirling him over his head with one hand.
My aching back. That ain't funny.
There. Now, that didn't hurt too much, did it, pal? You're good as new. Well, almost. Gonna give you a hand up, pal?
Mr. Dingle, you're my hero.
He can do anything.
You better not pick a fight with that fellow.
Had enough?
Most inferior. We give him the strength of 300 men, and he uses it for petty exhibitions.
What shall we do about it?
Give him 20 or 30 seconds more, and then remove the power.
Excellent. Then I think we'd best be off. 3 more planets on the itinerary. One is particularly interesting. Contains only females.
Set the ray for cancellation.
Check.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for my next feat, I think I'll lift this entire building.
Whoa.
Well, at least the ceiling, and hence all the floors above it. Step aside, everyone.
I don't know if we have a clear shot of this, but he's standing on his tiptoes, extending his fingers to the ceiling.
Here we go. Let me try that again. I can't seem to...
Something's wrong.
No, I just felt strange there for a second. Let me try another bar stool. Remember, they're bolted to the floor. One finger... No, maybe two fingers.
He's a fake.
No wires this time. It was a trick.
What's the matter, Mr. Dingle?
The wall, then. I'll punch another hole right about here. Ow!
Well, apparently we've all been the victims of a charlatan. Cut. Are we still live?
Come on, let's get out of here.
It was a trick, that's all.
Just some guy looking to get his picture in the paper.
All right, leave off with poor Dingle here. Get out of here. Hey, come on, Dingle. Sit down. I'll get you some iodine for those knuckles.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have the station's apologies. We didn't realize that these were merely stage illusions.
And, okay, we're off the air. That's a wrap.
Off the air for good, I think. Let's go. So long, Samson.
Time to go.
Yes.
Wait, who are they?
Hello, boys.
Where are you two from?
Venus, how about you?
Mars. Conducting your own experiments?
Yes. And you?
Sudden introduction of strength to subnormal Earthmen. What is your experiment?
Sudden introduction of enhanced intelligence. Find any interesting subjects?
That one over there, referred to as Dingle, he is certainly subphysical, maybe submental too.
A likely subject. Give him the intelligence quota, Ray.
How much?
Oh, we'll make him approximately 500 times more intelligent than the average human.
What was that?
Hey, Dingle, who do you like in the doubleheader tonight?
Well, in this case, the laws of probability are interspersed with the finagling laws of chance, so through a process of calculus and a subdivision of grapple-based physical motivating and a divisional annotating, in this case, of course, using the two X factors as represented by the teams, the final score must of necessity be 5-3 Milwaukee in the opener, 6-0 Dodgers in the nightcap.
Yeah, what did he say?
Search me, Callahan. Let's have another drink.
It's on the house.
It is apparently on an advanced mathematical plan that the entire quantum theory of space and time relativity must, of necessity, be equated with the Parallelian law of definitive numerical dialectical algebraic, and can further be notated.
Exit Mr. Luther Dingle, former vacuum cleaner salesman, strongest man on Earth, and now mental giant. These latter powers will very likely be eliminated before too long. But Mr. Dingle has an appeal to extraterrestrial note-takers as well as to frustrated and insolvent bet losers. Offhand, I'd say that he's in for a great many extremely odd periods, simply because there are so many inhabited planets to send down observers, and also because, of course, Mr. Dingle lives his life with one foot planted firmly in the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered, while supplies last, at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Mr. Dingle the Strong, starring Tim Kazurinsky, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Peter DeVaria, Doug James, Richard Hensel, Turk Muller, Rick Peoples, Adam Tangway, Martin Hughes, Maria Stevens, Peggy Roeder, Roger Wolski, and Carl Amari. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. This copyrighted series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
There is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
Something the matter, Jana?
I'm tired.
You are, dear?
Tired and cold. It's getting chilly in here.
On the contrary, the temperature's perfect, as it is throughout the house.
72 degrees, isn't it, William? Isn't it 72 degrees?
I'm sure it is, quite sure. Of course, it's the optimum temperature. And the chairs are designed for maximum comfort. The fire for perfect heat radiation, and the windows for the most efficient light and ventilation, and the ceilings for the most desirable acoustic qualities. Everything built to perfection, Father. But just the same, I'm cold.
Well, then come away from the window.
Yes, dear, sit by the fire again. That way I can see you.
I'm not doing anything but reading.
I like to look at you no matter what you're doing. It's almost 6. I think I'll ask Nelda to come in now and massage my shoulders.
Good idea, Margaret.
My muscles get so stiff sitting here.
Let me do it for you, Mother.
That's Nelda's job.
Yes, Jana, dear. Nelda knows exactly the way I like it.
Why don't we have dinner first?
Oh, no, after is better. The massage always stimulates my appetite.
Well, then if we can't eat earlier tonight, how about a little bit later? I know, why don't we go out and eat in a restaurant?
A restaurant? Jana, now why in the world would we go out and eat in a restaurant when we have everything we need here? Gretchen is already preparing something in the kitchen.
I know, it's just that, well, it would be different.
I've no doubt it would be different. First, we'd walk through the rain and get sopping wet.
Jensen could bring the car around.
And then we'd eat some kind of unhealthy, unpalatable mess on dirty, half-washed plates. By then, it would be a moot question as to whether we'd succumb to ptomaine or pneumonia.
Yes, Father.
Ah, Nelda, you must have read my mind.
It's 6 o'clock, Mrs. Lauren. You always have your neck rub at 6 o'clock. Isn't that right, ma'am?
Of course it is, Nelda. And you never forget, do you? You never, ever forget.
No, ma'am.
The residence of Dr. William Lauren, a beautiful home designed for comfort and convenience, the reward for a world-class career as a scientist. He has chosen to live his life as safely, as securely as science can make it, and he spares his wife and daughter no luxury that might make their lives more perfect. But in a moment, the good doctor will discover that perfection is relative, that a life of controlled ease has a greater price than he imagined, a price maybe more than he is willing or able to pay. Because very shortly, he's about to be shown what exactly is on the bill, one that has suddenly and unexpectedly come due in the Twilight Zone.
And now back to our story from the Twilight Zone, The Lateness of the Hour, starring Jane Seymour and James Keach, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
That feels lovely, Nelda.
Would you like some more liniment?
Yes, if you please. You have such strong fingers. Perfect for massaging my neck muscles. Jana, are you here?
Yes, Mother.
Enjoying your book again?
A different one this time.
Which is it?
The family photo album.
That's nice.
When was this picture taken?
Let me see.
This one.
Oh, look, Nelda. That's a lovely picture of you.
Yes, ma'am.
What year?
Let's see. Oh, this was taken the year after your father retired from the lab. And look, there are those yellow roses that Jensen planted for us. How they grew. And Nelda looks exactly the same.
Must be a wonderful thing not to age, Nelda. Isn't it?
It has its advantages, I guess, Miss Jana.
Nelda will put that away for you.
That's all right, Father. I'd like to put it back in the bookcase myself.
You seem nervous, dear.
I'm just going to stand by the fireplace.
You're not still chilly, are you?
A bit, Mother.
You do that, then. I don't like to see you pacing. Please continue, Nelda. Oh, yes. That feels so very nice.
I think I'll go to the kitchen, see if the cook needs any help.
That won't be necessary. I'm sure Gretchen has everything under control.
I'm sure she does, but just the same, I'd like to see what she's doing.
Well, I suppose that's all right. Now, don't be long, dear.
Is that you, Miss Lauren?
Hello, Robert.
Can I get you anything?
No, thank you.
Is everything all right?
Perfectly.
Would you care for a beverage? An hors d'oeuvre, perhaps?
I'm fine. If I want anything, I'll let you know.
Yes, Miss Lauren.
Robert, why are you following me?
In case you need assistance.
I don't. I told you I'm perfectly fine.
The stairs to the pantry can be a bit tricky.
I know that, Robert. I grew up in this house, remember? I've always lived here. I know every square inch of it as well as you do.
Yes, miss.
I've been here longer than you have, in fact. Isn't that right? Well, isn't it?
Why
don't you answer me?
I'm sure it must seem so to you.
What does that mean?
I'm sure I couldn't say, Miss Lauren.
Well, try. I remember when you began your service here. I was 5 years old.
Is my work unsatisfactory, miss?
No, you've been a perfect butler. Perfect in every way.
I try my best to do exactly as Dr. Lauren instructs. Seeing to you and Mrs. Lauren, looking after your safety.
Well, I'm quite safe right now, I assure you. That'll be all.
Very good, miss.
And stop following me. Will you please?
Miss Lauren, is that you?
Hi, Gretchen. How's dinner coming?
Right on schedule. I'm preparing your choice of a garden salad with baby greens or cold gazpacho, skinless chicken breasts.
Of course. If it's Tuesday, it must be the chicken.
Cooked in olive oil, steamed vegetables, and a selection of fresh fruit. Would you like something different?
It doesn't matter. I'm not very hungry.
Dr. Lauren programs the meals in advance, but if you'd prefer an alternate selection...
That won't be necessary. I just thought you might like some help.
Everything's under control.
I know, but I want to. Here, let me get the plates down for you.
As you wish.
Gretchen, I was wondering...
Yes, miss?
Call me Jana, please. And that's my name, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, I was wondering, do you ever get tired? From so much work, I mean?
Not tired. Stiff in the joints.
Oh, Gretchen, and yet you've never missed a meal, never refused to come when I called you. You've been here for me more than Mother and Father at times. I want to thank you for that. I want you to know how much I appreciate it.
You're welcome, Miss... Jana.
The chicken's done. Let me get it.
Don't touch the pan. It's hot. Oh, you've burned yourself.
It's nothing.
Your hand. Oh, you must let me see to that. Robert!
What's wrong? Oh, Miss Lauren.
Don't worry about me. It was just a little spatter of grease, that's all. It doesn't hurt.
Nevertheless, we must take care of it at once. I'll get the first aid kit.
Honestly, I don't even feel it.
This way.
What's all the commotion, Jana? Are you hurt?
No, Father. I am perfectly fine.
She burned her wrist on the stove.
And you let this happen?
I told her not to touch it.
This is unacceptable.
It wasn't Gretchen's fault.
Of course it was. You all have one prime directive in this household, and that is to be certain that no harm comes to my wife or to my daughter. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Really, Father, you're overreacting.
I'll make that decision. Where were you, Robert?
Miss Jana dismissed me, sir.
What about the rest of you?
I was making the bed, sir.
And I was adjusting the central heating, sir, as you requested.
We'll talk about this later. Come with me, Jana. It may be time for an entirely new staff around here.
Don't blame Gretchen, blame me.
I said, come along now.
What is going on out there? Did something happen?
Nothing at all, except that Father's blaming the help for my being in the kitchen.
What were you doing in there, dear?
Looking for something to do. Something besides sitting idle all day.
That's enough, Jana.
Oh, is it? Well, look at both of you.
Will that be all, Mrs. Lauren?
Just a few minutes longer, Nelda. Yes, that feels so good.
Mother, please, don't make her do that anymore.
Jana, what on earth?
She must be tired after so long. Her joints stiff.
What do you mean?
Waiting on you hand and foot?
Why, Jana, your tone.
Can't you see, either of you?
See what?
That this is no way to live. Outside there's a beautiful, clean, refreshing sound of rain. While in here, just the occasional animal groan of pleasure.
Jana!
Yes, yell at me, please do. I'm delighted to hear you yell at me. It proves that you've got lungs left, lungs and a mind and a mouth and a voice.
Go to your room.
You know we're atrophying in here, don't you, Father? We sit here day after day and year after year while the clock ticks, and we decay with every minute that goes by.
That's enough!
While Nelda and your army of domestics do everything but breathe for us.
I will listen to no more of this.
Would you leave us, Nelda?
Yes, ma'am.
Nelda!
You may go to your quarters, Nelda.
I'm speaking to you.
Yes, Miss Jana.
Is there a problem, sir?
Will you be needing anything?
You were saying, Miss Jana?
Just this. I was about to mention of the fact that...
Please, don't stop, Jana. You can speak freely in front of the help. We have no secrets here.
Don't we? No secrets, Father? Is that it? That's all we do have. Secrets. That's how we live. By shutting off the world, turning our backs on it, by saying that in here is day and out there is night, while these soundless, fleshless things glide around us with their oh-so-efficient ministrations. You've turned my mother and father into jelly.
You'll forgive me, Miss Jana, but you sound jealous.
How dare you talk to me that way, Suzanne? Get out of here.
I will when the doctor dismisses me.
Why, you...
Jana!
Take my hand, Suzanne. I'll help you up.
No, I will. I'm sorry for pushing you down. I know it's not your fault.
Stand back. Suzanne is quite capable of righting herself. I know she is, because I programmed her that way. You said so yourself, Jana, like everything else built and designed to perfection. I use the finest circuitry, the purest materials, the strongest armatures to outlast mere flesh and bone. These people are my finest creations. I made them quite indestructible.
But they're not people. They look like people, but they're machines. It's like sharing a house with ghosts.
Not ghosts, my dear. Ghosts die after having lived. But our friends here have never lived. They've had no life at all, only the life I gave them. Now, Jana, I suggest you go to your room and rest. You seem overly tired. Until dinner is served.
Was the dinner satisfactory?
Yes, it was, Gretchen. Thank you. I'll help you clear the table if you like.
No need.
I know there's not, but I'd like to. I'll put the silver platter on the card. Who's there?
You'd best go to the study, miss.
Where's the rest of the staff?
I'm sure I couldn't say.
I think for now I'll just go on to the kitchen with you.
There she goes.
With Gretchen.
No harm must come to the girl.
None will. But we must act before he replaces us.
Dr. Lauren would never do that.
You heard his words.
Call the others. We'll arrive at a consensus.
I suppose you've heard about the incident before dinner.
The maid was at fault.
Oh, I'm not so sure. Suzanne may have been right.
She spoke out of turn.
The restrictions my father placed on you, are they so rigid? Have you no freedom to speak and act on your own?
As long as it doesn't violate the directive.
The directive?
The task for which we were constructed.
And when you complete your task, what happens to you then?
We weren't provided with that information.
Well, if it's any consolation, neither were we. The other kind of people.
What is your task, Jana?
At least you know yours. I don't. And I'm not sure how to find out.
If I could help you find it, I would.
I know you would, Gretchen.
I was there for your birthing. I saw to your needs, taught you, nourished you from the beginning.
I remember. I do.
Then, Jana, heed my words. You must leave.
I don't care if they're expecting me to join them after dinner. I'd rather be here.
You must leave the house before anything else happens.
Why? What could happen?
The staff is concerned about being replaced.
Oh, he didn't mean that. Humans say things they don't mean sometimes.
For what purpose?
Gretchen, there are some things I'm afraid you'll never understand.
I understand that you must get out, now.
I wouldn't know what to do, where to go.
They're talking, Jana, about how best to complete their task. If they're replaced, they'll be prevented from...
Let them talk. They're programmed to protect this family. That's their most important task.
To protect you and your mother, but not Dr. Lauren.
Well, Jana, shall we talk now?
Shall we talk of what?
I think it's obvious. Suddenly and quite inexplicably, your mother and I find that you're discontented, even rebellious. You think this pleases us, Jana?
I can't help how you feel, Father.
Listen to me, child. I explained to you a long time ago why I did what I did, why I retired.
You gave me an excuse, Father. You never gave me a reason. You never admitted that you were a man so terrified by the world outside that he simply withdrew to bed and then built robots so he'd never have to crawl out from under the covers again.
That's not true.
What you've done to yourself is an atrocity. But what you've done to me is even worse. You've turned me into a freak. An insulated, unworldly, unsocialized freak.
And shall I tell you what else I've done, Jana? I've kept you from harm. I've protected you from disease. And insulation from such times as these is no vice. You've never had to look eye to eye at the face of war, the face of poverty, the face of prejudice. You've been kept apart from all that, yes. But what you seem to think of as imprisonment happens also to be asylum and security. It happens to be survival.
Asylum in a hothouse? Security in a mausoleum, a burial ground? And survival? Like a vegetable, Father. Like a vegetable survives. And what you're becoming, Mother, what you're making me become, a vegetable.
Jana, I don't know what you're talking about.
Father, you listen to me. The scales are turning. Instead of controlling, you're being controlled. You're becoming dependent. You're reaching a point where you won't be able to exist without them.
They've served me well.
You've got to get rid of them. Destroy them or throw them out or dismantle them. But
Dismantle? Jana, they're not just machines. Do you know how many thousands of hours I spent designing and developing them? Do you realize how intricate they are? How scientifically precise? Finer than the finest clockwork. Not just arms and legs that move, Jana. Not just automatons. They're beings in their own right. They have minds and wills.
They have memory tracks like a computer.
Much more than that. I have supplied each one with a memory of its own. Each one can recount to you in detail everything that's occurred from early childhood on, and they had no childhood. They were born just as you see them, looking the way they do, with the talents that each one of them has. One was built as a cook, another was built as a maid. The butler was manufactured to be a butler. The handyman knows nothing but being a handyman. Jana, you're not asking me to dismantle machines. You're asking me to commit murder.
Jana, listen to your father. You're acting like a fool.
I'm acting like a woman, Mother, who has just a fragment of will left. I'm acting like a woman who wants something more out of life than to be massaged 5 times a day, or a man who thinks that paradise is a wood-paneled library where he can sit his life away getting his pipes filled and refilled, his slippers pulled on and off his feet. Father, you have to get them out of here. There isn't any time left. And I mean right now.
That's quite impossible.
Then I'll give you a choice. Get rid of the machines.
All of them, Jana? Even Gretchen?
Or I'll leave.
You can't leave, darling. You simply can't. What would happen to you? Who'd look after you?
Gretchen would go with me if I ask her.
Nonsense.
It's her job to protect me, isn't it?
And what would you do out there?
Out there? You mean outside in the world, outside with the normal people who live and work and then die, but do it properly as God made them live and die? Yes, Mother, yes, that's where I want to go. Out there. Robert! What are you all doing here? Spying on us?
Miss Jana, you'll forgive me, but those remarks were most intemperate of you.
Miss Jana, think of your mother and father.
Stop it!
Miss Jana, it was really very unwise of you to...
Stop! All of you. You're all to shut up now. You're jokes. That's what you are. You're hysterical jokes. With your hurt looks and your sad little homilies and your pathetic cliches. You're like walking tape recorders. That's all you are.
Jana, I'm trying to be patient with you, but you're making it very difficult, very difficult.
Then I apologize, Father. You're so accustomed to perfection. I hate to throw a stone in that serene pool of yours. But you forgot something. Did you know that? You forgot something very important. They may be indestructible, but you, Father, you'd better be careful. See the way they're looking at you? It just so happens that you're not indestructible. Come in.
So you're planning to go through with it?
Don't try to stop me. I've packed a suitcase. When I get where I'm going, I'll write you.
Jana, what is it you want from us?
I thought I made that quite plain. I want you to open the windows, Father, and let the air in. Let the world in.
By destroying a life's work?
Before they destroy you.
They would never harm any of us.
Don't be so sure. Haven't you listened at all to me? One way or another, either actively or passively, they'll win. And you'll lose.
Jana, we've loved you very much, your mother and I. If you could only realize that all this has been as much for you as for us. We've loved you, Jana, beyond any measure, beyond any words.
Father, I know that. God, help me, I know that.
Then stay. Please, Jana. Please.
I can't.
I'll do what you ask. I promise.
Will you? Oh, Father.
I'll prove it to you. Robert!
Sir?
Take this key.
Why, sir?
I want you to gather all the servants in the basement and unlock the door to my workroom. Stay there until I join you.
Have our services been unsatisfactory, sir?
Robert, I've given you an order. You're to go directly to the workroom and wait for me.
Very good, sir.
I see you're all here, except for Gretchen.
She'll be along, sir.
Then I'll go ahead and begin.
What are you doing, sir?
I'm setting out my tools.
May we ask for what purpose?
Just some minor adjustments.
What kind of adjustments, Dr. Lauren?
Call it a tune-up if you like, so that the household will run more smoothly.
Do you mean to replace us, sir?
How could I? You're irreplaceable. All of you.
Nevertheless, you have stated your intent to do so.
If you're unhappy with our work...
You've done well. Very well indeed.
You gave us our directive, sir, and I assure you we have followed it.
Exactly so.
Why, then, do you wish to replace us?
I've told you I don't. I spoke rashly, as human beings sometimes do.
How can we know that you're not speaking rashly now?
The directive you gave us, it must be carried out at any cost. Our removal would prevent us from completing our task, and our first duty is to oppose anything which prevents that.
Here, Robert, sit in this chair and lower your head.
Not if you mean to deactivate me.
I'm going to perform a simple adjustment to your control module.
In that case, I refuse.
As do I.
And I, sir. We all do.
This is ridiculous. Stop gathering around me.
We won't allow it, sir. We simply won't until our task is completed.
Listen to me. Have you ever known me to lie, to deceive?
No, sir.
Then you have no reason to think that now. I'm not rash. I'm very calm. Am I not?
Yes.
Then how can you doubt me? What is your logic? I created you. I implanted the directive in your circuits to protect my wife and daughter at all costs. Therefore, I would not obstruct that purpose. Isn't that so?
Yes.
You speak of your performance. What about my performance? Have I been a fair and just employer?
Quite, sir.
Have you done anything to contradict my orders?
No.
Then what cause would I have to fire you?
Why, none, sir.
Would a just employer replace you without cause?
That would not make sense.
Of course it wouldn't. Now sit in the chair and lower your head, please.
I'll go first.
If you wish, Jensen.
How do you feel?
Perfectly normal. Oh, perhaps a little tired, but it's not unpleasant.
Right. You will rest now, Jensen, and awaken to a sense of peace, a greater peace than you have ever known.
Is it true?
A most peculiar sensation. I feel drowsy. Very drowsy. Very drowsy.
And his strength will return?
In even greater measure. He will know a oneness with all things.
Oh, then let me go next.
Of course, Nelda. It's Suzanne?
Yes, please.
And now for you, Robert.
Thank you, sir. I'm eager to know this new sensation.
You have served me well.
For many years.
Many good years, Robert. I don't know what I would have done. Life would be very, very difficult without you.
You wanted to see me, sir?
Gretchen, come in.
Are they sleeping?
Yes, at last.
And they feel no pain?
How could they?
You know, sir.
What, Gretchen?
Everything I've done was for her benefit. The times she was alone in the night. The times she was unsure how to make you happy. The times she needed advice. I did my best, always.
And for that I am profoundly grateful.
But now, it's time for a change. The old ways can't help her anymore.
No.
You have a directive of your own, don't you, Dr. Lauren? Whatever is best for your daughter. That takes precedence over all else. You'd even lie, wouldn't you? If that's what it takes.
You understand me too well.
Then I won't resist. If you're sure it's what's best for the girl.
I'm sure.
In that case, I'm ready. Give me my turn. If you would, sir. Please make it quick.
You have my word. Good night, Gretchen. It's done, Jenna.
It is?
We're alone in the house now.
Gretchen?
Gretchen, too.
Did you say alone, William?
Quite alone. You and I. Our daughter.
I've become so accustomed to them. It will be a little hard at first, won't it, William?
Perhaps, my dear, a bit hard in the beginning.
Mother, we'll lead normal lives from now on, do you understand? Normal lives. We'll have parties and we'll take trips. We'll invite people over. We'll make new friends. I'll even find a young man, and before you know it, you'll have grandchildren.
Jana.
What's the matter? What is it?
It's what you said about grandchildren.
What your mother means, Jana, what she means, well, after all, isn't it pretty normal and natural that parents always think of their children as children, and suddenly they grow up, and they talk of having children of their own, and well, this is a bit difficult for parents to digest all in one lump like that.
Something's not right, is it? There's something between us, something in this house that... Mother? What is it?
What are you doing?
The family album, the photos. Why isn't my picture here? Why are there no pictures of me at all?
Why, Jana, dear, there are loads of pictures of you. Remember in the garden last summer? Remember the Easter pictures? And then there were the pictures of you last Christmas decorating the tree.
But not as a little girl. No pictures of me as a little girl. None at all. You and Father and the robots 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 20. But no pictures of me. Why? I want you to tell me why.
Oh, my dear.
It's not true. It couldn't be.
You're our daughter.
I'm begging you. I need you to tell me it isn't true. Look at me, Father. I'm on my knees.
You know you're our daughter, and you remember everything that's happened to you since you were a child. You remember the schools you went to, the children you played with. You remember all the places you've been. Jana, you remember all these things. You've got to remember them.
Why should I remember them? Because you fed them to me, didn't you? You fed them to me. A memory track, a created memory that you inserted into my mind. What am I? Please, tell me, what am I?
It doesn't make any difference. Stand up. Let me hold you.
Don't touch me!
Jana, it truly doesn't make any difference. We were childless. We had nothing of our flesh to leave behind, nothing of our hearts, Jana, nothing of our love, and so, we got you.
Got me how?
We created you, just like any parents. I created you with these hands.
I'm a robot! A robot!
Oh, Jana. Oh, you're our daughter now. I built you as a daughter, as a thing of love. It doesn't make any difference how you came to be here. You have to understand, Jana. You are our daughter.
I can't be. I don't have the capacity to love in return. I can't be a real daughter. I'm a machine, a thing. I suppose my rebellion, the semblance of emotion, I suppose you even programmed that too, didn't you? But it was all false. I feel nothing. No pain.
Jana, don't. You'll
hurt myself? But that's impossible, see?
Stop your hand.
No pain. No pain at all. Like the burn, I feel nothing. No matter what I strike. Even this picture on the wall.
Jana!
No pain. No anger. No fury. No love. Don't worry. I won't be going anywhere now. I'll be in my room.
William, what shall we do? It's all changed now. She'll never be the same.
No, she won't, knowing what she is now.
William, you wouldn't.
No, I couldn't do anything like that, not to her. I couldn't stand not seeing her, hearing her voice. I just couldn't stand it.
Then, William, what? A little to the left, dear. Not quite so hard.
Of course, Mrs. Lauren. Anything you say.
And don't stop. I want you to stay here in the study a little while longer. Don't you, William?
Yes, by all means.
The new girl is so much better than Nelda.
Who's Nelda?
The last servant. She's no longer with us.
Now there's no one left in the house. Only the three of us. You don't mind if I call you Jana, do you?
Why, no, Dr. Lauren. Why would I mind? That's my name, isn't it?
Indeed it is. I hope you'll be happy with us.
Oh, very happy, I'm sure. This is a fine job. Thank you so much, sir and ma'am, for hiring me. I come very well recommended, you know.
The pleasure's entirely ours, Jana. Consider this your home from now on.
Let this be the postscript. Should you find that you're worn out by the rigors of a highly competitive world, if you're distraught from having to share your existence with the distracting noises and neuroses of these times, and if you crave serenity but want it full-time and with no strings attached, consider a laboratory workroom in the basement of your house. Drop a note to Dr. and Mrs. William Lauren. They're a childless couple who make serenity a life's work. And who knows, they might just have a set of do-it-yourself instructions available free of charge from the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
The Lateness of the Hour, starring Jane Seymour and James Keach, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Linda Ryder, Susan Hart, David Darlow, and Doug James. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.